I was getting a perfect fucking farm clip, and then somebody had to run up.
See, he just wants the clip, chat. He doesn't even care about hearing his side of the story. They took him to the police station. He lets them look through his entire phone. And the cops finally came to the realization, oh crap, it wasn't him. Vitaly is back in the news. He is a self-proclaimed pred catcher. I say self-proclaimed because I really don't think he is one with all the shenanigans and stuff and not getting the cops involved a lot of times. But Vitaly has gone viral because he caught this guy right near here. His name is Akash, right? Vitaly set him up with his quote-unquote 16-year-old decoy, but this is the thing though. The decoy did not tell Akash the age. Akash thought he was coming to meet an 18-year-old, and instead, he meets a bunch of people filming him, calling him a P3DO, and getting all in his face and being racist, right? And literally ruining his life. He owns a business, and his business was getting flooded. Vendors were being messaged and told, yo, don't work with this dude, he's a P3DO. His family from India, during the stream, they freaking were getting messages about this situation, telling them that he was a pred. Vitaly called the cops on him. The cops believed Vitaly, brought him to the station. He was in the station for 6 hours and had to prove his innocence. But we're gonna go over all of that, man. I worked so hard last night, right when I found out about this, to get in touch with him. All praise to God. He followed me on social media. He's a fan of the channel, y'all. So I'm even more pissed at Vitaly that he messed with one of y'all, because this could have easily been one of you guys trying to meet up with a girl on social media that said that she is an adult, and then you get blasted as a predator and you get painted bad. I hopped on a phone call with him. He let me know that he couldn't sleep for over 72 hours. So we're gonna react to this. We're gonna go over everything. We are going to potentially be having an interview with him. I talked to Vitaly as well, and it is not good. It is not good. So the first thing first, we are gonna read the statement that Vitaly put out. It has come to my attention that on a recent episode of Catching Child Predators, my team and I mistakenly portrayed Akash as a child predator. This was a mistake that I deeply regret. He never intended to meet a minor and has been cleared of all wrongdoing. What do you mean he's been cleared of all wrongdoing? Being cleared of all wrongdoing, you're the one who caused all the wrongdoing. So what are you talking about he's been cleared? You effed up. Oh my gosh. I apologize to Mr. Akash, his family, his friends, and anyone else affected by this mistake. This is just PR to help mitigate the damage, because he's gonna be sued out the ass. To be clear, the work we do to expose predatory behavior is of the utmost importance. But in doing so, we cannot lose sight of the truth. I have removed the video from all my accounts, and I ask that anyone who has saved it, please do the same. Though I never encourage anyone to attempt to contact any person in my videos, I ask that anyone who has attempted to contact Mr. Akash at once, wait, bro, he can't even proofread this shit note apology, bro. He can't even proofread it. He put it all together. Cease. Oh my gosh. This was a learning experience for my team and I, and we will ensure that we remain committed to the truth as we always have. Now, chat, I want to go over a lot of things, right? Vitaly had his decoy pose as a 16-year-old girl. Now, any grown man coming to meet a 16-year-old girl, he should be arrested, he should be charged, all of that, right? I have no problem with that. But, chat, do you guys know why Vitaly has the decoy set to 16? Vitaly is only concerned with getting as many dudes as possible on his stream. And I'm not just talking out of my ass. I will have people come on stream to tell you the same thing, because he tries to work with a lot of pred catcher, and that's why I've never worked with him on a pred catch, because I didn't like the way he moved doing this stuff. He's asked me before, yo, let's run a pred catch together. I just left him on red. The reason why he has it set to 16 is so he can get as many people as possible. And I know what you guys might be saying, like, oh, I mean, wouldn't you want to get as many people as possible? He wants to get as many people as possible for his stream, not to get them arrested for his stream. His decoys are not trained. They don't know what they're doing. There are literally random teams that he finds, pays them a couple bucks just to talk to dudes online, so that way he can catch a bunch of guys on his streams, bro. You can ask any of my decoys. If my decoys weren't doing this before I got them, I put all of my decoys through intensive training with professional decoys who have gotten convictions. You wanna know why? To stop mistakes like this from happening. So we're gonna react to the video, and it's gonna show the dumbassery of Vitaly, because this is the thing. Vitaly did not read the chat logs, chat. You know how I know he didn't read the chat logs? Because the decoy never told him that she was 16. All that was stated was that she was 18 because that's what she said on her profile. I have audio footage of Vitaly saying that he didn't read the chat logs, and I'm gonna play for you guys as well. And I say all this to say, this is gonna give so much fuel to haters of real predator catchers, and this is gonna give so much fuel to DAs to not even take our cases anymore. Because where Vitaly did this was in LA County. LA County is very good at prosecuting these cases. But do you think LA County will ever want to work with a pred catcher after the shit show Vitaly just did? So that's why I was saying earlier that Vitaly is doing more harm than good. But we're gonna get all into that. Now, let me show you guys this disgusting video. Let's get it.
You wanna rape a 16-year-old?
Wait, she never told me she was 16.
Oh, she did. Where's the Bluetooth speaker, honey?
Wait.
Where's the Bluetooth speaker, honey?
Wait, no.
Honey bun. Honey bun.
You added me on Snapchat.
Honey bun. Bluetooth speaker. Honey bun.
Look at the messages right here.
Wait, where did she? I swear to God, she never told me she was 16.
Really?
I swear.
Oh shit! My bad, bro. You're good.
No, I swear to God.
Sorry, bro. Wrong person.
Maybe it's a misunderstanding.
Wait, no, dude, listen.
The fact that he's trolling, yet it really is, they're like an F up on their side. Bro, this is disgusting, bro.
18, I swear to God, I don't move like that.
So you trolling too?
No, we got the messages.
No, she said maybe it's a misunderstanding.
Oh, you probably deleted it on his end.
No, wait, I swear to God.
Of course I'm trolling.
Wait, I swear to God.
Okay, she's gonna pull up right now.
Yeah, wait, please pull it up.
Wait, why do you talk to girls about raping them? You crazy?
Yeah, you.
Okay, wait, it's a CNC kink. It's a public kink. Like, I even said, wait, I have the text. I have the text right here. I told her, consensual, non-consensual. I told her up here, look.
What does it say?
No, so I told her
What
that.
does it say, Vitaly?
Listen, Neon. Let me read this real quick.
Bro's calling him Neon. Not only is he falsely defaming him, calling him a predator, not only is he ruining his life and embarrassing him and disrespecting him, but he's also being racist to him.
Wait.
What? Hold on, let me read. Yo, one at a time.
And bro, these decoys he gets, these are just regular people. They don't have no training. Literally, he just pays somebody $50. Hey, get me a bunch of predators today. So he can reap all the benefits and get all that kick money. So that way, after stream, what he does is he gets all the viewers to come in. Well, let me rephrase that. He bots all the viewers to watch the stream. Then, after the stream's over, when he's done catching, he just gambles. And that's how he makes his bag.
Let me just show you, okay, so you guys know that, I'm not playing or anything like that.
Yo, can I read the whole evidence?
Come on.
He said, LOL, you can tell me. Fuck, okay, I want to be totally honest before everything. I lied on there. I'm 16, but shit.
Wait, no,
Don't make
That's
it weird.
better, yo.
Don't make it weird, please.
Wait, I'm calling the cops right now.
You said,
I'm calling the cops.
wow.
So chat, let me explain to you guys what happened, because Akash gave me the whole rundown. So this is what happened. They were talking on the app, right? She gave him her Snapchat so that way he can add her. He tried to add her, but he accidentally typed it in wrong and he never actually added her, right? All of their conversation was on the dating website where it said that she was 18. Now, she was talking to other dudes and other dudes added her and she told those other dudes that she was 16. She got confused and thought he was the dude that she was talking to on Snapchat. So that's why they're saying on the Snapchat that we have the messages. They don't have the messages. He never talked to her on Snapchat, chat. So literally, any chat log that she's about to read, that is not from him. The only chat logs from him are the ones from the dating app. But you know why I say that this is still all of Vitaly's fault? Because if he would have just read the chat logs, chat, if he would have read the logs, he would have easily seen the mistake that happened. But he never read anything. And I know for a fact, he didn't read anything this entire, for this catch, he never read a single chat log. I have never went into a catch and not read any of the chat logs. Because how are you gonna know what to talk about? This is a hall of Fame F up.
Look.
Wait.
Wow, let me get it.
Wait. No.
Don't touch me, motherfucker.
Wait, no, that's B. That's not me.
Look, why are you shaking?
I'm Akash AXS 1286. That's not my account.
No.
Hey, buddy.
You see? He's saying that's not my account. It's not his account. She got confused. This torta got confused. And bro, I don't know what happened in those Filipino jail cells or something, but his brain got fried and he can't even read a chat log.
You pulled up. You fucking
That's
pulled
all
up,
your
buddy.
account?
You just thought we didn't have
Guess
to do
what?
it on
You pulled
Snapchat,
up.
buddy.
Guess what?
No,
The cops
We
went
read
to Snapchat.
the
Hey,
right evidence.
Guess what?
Hello.
Guess what?
Can you guys come
We
to
called
my
them for you.
location?
Yeah.
Can you guys come to my location right now? I am at
He has a 2 Snapchats or what?
3705.
You must have 2 Snapchats, bro. No.
And now they're accusing him of having 2 Snapchats.
Yeah. Oh, you swear now.
No.
You have 2 Snapchats. We're not fucking
Please read the
stupid.
text. Please, someone, please. Someone, please read the text.
come and read it. The police
Yeah.
Oh, he's one of those, you're one of those tech Indians, smart ones, huh? 2 Snapchats?
No.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. I know you.
Blast your company to everybody that
Okay,
you're a
wait.
pedophile that own a company. What's the name of his company?
Wait.
What's the name of his company so we can let everybody know that the pedophile
wait,
is
wait,
company?
wait.
Josh, so what do you think? What's your take on it? What do you think happened? He deleted the Snapchat? Like, what happened?
Yeah, no, he
so she
either
broke
deleted the
the.
snaps or he fucking has a burner snap that he used.
didn't know
We're
that.
not stupid. We do this every day. You know how many weirdos like
But if
we catch a day?
she's talking to him on one snap, why would she go to another snap?
You have a second phone? No, that's the same snap she uses every day. She's only talked to you on one snap. He's trying to cover it up. But yeah, he was
Oh, so
talking
you
over
think
it.
he
Bro.
has the system?
Who is this dude, bro? Vitaly is a disgrace to all pred catchers, bro. This is something that should never happen. You know what? This is your retirement. You get a Paul Pierce retirement tour. We don't love you like Kobe, bro. Because now, LA County is never gonna want to work with any organization that does real work anymore. That's why I get so mad at people like DAP and people like this, because they give us such a bad name, bro. He never read one chat log, yet he has so much to say.
You were talking to her on Snapchat, but yeah, we only have one snap that connects to you.
No, guys, listen.
Guys.
I did not talk to her on Snapchat. I sent her this. Look, okay, wait. What time is
get
it?
the
At
wrong guy?
7:29. At 7:29.
Where is my toy?
Yes.
The
I said
same
that.
shit that you were
Yes,
saying
I
on the way
talk
here.
dirty. That's dirty
It's the
talk.
same
That's
fucking
completely
person. It's
wrong.
dirty talk.
I
No,
said
it's
that to
fucking
so many
pedophile
people.
talk when you're talking to a
Let's
16-year-old.
listen.
Don't look at me, my bitch. I'll fucking fuck you up, bro.
I'm not trying to fight. Listen.
Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh, bro.
You know, a 16-year-old. Don't look at me.
Bro think he tough. I thought Vitaly would be the most insufferable person during all of this, but I gotta give it to this dude. But you know the great thing about it, man? I just know he is shitting himself.
My bitch, I'll fucking fuck you up, bro.
I'm not trying to fight. Listen, I'm not about.
And he's directing people to go tank down his business. You see, I don't have a problem with directing people to tank down a predator's business, but make sure you got the right dude. You know how much research we put into making sure that this is the guy 100,000%? But they do this for clicks and views. This operation here was rushed. And that's why I said, why do you guys think Vitaly sets the age to 16? Because they're not out here trying to get the worst of the worst. They're out here just trying to get anybody, bro.
Violent person. I'm not.
We're not trying to fight you too.
You're not a violent person with men, but you want to rape a little girl.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Oh my.
You're gonna get real violent and fuck her throat in an alley, right?
No.
You walked her
Oh.
like a dog by her neck. How about I walk you like a
thought that
dog
she
down
was
this fucking
18.
park?
No, I thought that.
Damn,
she was
dog.
18,
How about I walk you by your neck
Damn,
like
homie.
you just did to her, right?
Homie, damn.
Should I do it?
Damn.
Should I walk you like a dog to your car?
Why
And
did
let
you
you
get
leave?
blocked then?
I agree with Slep. Vitaly acts way too reckless with these catches, and now that I'm seeing he's falsely accusing people, on top of that, he is on the road to his own downfall at this point. I mean, the road's been there. People can say whatever they want about me, like, oh, Jidion just does this for clicks and views and da-da-da-da-da. But you know what nobody can't say about me? Is that I don't do my due diligence and I don't follow up with police. Nobody can say that about me. I'm the guy who, me and Alex drove 10 hours to go to Oklahoma to go testify against a pred. And you know what happened? Right when we got there, his defense attorney thought that we weren't gonna show up and they could get the case dismissed that way. We drove 10 hours to go there and they saw that we were there and they pled guilty that day and bro got 6 years. We didn't make no video about that. There's no money about that. I can't get that time back, but we follow up. That's what we do. Vitaly wouldn't go that extra mile, chat.
Why did you just block her while you're on your phone? You just blocked her while you're on your phone. He just blocked her. He just blocked her.
Wait. I did not block her. Where did I block her? Wait, no, dude.
He has two burgers.
Wait, guys.
How the fuck am I blocked? I'm not talking to you.
The other guy blocked her, yet they're blaming him, even though they spit it in his face the whole time. They should have realized it's the wrong dude, but they didn't.
Your Bitmoji looks exactly the same, bro.
This is a circus.
Looks exactly the same on that account, you dumbass. It looks exactly like
That's
you, bro.
Wait, I'm on camera.
How? The fans know what's up,
I'm not
right?
even on my phone.
You know the fans know what's up, right?
This is a zoom.
He saw you.
I'm screenshotting everything.
He watched you. You've been tapping shit and deleting shit, bro.
Some type of prank.
It's not some type of prank. We caught you trying to fuck a little girl.
Wait.
Is it a prank that you were trying to fuck a little girl? Is that a prank? Is it a prank that you were walking her like a dog through the park? Oh, look at you. We seen your dick.
Guys, let's all, yo, guys, everybody just got it. Yo, hold on. Let's start from the beginning. Hey, what do you mean? So she got the, guys, stop.
Okay.
What do you mean by text messages?
Okay,
just
wait.
explain.
Okay, look.
Yeah, let me hear your side of the story. Everybody gets to speak.
Okay,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
So, okay.
But the Gabe, I asked you, bro. Please.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm gonna just show you everything one by one, okay?
But you are Indian, so you are smart, so you probably cheated the system.
No, but for Indian...
Bro, again in the middle of me talking, bro. I asked you guys. Holy shit, I was just perfectly I was getting a perfect fucking farm clip, and then somebody had to...
You see, he just wants to clip, chat. He doesn't even care about hearing his side of the story. Then, he got mad that his friends talked over him. Like, oh my gosh, bro, you see, that's all he's about is the clip. And that's fine if you want the clip. But if you want the clip, do the job the right way. You can't be incompetent and do this just for money. You can't do both.
So you probably cheated the system.
No, but for Indian...
Bro, again in the middle of me talking, bro. I asked you guys. Holy shit, I was just perfectly I was getting a perfect fucking farm clip, and then somebody had to... Okay, hello, how are you? Okay, let's go.
Yeah, so, okay.
Actually, go tell him about that, Johanna.
Hello, ma'am, are you still here?
911.
Yes, we are on the way.
Thank you
911
so
is
much,
thinking
ma'am.
what the fuck is going on?
Does anybody have any weapons?
Does anyone have any what?
Weapons.
No, to my knowledge, no one has any weapons
No.
here. I'm unarmed.
Say hi to Vitaly.
You were being skeptical about it.
For Indian, you're retarded.
Explain it to the cops.
Yes. Where's the cops?
Why are they being so racist?
Right here, the suspect.
Here we go.
Sorry.
And so they called the cops on him, right?
We got a crazy guy here.
So
The mustache is crazy. Hello.
So they called the cops.
Hold on. Perfect. Can we talk to you a little bit?
Hi, what's up?
Which one of
How are
you,
Nice to meet you.
okay.
So here, I'm gonna give you guys the rest of the story because I talked to the victim last night. So this is what happened. They took him to the police station and he was letting me know that the cops were being rude to him at the police station because they believed Vitaly, right? But he was like, please, let me show you guys the evidence. So finally, he lets them look through his entire phone. And the cops finally came to the realization, oh crap, it wasn't him. And you know what happened? They called, hold on, let me show you guys. They called this Torta, the cops called this Torta right here and were telling her, yo, you guys got the wrong guy. After the cops realized that they had the wrong dude, this dude was in the police station detained for 6 hours. They called this Torta and told her, hey, cabron, you caught the wrong guy. You don't think she relayed this information over to Vitaly? This catch, if I'm not mistaken, this catch was on the 10th. It took Vitaly 2 full days to post an apology and to tell people to take the videos down. Even though Akash was blowing him up, bro, man, I've been proven innocent. The man was proven innocent that night, and Vitaly that night didn't do his due diligence to go out there and show people no, he didn't do it. So this man had 48 hours of getting harassed. His family in India were getting DM'd. His business and his vendors were told to boycott him. Clippers were clipping it and saying that he's a predator. But Vitaly knew that night that he was innocent, yet didn't do anything. 2 days later, Vitaly comes on stream saying this.
We wrongfully identified and accused Akash Singhania as a child predator. We were completely wrong, and we made a terrible mistake. We believe here in only telling the truth, nothing but the truth. And our team and I messed up. We're deeply sorry to Akash. I'm so sorry, and I made a full statement on one of my social media posts on X and Instagram. You can guys go check it out. And Akash Singhania, I'm very, very sorry. This mistake will never happen again. We messed up. We messed up. And guys, whoever has those videos, the clippers that are watching this, please delete it, okay? Immediately. I need you guys to delete it. I feel horrible. Yeah, this was very, yeah. This is never gonna happen. The Snapchat messages got messed up. It was a wrong time, wrong place, and yeah, it was not good.
Weakest apology I've ever heard in my life, right? So Akash, he put out this statement. So this is his Twitter, man. Make sure you guys show him some love. This is what he had to say. He said, "My world has been turned upside down this weekend. As some of you may have seen, I was featured on a recent episode of Vitaly live series where I was wrongfully portrayed as someone attempting to engage in an inappropriate conduct. This accusation is completely false. Since then, Vitaly has publicly acknowledged through both written and video statements that this was a mistake. Additionally, the officers from the Santa Ana Police Department who I called to the scene conducted their own assessment and confirmed that I was innocent of any wrongdoing. I am sincerely grateful to officers Ronald, Lorenzo, and Joanna for their professionalism and for taking the time to carefully evaluate the situation and establish the truth. While I appreciate that the mistake has been acknowledged, the impact of false accusations has been significant. I have experienced harassment, judgment, and damage to my personal and professional relationships based on something that has now been proven false. I wholeheartedly support efforts to expose real wrongdoing and protect the vulnerable. At the same time, this experience has shown me how important due process and verification are because mistakes, when publicly made, can have serious consequences on innocent lives. Thank you for those who have supported me during this time." And chat, I can confirm he has legal counsel. His legal counsel is the same people who represented Johnny Depp during his Amber Heard trial. And not only that, Kick themselves are distancing themselves from the situation. This was reported by Kick Champs. Says that Vitaly has been banned on Kick after falsely accusing Akash of being a predator on stream and making racist remarks to him. So not only is Vitaly gonna get sued, he's also banned from Kick. Do you guys think the Santa Ana Police Department or that county would ever want to work with an organization that does good work ever again after this fiasco? Obviously the answer is no. I am pissed for so many reasons. I'm pissed that this happened to an innocent man. I'm pissed that it happened to a fan of mine. I'm pissed that Vitaly is making all of us look bad, and I'm pissed that the potential monsters that we could have caught in that area, we won't be able to catch anymore because of Vitaly's actions. And this chat, what is her IG? Oh crap, y'all already found it, bro. Oh my gosh, y'all some detectives, chat. Oh, chat. So right when I first found out about all this, I DM'd Vitaly, right? And I'm gonna show you guys the DM. Vitaly hit me up first on February 27th, 2024. And he was like, "I found Jesus, wanna do a stream together." And I didn't DM him until April 1st. And I just told him, always call the cops. Because I seen a clip of him not calling the cops. I was like, always call the cops. And I was just asking him, like, where do you do your, he was like, let's meet up. And I was like, I'm taking a break from catching right now, but I'd be out in Houston. And I was like, what's your Discord? Because I wanted to interview him about his catches and tell him what he can do better. Then all of this happened. So I DM'd him. I said, yo, man, this set us back. What the F are you doing? And this nigga hits me with the 100 emoji. You hit people with the 100 emoji when it's like, yo, man, keep up the great work you're doing. They be like, 100. What do you mean? 100, right? So I said, what do you mean 100? And he was like, I completely get it. And I was like, bro, this is gonna get, I was like, this is gonna get so much fuel to so many haters of what we do. And I was like, have you gotten in contact with the guy? He was like, yes. And I was like, can you please send me his contact information? Completely ignored what I said and said, Decoy fucked up, bad fuck up. Obviously, I'm responsible. And I said, did you read chats? He left me on red. And then I said, I'm doing an interview with the guy tomorrow. I thought it would be fair to also do one with you. So let me know if you're willing. He just left me on scene. Let me see if I can find this torta real quick, chat. What about that dude that was like, I'm a dog walk you? You know someone in there I do know? Santi. And then I have people that used to be on Vitaly's team They texted me this. You know, I'm not going to say any names. But literally while I was on stream, they just texted me this. They said, yo, Jidion, if you need any anonymous source on Vitaly's current decoy team, on how Vitaly's current decoy team works, let me know. I fired them all back in 24 when I joined on because their catching methods were very immoral / illegal. Now that I'm not working with V, he's back using the same group. Would love to see you make a video on things with Akash plus evidence on how their catches works. I don't want this situation to slide under the radar. Yo, send me literally everything you have, my man, and I'll keep it anonymous. Here's the dude that was getting all up in his face. Yo, what's your Discord? Want to get you on a interview. So this is her. I found her, chat. I can't message. He said, tomorrow I have an insider that worked on Vitaly's team that knows all about his decoys and has screenshots of the illegal / immoral stuff that they would use to try to catch predators. He said he's gonna come on stream tomorrow and expose everything. So he sent me this audio that he wanted me to play for you guys. So I'm about to play this audio, man. This is an exclusive from Akash himself. Listen in. Let's see what it shows.
Is everything okay, sir?
Yes, everything is perfectly fine. I can let your son explain what happened, but long story short, your son was at the wrong place at the wrong time, and we didn't know if he was a suspect in a case or not, so we took him to the station to conduct an investigation and interview, and we determined that he was not the right suspect we were looking for. So your son was perfectly compliant, he was cool with us, and he just happened to be wrong place, wrong time. And at the time of our investigation, we thought he was involved just because he happened to be where he was, which nowhere back, just and we thought that he might be our suspect. So we took him in for questioning, and obviously we determined that he's not our suspect and he is not arrested. He's not getting charged with anything or anything like that.
So even the police are doing damage control because they know how much of a shit situation this is, right? But there's more to it.
So what is, I saw the whole video and I'm recording this also. I just want to make sure that these guys who bullied him, who harassed him, who cornered him, including the girl who trapped him, what can we do for these guys? Because they screwed with his life and they were blaming him like anything. He was making him a victim.
Yep. No, I 1000% agree with you. And we had talked to your son too. We're going to give him paperwork and documentation along with our business card, the case number, because we're still going to do a report and document his innocence. And the rest of what you can do with that person and stuff would be civil stuff, lawsuits and stuff like that.
And now they have the team that Johnny Depp used against Amber Heard. You see, this is what I want to do, chat, man. I just want to shame Vitaly so much that he'll never do prey catching again. That's what I want. Is that a bad thing, chat? Is that a bad thing that I want to kick him out of my community? Tell me. I don't think there's any way I can get in contact with this Jocelyn. I mean, this is who I really want to talk with first. Vitaly, definitely. I just want to ask her, how do you mess up this bad? The likelihood that they would want to talk to me lower than, bro, people will get Ozaka water in hell before Gabe, Santi, the girl, or Vitaly want to talk to me, right? Here, I'm going to call Vitaly one more time. Okay, no, I'm not gonna lie, this is crazy. His name is Gabe. This is his Instagram. He's married to a fat Mexican girl who is the underage his decoy is his wife. Oh my gosh. Chat, that changes everything now. Bro, we can kill two birds with one stone. Let me do a interview with you and your wife. Listen, man, I did not call your wife a torta. That was chat. You know what I mean? Me, genuinely, bro, I don't even think you're a bad guy, man. I don't even think you're a bad guy, bro. I just want to talk to you, man. If I thought you were a bad guy, Did he be trying to interview you and your wife?
I really don't know. Honestly, about what happened recently, I think we should take a break and go to Miami, do some regular IRLs, and chill for a bit. I think that's not chill for a bit, like take days off, but chill for a bit. What I mean is do other streams than just catching predators. But that's what I think. It is what it is, and it sucks the way it had to happen. And it's crazy. So if you guys are asking if I'm cooked, I'm very cooked. Yes.
Bro, he just straight up admitted that he's cooked. Bro, look at this, bro. You see stuff like this, but he low-key looks like one of those. They are doing him in, bro. It is comments like this that is gonna make this such a slam dunk case. So chat, this is Santi. He was there during the whole situation. Granted, he didn't have nothing to do with the chat logs and stuff like that. And he assumed that everything went down. But you were there, right, Santi?
Yes, I was. And yo, before you start asking questions, dude, it's not really my business. I don't want to make things worse for Vitaly. It's none of my business, so I don't really want to, I just want to.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you, Santi. Like, genuinely, I'm going to be honest with you fully. There is genuinely no way you can make it worse for him. Like, genuinely, it is literally impossible for you to make it worse for him any more than it is. So, we don't have to talk about Vitaly, though, but I would like to have a conversation with Gabe and Jocelyn. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, that could be a possibility. I think they're doing the same thing. Like we see you that you're like hitting us up and stuff, and we're not trying to like dodge you or be weird about it, but we just kind of, it's up to Vitaly. Like they out of respect for Vitaly, they don't I don't think they like, they feel it's a lot. I don't really want to dig the hole for them, I know, you know what I mean?
So like they feel bad about the situation.
110%, yes.
Well, here, I'll tell you this. The victim, Akash, he just got his first good night of sleep last night. He's seeming like he's in better spirits. I talked to him earlier. I talked to him like at 3 a.m. last night. This was a very crazy ordeal. And I feel like the internet really doesn't know like what happened, but I kind of got like the full story about like her getting confused with the Snapchats, thinking that was him who added her and all of that. But I would, just let Jocelyn and Gabe know, man. I would love them to have them on, man. I'm not gonna crucify them on stream or nothing. But I do appreciate you. I do, like, genuinely, guys, when I tell you Santi really has nothing to do with it, like, you were just there filming pretty much, right?
Yeah, pretty much, bro. But yeah, man. Thanks for.
I mean, bro, like, can you get Vitaly to talk with me? Like, cause I'm interviewing the victim either today or tomorrow. So I would love to.
That's why you want two sides to every story, right?
There's two sides to every story, so I would love to get Vitaly's as well.
Yeah. No. Thanks for understanding. I'm not really like, I just don't really kind of want to get like too involved with it since I wasn't. You know what I mean? But thanks for understanding that and clarifying that to all your viewers as well. So I appreciate that.
Santi was just there, but he had nothing to do with it. Just let Vitaly know, man. I'm not gonna crucify him.
I'll definitely pass the message to them, and they could do what they want with it.
Yeah, let them know I DM'd them on Instagram already.
Oh, 100%, dude. I got you, bro. I got you. 100%.
All right. Peace, my man.
Later, bro. Peace.
The decoy fucked him over, right? But Vitaly could have easily seen that fuck over if he would have read the messages. We reacted to everything, and I watched the full video, and I'm not gonna lie, it is like actually. Did you see the full video?
Yes, I did watch the full video. Yeah, it's so bad because Vitaly for a second was like, "Oh man, my bad, you're good." And honestly, if he probably did that, it probably would have been fine. But then these other two guys just kept berating him, and Vitaly joined back in on it. What a moron!
No, Vitaly was trying to get a clip because he was like, "Wait, we made a mistake. Let me see." And then like someone was talking, he was like, "Bro, man, you're about to mess up my clip," because they were under the assumption that like he had like a second phone or a second Snapchat or something.
Yeah.
So I talked to the victim last night, right? And this is what all he told me. So they took him into questioning for 6 hours.
What?
They took him into questioning for 6 hours, right?
Oh my god!
At the police station, and the cops were actually making fun of him at first, basically saying like they thought like he really did do it, but then he was like, no, you go through my phone, and they go through everything, and they realize like, oh no, we got the wrong dude, and they called the decoy. Her name is Jocelyn. They called the decoy. You know the dude that was getting all in his face and stuff. That's the decoy's husband.
Right.
And so the police call her and let her know, yo, this isn't the same guy. You got the wrong guy. So this is what happened. So they were talking on the app, and on the app it said that she was 18. They were talking about what they were going to do and stuff. She sent over her Snapchat. He tried to add it, but he accidentally put in the wrong thing. Didn't end up adding her on there, but just kept on talking to her on the app. Some other dude that she was talking to added her, and he was the guy that they told that she was 16. And so she got confused and thought that Akash was that dude.
I see. So she's basically a moron.
Yes. Yeah, no, like literally.
Okay. Got it. You know, dude, I mean, I don't know who these people are that are with Vitaly, but they clearly just want attention, and they just want to be on stream. They want their faces on camera. I mean, our decoys, they only ever go on camera if they're doing like a live decoy sting. And then even then we post a video, their faces are blurred. I mean, if your decoy is attention seeking, it's probably not the right thing to do for them.
Oh, wait, hold on. Are you saying it's wrong that decoy posing as a 16-year-old trying to get an 18-year-old is out there doing that? Like,
wait, the guy was 18 that got caught?
The guy, I think he's 26.
Okay.
He's 26.
Well, no, I'm just saying they're obviously not decoying for just reasons of wanting to catch child predators. It's not the sole reason they're doing it, and that's not the big reason they're doing it. I don't think either.
LA County, what you know, is really good. They're slow to respond, but they're good for what we do. We might have lost LA County now.
Well, Santa Ana, I think, is Orange County, and Orange County's. Yeah, absolutely. We literally just got an arrest in Orange County like 2 weeks ago with Costa Mesa PD, I think it was.
So you did this in Orange County, chat. I have an arrest in Orange County. Orange County is one of the best places to do this in California. There's not many places that are that good. So the fact that if Vitaly fucked up Orange County, like, oh my gosh.
If Vitaly just did this shit in Detroit or like San Francisco or something, place that just will never show up to a call, then fine. I mean, he can do whatever he wants, but it really just sucks when Vitaly and DAP go to these places that actually prosecute, because these prosecutors, they're looking for any reason to just shit on us. You know what I'm saying? And they just give them great ammunition to do that.
Alex is a grifter. He's not far from Vitaly. Someone in chat said.
Wait, you or me?
No, someone said you.
Oh, yeah, man, you're right. The 10,000 miles a month we do and all the court dates we show up to, and the fact that we're about to do cash number 100 of the year. Totally, we just a money scam, man. Totally, you're right. This is what it is.
I mean, bro, Vitaly does it right, man. You know?
Exactly. I mean, dude, we need to start posing as 16-year-olds to catch a bunch of 18 and 19-year-olds, bro. We're not doing this right, getting people into babies and shit.
Yeah, bro. Who cares about dudes that are in the babies, bro? Like, we need to go after these sick 19-year-olds going for 16-year-olds.
You know what? We just need to scout the high schools out, and just any senior that even looks at a freshman, we got to stick a camera in their face, man. You know, that's the real predator catchers, man.
make them shave an eyebrow. You know, eat dog food. You know, that's not teaching them their lesson.
Dude, if if I was caught in a predator sting and they made me shave my beard and face and eyebrow, I'd be like, man, I got to do this more often because I got a free haircut out of this. But I mean, I don't think people don't understand that every pedo wants public humiliation before they want any consequence of jail time. I mean, you know, I got arrested last year for harassment, trespassing, and disturbing the peace. Having prison time over your head sucks. It is so stressful. And now imagine that for child sex crimes. I mean, none of these pedos want to go to jail. They all just want a little light punishment like that. I mean, these pedos are breathing a sigh of relief. when they get cut loose like this. And I don't think people really understand this.
Like, you know, they're like, oh man, hopefully it's not Jidion or Alex or Skeeter. Oh, it's Vitaly? Woo! Oh, I dodged the bullet.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh my God. Shit, I hope it doesn't make me jump in a swimming pool.
And you know what's funny? I reached out to everybody, right? I reached out to Vitaly. I reached out to... Wait, what did you just say?
What?
You said, hopefully he doesn't make me jump into a pool.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's I hope that doesn't happen. That was with my shoes on too. That might suck.
I reached out to Vitaly. I reached out to all the decoys, the dude that was getting in his face. I was talking to Vitaly at first, and he was responding to me fast. He was like, yeah, man, I know I effed up, da-da-da-da. And then I asked him, like, did you read the chat logs? And just left me on scene.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's just, he just totally told on himself. I mean, he can't even throw the decoys, like, under the bus for this because, I mean, yes, it is their fault too. But in the end, he's the captain of the ship, and he needs to go over everything. Like, there are certainly catches that I was planning on doing that I said, okay, actually, we're not doing this after I've read the chats. Like, it's not enough, or this was a little bit too forward. We're going to come back. We're going to hit him with another decoy. But no, I mean, he just doesn't give a shit, and it really sucks.
So people are kind of like, people online are saying like, yo, man, like, why are you getting on his ass so much and stuff like that? I'm going to let you speak. Like, why is this so important to like distance ourselves from, shame, and like put like a wedge between? Why is this so important?
So I'll say first and foremost that every prosecutor should look at every case individually, and that it shouldn't matter that Daft and Vitaly do we're on YouTube, do stupid things, and it shouldn't really carry over to what we do. They should look at everything individually. However, we live in reality where the DAs are also human beings, and some of the DAs are skeptical about things. So we don't live in a perfect world. So a lot of DAs truly do categorize all predator catchers the same. I have had district attorneys tell me as recently as last month, thanks for not slapping them. Thanks for doing it the right way. Because we have had counties that will not show up to calls. We have had counties that won't prosecute because a team like DAP or DAP has been there before and just literally slapped it all away. They really do take this stuff seriously. They look for excuses to not take these cases up. So that is why it's important that everybody does it right, because as many people are doing it right, we want that happening. Like, you know, I want more Jidions, I want more Skeeter Jeans, I want more Bikers Against Predators, I want more Oklahoma Predator Preventions and all my branches. But one bad person truly can ruin it for the rest, and it really is like that kid banging on the desk that stops the whole class from going to recess. That's really what it is like with some of these counties, and that's just the reality of it. So that's why everybody needs to do it right.
No, literally. And you know, like, genuinely, you know, I know this sucks to say, and I know Vitaly probably loves doing this, but I feel like if he really respects what we do as a whole, he would just pivot to some type of other content.
Yeah, I mean, right. I just think, like, the predator catching is such an easy thing, especially when you're doing it how he does it, which I don't even think all the predators talk sexual in the chats. I just think he gets a beat up and just, you know, does the same thing no matter what.
So tomorrow I have an insider that worked for Vitaly's pred catching that's going to be sending me over chat logs. And
okay.
This is what the insider told me, and I'll read it. They said, and I quote, they said, yo, Jidion, if you need an anonymous source on how Vitaly's current decoy team works, let me know. I fired them all back in 2024 when I joined on because their catching methods were very immoral/illegal. Now that I'm not working with Vitaly, he's back using that same group. Would love to see you make a video on things with Akash plus evidence on how their catching works. I don't want the situation to slide under the radar.
No, I'm not drinking caffeine, by the way, Chad. That is a liquid death water bottle thing. Good. You know, he needs to be exposed for this, and I hope it changes his behavior to just do this the right way or stop doing it altogether. I mean, you know, I don't want less teams doing this. I just want more teams doing it the right way. And, you know, but I think Vitali's a legitimate sociopath. I mean, I think just beating up a defenseless homeless lady, it's kind of like when the predators offend against kids. You can't really fix that. So just like you just attack random people and just are totally fine with throwing someone else's life away, I just think that's just how he is. I don't think he has really any empathy for people or anything like that. I think he's incapable of it.
Do you think that Orange County is cooked now for predator catchers?
Dude, no, I don't, but I think it's going to be a lot harder, especially with Santa Ana PD. I think nothing good came out of it.
Chat, man, this is conduct matter. And the crazy thing about it is, like, not even to toot my own horn, but, like, you know, I'm the biggest in the predator community, and I do it the right way like you guys. So it's like... Yeah. It's, you know, it's not no, oh, well, if you want to be the biggest, you got to do it the Vitali way, because that's not true.
Wow. No, people, no, exactly. And, you know, if you do it the right way, you do it good things will happen. And, you know, I mean, we really appreciate when you came into the predator catch community that you did do it the right way, because you grew it way more than any of us ever have up to that point, and you're very welcome in the community, and you've definitely helped a lot of bad guys get off the streets there.
Man, bro, I mean, it's thanks to you, Omma, Skeet, a lot of people, like a lot of connections you guys put me on with, bro. So, you know, I appreciate y'all, man. So happy to get your thoughts and opinions on this. I mean, I don't know if Vitali's watching, but you got anything you want to say?
Well, Vitali, I mean, if you're even capable of changing your behavior, I mean, he's like 35 at this point, or I don't even know how old he is. I think he's in his mid-30s. I really hope that he is capable of just kind of, you know, understanding that this is bigger than just him screwing up, that it could have shockwaves and consequences past just that night. I mean, the police wasting all their time are certainly not happy with him. And, you know, I hope he gets sued into oblivion. And Akash or Akash or whatever that guy's name is, I hope he accumulates a lot of cash and bankrupts that fool.
Banger bar, man. Mr. Rosen, everybody, man, make sure you guys show love to... He's not driving, he's passenger. Show them the steering wheel real quick.
All right.
He's not driving, chat.
No, we have a video dropping on Predator Poachers in 17 minutes that Jidion helped me title, by the way, guys. It's a sick POS we caught in New Mexico who is a CP producer. So it's dropping on our channel, Predator Poachers.
I will know for 100% fact tomorrow if we're going to be doing this interview, okay? Why did you hit me up, and what do you want to come on here to expose?
Vitali, when I came on, they just wanted to make streams for their clips, and he whispers, he's like, okay, so they told this guy that I'm 18, but when he gets here, I'm gonna say, hey, do you also want to hook up with my 15-year-old cousin? And he's like, okay, listen, this guy's legit, but I couldn't get him to come, and so I told him if he doesn't come, I am going to myself.
What?
Can you hear me?
All right, chat. Here is our leaker. We have our Edward Snowden right here, right now, chat. What's good? Introduce yourself.
What's up, bro? I'm Raymond McClure. I've been in YouTube a long time, last 6 years. Head of production for MrBeast Vertical, ex-BuzzFeed employee, ex-Vitali.
My man. And also used to work for Law by Mike.
Also Law by Mike, where we met.
So, yeah, y'all. So you used to be a producer for Vitali, right?
Yes, that's right.
And how long were you a producer for him from, and what time frame?
It was not that long. It felt like an eternity, just because of the nature of the work. I think it was maybe 3 or 4 months from August. No, I think September to December.
2024, 2025?
2024.
So this is prime Vitali.
This is season 3. He just got off of all of that shit of him doing all those streams with all those rappers and celebrities and Akon. This is the season right after that.
Okay. And so how many pred catches did you facilitate with Vitali?
Over 100.
100, damn.
Yeah, I know. I have it all documented.
And how many of those guys do you know of that were actually arrested and like convicted?
Convicted, I want to say three, where we flew decoys back out to get those arrests.
Wait.
Arrested, I would say between 12 and 20.
Out of 100, only 3?
Yeah. Well, you know what the streams are like.
Damn. So, would you say?
Also keep in mind, what I'll say too is like, this is Los Angeles, where we know this, where it is one of the harder counties to get, as I'm sure you know too.
What county were you guys doing it in?
Los Angeles.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest. Los Angeles County is actually really good when it comes to this stuff. So I think it had more to do with the quality of work than because believe it or not, I know it's hard to believe, but from my experience, Alex and Skeeter, because that's also where Trilogy Media do their things, and they do it in LA County. LA County is really good at prosecuting these cases if it's good cases. So if they only did 3, I mean, that's no shot, but like that's pretty shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could say what you. I think Orange County and even Ventura, I would say, are better and easier to get convictions. I also think the nature of Vitali, and then also you're doing these more radicalized shaving heads and blah blah, and you know what I mean. It's more so a lot of these prosecutors don't want to touch anything related to Vitali with a 10-foot stick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. It's totally understandable. So, why did you hit me up, and what do you want to come on here to expose?
Just hit you up because me and my wife, as you know, very, very big fans. As parents ourselves, we love what you do. I have a strong sense for wanting to catch and prosecute these child predators. Vitali, you know, I don't think he's a bad dude or anything, but what was I gonna say? The team that he hired, season 1, season 2, when I came on, I saw a lot of things where this was not being done the proper way, or with any not with any intention of actually getting this anywhere. They just wanted to make streams for their clips. That's why I let them go, got them out of here, and to see the moment I heard Vitali was back with Santi and that gang, I knew sooner or later something like this was going to happen.
So you hit me up saying that there was some things even worse than what happened with Akash, with him getting accused. You said that there was worse things that you seen happen, and that was on live, that just flew under the radar. What are those worst things?
There's some things that I know about, which also scares me on, what do I not know about? You know what I mean? When I first came on, I was just handling logistics and houses and permits and insurance and things like that. There's a whole separate decoy team. But the more catches I did, the more I started asking about, okay, what is the evidence? And, 8 out of 10 times they have something really, really good. But those 2 out of 10 times, it was very, very shady. And there's a couple instances that I wanted to talk about. One of which, this was not captured on stream. This may have been the 3rd stream I was on with them. We were in this like high-rise apartment. If you look at the stream, and I can link it to you, there was like no pedophiles or predators. Sorry, I don't know what I should say. There's no predators almost the entire stream, and that's because I stopped one midway through. Santi said he had a guy. I said, okay, great. He said he's on his way. Great. What's the evidence?
And so Santi's the decoy for Vitali, right?
Santi, for people that don't know, Santi is kind of like the lead decoy. He runs the decoy team at that time, and also currently when this whole thing happened. There are 2 Santis. The one I'm referring to is the white Santi.
Okay. So you turned a suspected predator away. Why did you turn him away?
I turned him away. Well, let me say this. He says he's on his way. I say, Santi, what's the evidence? Santi pulls me away from the cameras and he whispers, he's like, okay, so I told this guy that I'm 18, but when he gets here, I'm going to say, hey, do you also want to hook up with my 15-year-old cousin? I'm like, dude, you can't do that. You have no evidence at all. He's like, well, it's too late. He's already on his way. So he goes down to meet him. I go, yeah, no, this is serious. This is legit. And this is before I had anything to do with the actual decoy team, where this is just something I happened to catch. I go in behind them. They start talking to the guy. They're smiling and chatting and whatever. I go up right behind him and say, bro, get the fuck out of here. He walks away. He gets all scared. He runs. Where that was just one thing that I knew about.
So it's like, what don't you? Because I mean, you were only there for season 3, so this wasn't. You weren't there for season 1, season 2. So if they're doing that when you're there, what were they doing when you weren't? So the guy came to meet an 18-year-old, but whenever he got there, they were just gonna throw out the fact of, oh, you don't want to talk to this 15-year-old. But I mean, whenever anybody sees him on stream, they're gonna think he's there for a kid.
Exactly. No, that's exactly right. But I think it's also what I'll say is like the pressure of every stream. They need, they want three predators. Oh, we're gonna stream every day. Oh, you only get paid by the catch. When you're working with.
So how much would Vitaly pay his decoys per catch when you worked for him?
At that time, it was $300 per catch, which to me was the absolute bare minimum. When these catches, as I found out when I took this on myself, it's at least 3 days of work, per predator.
So do you think that incentivize the decoys? And let me ask you this. Did Vitaly know that his decoys were cutting corners like that, at least for that particular catch?
For that particular catch, I don't think so. But also, these are the people that he's trusting and putting in charge to run this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This other one that I want to talk to you about, which I'm on my phone because it has better quality. Let me switch to my laptop. I want to show you a stream that I don't know why it hasn't been more widely covered.
Okay. So you're going to actually show us some evidence here. Yeah. Share your screen.
I'm gonna show you. Hold on one second.
Yeah. So chat, he's about to show us a stream clip.
All right, hold on. Let me turn it
from a stream that Vitaly did that did not, it just went under the radar.
Context here is it's the end of the night. They want one more predator to show up. And Santi says, once again, I got a guy. And he says, and I say, once again, what is the evidence? Because by this time, this is after that first mess up I saw. This might be maybe a few days after that. Okay. And so I say, what's the evidence? And he's like, okay, listen, this guy's legit, but I couldn't get him to come. And so I told him if he doesn't come, I am going to kill myself.
What?
Can you hear me?
He said if he told the predator if he doesn't come, he would kill himself.
Yes. He's posing as, I think, it was ridiculous. He's posing as like a 10-year-old boy saying, if this person who has refused to meet up has said he doesn't want to do anything sexual with him, if the potential predator doesn't come, the decoy is going to kill himself. That's what he said.
Did the suspect even say anything sexual in the logs?
I'm going to be honest with you. This is almost 2 years ago. I cannot. I don't want to say yes or no. You know what I mean?
Okay.
In my opinion, I think this is a guy who, which just happens, as I'm sure with your catches, getting cold feet, whatever. Santi's so desperate for someone to come. This is how he gets him here. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so can you hit play? Let's watch this.
And let me make sure. Yeah, this is the right one. Let me make sure you guys can even hear.
And look at that, like a steak. Steak.
You gotta make your money, man. Can you guys hear?
Yeah. We can hear. If you can.
I can't.
Full screen?
Look,
Yeah.
I can't be on Safari. Look at my screen time. Look at this. Look at my screen time. Can you help me like hack into my screen time so I can go on things? Can we like? You said you'll give me a back massage. Are you gonna actually give me a back massage?
And look, this guy doesn't want to touch him, doesn't want to do anything. He gets up to leave.
Come here. Why are you being so mean? You said you're bringing me a Happy Meal. You didn't even bring me a Happy Meal. Don't leave.
And so I'm gonna skip ahead. What was I gonna say?
It's a video game.
The guy's trying to leave. He's trying to convince him to stay.
Let me change this to a video game. Am I ugly? I told you. I have a big skull on my head. No.
Hold on.
No.
So here they realize their guy is going to leave. They have no evidence. They have nothing. They're just going to go run out and catch him. So that's why it goes black. They're switching cameras.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
No.
Hey, don't you
I'm not even doing anything. What? No, this is my friend. Dude, I literally just checked in on him if he was okay.
Yeah,
because he told me.
He was gonna kill himself.
Yeah, so that was the only
You're good,
thing.
bro. You're good.
That was the only thing.
You're not a pedophile, right? Yeah, he's not a pedophile. How old are you? You're good.
I'm 22. I just want to make sure he's good.
Yeah.
But I'm not. Can I have your number? But I'm not into that.
No. Are you promised?
I promise.
He said he was 10. He still came over.
You should have blocked him right off the bat, though. I came over because he said he was gonna kill himself.
You did say that. Say for the job.
No, regardless.
This is
you can tell.
So wait, pause it real quick. So they're mad at him for coming over, but they freaking were anxious for him to come over. So they said that if you don't come over, I'm gonna kill myself. Chat.
Yeah, and see, Vitaly admits it. You know what I mean?
Like, I don't know if you guys realize this, but like, literally any case for this to go any further or for this to be prosecuted, like, and the thing is, like, they all know that this case isn't gonna go anywhere. They just wanted to get another guy.
Yes. That's that's pretty much it. It's just weird energy.
And what are some other things you've seen like while you worked for them?
To be honest, these are the two that let me oh my god. Let me just show you this. Let me show you something else.
Okay.
What was I gonna say? Did you see where after we let them go? Because kind of I'll say.
Well, here, let me ask you this. What? Was any catch ever faked?
No. Not in the fake on how people try to play it out to be. You know what I mean? Now, how they would go about getting these guys here before I took over the decoy team, I cannot say.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair.
But I don't think anything, I will never say this, like, I don't think anything is ever faked or intended to be. It's more just a lack of care on what kind of evidence or what kind of person we're actually getting there.
Exactly. Okay. Fair.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think, let me show you this. Let me show you this. This is after. Is it this one? I'm losing it now. Nope, not that one. Oh shoot, maybe I lost it.
And can you tell the audience like why the gambling thing is like covering half the screen?
Because this is his main source of income, right? Like streaming, catching predators. I mean, even here you see the product placement. This is how he gets his money. I mean, and so he needs these things to work out each stream, or else he's not getting his paycheck. Does that answer things?
Yeah, no, yeah. I just want you to explain it for just the people in stream, just in case they might be a little confused.
I think because what I really want to get into is kind of like, even though Vitaly might not be the person messaging them, even though Vitaly might not, why can't I think? Might not be the one saying these things over the text messages. He knows what this team is capable of that he's hired. And I really just want to show you, shoot, I think it's somewhere here. Oh, you saw me in the background right there.
Chat, what do you guys think about all this,
Sorry,
man? I want to hear your guys' opinion.
I'm trying to look. One second. Yeah.
Yep.
It's here. Yep. I really want to show you, to me, this is just the epitome of like, these are the people he's hiring. So for context, this decoy here, you can still see my screen, still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, oh.
Jidion?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. For context, this decoy here, she was brought on and trained by Santi. This is after I took things over. We still kept a couple of his decoys around.
Okay.
In some kind of way, she had really good evidence. She showed me everything, blah, blah. But what I didn't know and what she left out was, this is after we fired both the Santis. They had, quote unquote, given her this predator.
What do you mean, given her this predator?
I don't know. Like, they gave her the contact or whatever. I think just super gullible. I shake my head just thinking about it. The Santi guy said, hey, here's a guy for you to message. She messages, get the evidence, whatever. This is that person coming over. Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
I think this is her waiting. It was like waiting forever, going to the door. He comes in with a mask like this.
I've seen this clip, okay?
You've seen this.
I've seen that. Like, dude came in with a hoodie and so this is the predator.
This is the predator, supposedly, right? He's walking around. We kind of have to call a security protocol that security needs to bust out, assess the situation, where it turns out to be the Santi boys, his decoy team that we let go. Turns out to be the Santi boys playing a prank. And let me switch back. Let me switch back to my other thing so you can see my face. Hold on, sorry for these technicals.
So his decoy team pretended to be his old decoy team, got in touch with his new decoy team to pretend to be a predator so that way they could prank him on stream.
Yes. And Santi boys end up getting held at gunpoint by our security before revealing, oh, it's a prank.
And Vitaly had no idea about this at all.
Vitaly?
Yeah.
No.
So I think the point that you're trying to point out the most is that not that Vitaly's doing this maliciously.
No.
But that Vitaly is hiring incompetent people.
Yes.
Because
I would call
for
it
you guys that don't
executive.
know, this Santi guy that he's talking about, I don't believe that Santi was in charge of the chat logs with the Thortha girl that did the whole thing that framed a cache. But he was still there, and Vitaly's bringing these people that have done all these things in the past back on his team.
Jidion, I'm going to completely disagree with you.
What do you mean?
I'm going to... I believe Santi is in charge of these new decoys. I know he is.
Really? How do you know he's in charge of the new decoys?
Because that's kind of what Santi will get all of his buddies and friends, train them on how to catch predators. and then he leads that team. Like that's how they pay him. Like he's the lead decoy person.
So you think Santi had a part to do with Akash getting framed the other day?
There's no doubt in my mind. Like just knowing how things operate, because Vitaly came to Los Angeles, you know, no cash, no money. Well, no, Santi will do it for cheap. Find people who do it for cheap. These new decoys are just people that Santi found.
So how much does Vitaly pay his new decoys now, post being out of jail?
He called me right after prison and asked me if I was ready to run it up, whatever. I said, yeah, let's do it. What's the budget? And he pitches me. He's not giving me any solid numbers. All I can get out of him is he wants to pay $100 per catch.
So you're telling me Miss Thorta got $100 to frame an innocent man?
Yeah. And what I told him is like me and none of my decoys, like we can't catch for that little of it's just not worth the price. And anyone you find for that low of a price, they're either in it for clout, like Santi and this new gang that I think, or they're gonna do a very sloppy job and not care about what they're doing because they're not getting paid for it.
Because I was calling Santi yesterday, and the reason I didn't really get onto him is because, like, all I saw was, like, he was in the background, and I didn't know, like, his role. But, I mean, obviously, you would know his role better than me. So, Santi's the person who facilitates all of these decoys.
Yes, and a lot of times, which this can also get you, as I'm sure you know, in a lot of trouble, is a lot of times Santi, because they'll all be in the same Airbnb, whatever, Santi will be the one also doing a lot of the texting and messaging and saying, oh, you need to reply this. Oh, you need to say this. Oh, do this, do this.
So you think, since she's new, because I haven't never seen her before.
No, yeah.
Do you know who that Gabe dude is? Have you ever seen him before, or is he new?
These guys are both new. And you can also tell by how they're coming across where they're getting a high. They want to scream and yell and chant. This, you know, they're getting, they want a lot of screen time. Like that's why they're doing this. You can tell they're very, very new.
So while Vitaly should get the blame because he platformed this, the real people who are the people that are the cause is the decoy team. Like this isn't really Vitaly's part because Vitaly doesn't train them. It's the decoy team and their incompetency.
Yes, but what I will say is, if I have a nurse taking care of my baby, Jidion, right? If I have a nurse taking care of my baby, my wife's taking me. If I have a nurse taking care of my baby and she goes over to the medicine cabinet and grabs poison instead of medicine for my baby and kills my baby, she is still liable. She is still negligent because she knew that was in the cabinet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You follow me? And so what I'm saying is Vitaly knew this poison was here. Everyone warned him about this. This is why we let them go. Like, I don't think anyone's intention is ever to, you know, ruin an innocent man's reputation. I don't think any of us believe that. But he is still negligent because he keeps giving chance to these people that have shown time and time again that they can't be trusted. You mean? And I want to see him do better, but this is not the way.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, like that changes my perspective on this even more. Like, kind of like seeing, because my whole point of view was Vitaly should have read the chat logs and knew that it wasn't the right guy. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it's clear to see that he didn't read the chat logs before. Would he do that a lot and not read the chat logs before going into prep catches?
So here's the thing, is kind of like I don't think it needs to be Vitaly. Like Vitaly can be just talent. But like with me, with all of my decoys, one, we would always break age immediately, like within the first couple of messages. You know what I mean? And then the decoys would need to bring me the evidence before me. I'm the lead. Before we give out any addresses where we need to see sexually charged conversation, we need to see intent. We need to see not only age break, but we also need to see acknowledgement of that age break over text. And I would go over all that. I'm the trusted person. I would give the okay before we give out any addresses.
But with you not there, they don't do that.
Yeah. And that's because he doesn't have the team or, the resources or money to have those trusted people. And so he's just like, okay, fuck it. I'll do it without those people. You mean?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it has to be me, but we already know that this specific team cannot be trusted and does not do things the right way.
So like your analogy earlier, like if let's say a nurse accidentally poisoned your baby and stuff like that. Okay, it was an accident the first time. But if you hire that nurse again to take care of your second child and it happens again, she's to blame and you're to blame now, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you want to go like that, yeah. I completely agree.
Chat, man, what do you guys think, bro? Oh man, I'm very disappointed. I feel like this, because now this is gonna hurt us, where we're gonna get generalized and be like, oh, we saw what happened with this Vitaly situation. We don't want to take these cases anymore. We just can't.
Especially. And it breaks. Yeah. It genuinely breaks my heart, where there's so much good to be done, but we have such a bad reputation, and it only is getting worse and worse.
Would you work with Vitaly again going into the future?
Right now, I don't know. I think I truthfully would. It's not my favorite job by far. It's very dangerous. Lots of risk. But at my heart, I love catching predators, and I have seen the good that we have done while also putting up with the crazy antics. I would, but it would have to be under the very right circumstances. Like here, when he's telling me, we have no money, we're going to catch people run and gun, we can barely afford security, we can barely afford decoys. It's just a no for me.
No, fair.
But even if Sally's not my favorite person, if I get the chance to even help prosecute one guy like that, that makes it for me.
Feel that, man. Man, you know what? I am going to give Santi a call. Hopefully he's not watching this stream, but I'm going to give him a call. I'm going to see what he has to say. And, because I have a lot more hard pressing, because he was just like, hey, I don't want to get involved in that and stuff. But with this new information, I want to just see what's going, because I noticed Santi does follow the girl. Santi follows the guy. So I'm curious if Santi's the one who put them on to this.
I'm telling you just for a fact, and let me give you the timelines. Like, Vitaly calls me to catch predators. Vitaly calls me to catch predators right after prison, right? Budget doesn't work out. He goes with Santi Rose, which is the other Santi, the curly-haired one. They catch in Miami. Santi Rose says, this is too much. Like, I can't do this. We're not getting paid enough. He leaves. Vitaly goes to Los Angeles, starts working with Santi, White Santi, who also in my phone is Suicide Santi because of that terrible catch that happened. he starts working with Suicide Santi. Suicide Santi assembles a team, and you expect anyone to believe, Jidion, that Suicide Santi has nothing to do with these new pred catchers when that's all he does?
Facts. Do you have those messages from that Unaliven stream? I would love to just look through the chat logs. Like,
no, I mean you and me both. I also sent you, which you can go through. There's not that much in there. There's a few weird things. I sent you the decoy Bible that Santi made a few years ago, where a couple of weird things in there is.
So what is it? So this is Santi's like how to catch.
It's what he gives. Yeah, it's what he gives to his decoys. On this is exactly how you need to catch.
Okay, so this is the decoy Bible. This is what Santi made. This is what he gives to new decoys.
Yeah,
and maybe he might have gave this to the Jocelyn girl who caught or framed Akash. So let's see how to find any app you can talk to strangers. You can find a predator. Talk to them first on app/website and then move conversation over to fake number, then block them on app/website and break age on phone number. This will avoid getting banned. If you get banned, you need to make another account. If you get banned multiple times, you need to use other apps. If you get banned on those apps, you need a new phone. Before you block them, screenshot the profile and all messages. Okay, all of this seems good. The decoy age is always 15 and below. Okay, but whoa, hold up. So when they were exposing or when they set up the cache, the decoy age was 16. So
I don't know.
Would they raise the age whenever they weren't getting that many people to come out? Would you see that?
From my, once again, I cut out the Santis because they weren't showing me information. You know what I mean?
So they wouldn't even show you their chat logs.
No, and in fact, I have on my Google Drive like all of my decoys messages. Suicide Santi, I think his is the only one that's empty.
Would he even give the chat logs to the cops?
From my understanding, he'd give it to security, which W security, I love the security. Battalion security is amazing. He'd give it to the security. They would always turn it over to the police. Would he keep that organized or have every little piece of evidence? I don't really think so. One thing that's interesting in that Bible that I thought was funny, if you scroll, I think it's on the second page.
Okay,
it says something like, if they say no, they can always be convinced.
Let me see. If they ask for a D-pic, say you'll show it in person and you are scared of getting exposed.
This part's weird.
Try to change subject. Don't rely on this, but you can send other predators deep. Whoa!
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yo, you can't do that! You can't do that! No!
This is part of the reason why they were let go.
You can't! You can... Oh my... Chat, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You cannot send them anything sexual. Oh my gosh. And this is what he's telling the decoys to do.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Don't rely on this, but you can send other predators D-pics when they ask.
That's where I'm like, because he would, and I'd seen some where I'm like, Santi, you can't send a dick pic. Whose is this? He's like, I know, but he wouldn't come unless I sent it.
So they would send D-pics to get the guys to come.
Yes.
Chat, that is beyond illegal. Like, chat, no. No. Bro,
and once again,
automatically thrown out. Like, the moment they sent that, it doesn't matter if everything's thrown out. That is illegal. Oh my God. Bro, you should have led with that, bro.
This is just what I know about. There's just so much, dude.
This is just what you know about. And is there anything else weird you saw? Schedule time and place to meet. Meeting at their house isn't an option. People who take the bus and Uber are better options because they can't run away. It's easy. Okay. Offer to buy an Uber for them if needed. We do the same thing.
I think, to be honest with you, I worded it differently. I think one of the weird things for me that I added, I changed a lot when I started my own decoy team of like, hey, how about what is the actual list of like evidence and how to get it? You know what I mean? For turning it over to the police. Like, there's none of that. It's just how to catch for a stream. You know what I'm saying?
Terms the no, top the one effing, bottom the one. Oh my gosh.
Roses reading. Look at let me show you this, dude. Let me show you this. I cut out I sent this to you too. I cut out the names and stuff, but this was like just an example of a quote unquote catch that I think this is like nothing.
So the gray's the predator and the blue's the decoy, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pred said, hey, decoy, hey. Oh shit, I think it's out of order. I don't know what the hell I cut off, but with the other guy, what's the address again? How far are you? 20. Oh crap, did I cut it? Okay, sorry. I cut out some of this.
No, you're good, man.
Let me find it. Let me find the actual
SSB
thing.
man. Vitaly damaged the community with his actions, further wrecked his rep after all the harassment in other countries. Bro's grown, content brained. Everybody got a pass, but grow up and be a better you. No facts.
Chat, no, for sure. And I want him to be better. And you know, Vitaly says he wants to be better, but I think just getting priorities aligned. You know.
I am so disappointed. Like,
1 second. Let's see. Okay. And Jidion, I sent this to you. I just don't want to leak this person's phone number. I sent it to your. I believe I sent it to your email. I sent these screenshots to your email of this.
What
chat.
time?
Dude, last night.
Okay, was it hold up. I think, let me see. Was it the doc? Is what you want to show me in the doc or no?
No. Let me just, I have it here. Where basically they said, hey, the decoy says, Kevy here. This guy, the potential Pred says, Elio. Decoy says, nice. Pred says, sorry, I'm driving. Decoy says, how old? I love your hair. Pred says, 23. How about you? Decoy says, 14. I love your hair. You know, sounds good. Starting off good, right?
Yeah.
Pred says, you don't look 14. OMG. Decoy says, LOL, it's okay. What you into? You like kissing? Pred says, you might be too young for me. Sorry. Decoy, it's okay, bro. Pred says, I do though. How about you? What you doing? Want to hang out? Hey, just saw the message. You want me to come? Decoy, yeah, let's hang. They send the address. That's all the evidence they have.
Yeah, like,
because
chat,
this guy didn't say, like, all he said was
he's probably a predator. Don't get me wrong, chat. Like,
yeah, no, 100%.
But that is not enough at all. Like,
exactly.
That is you. That's them rushing it. You know, nothing sexual was said. That happens all the time, but it's fine though because we just be patient because eventually they're gonna break.
They're gonna slip up. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. And Jidion, I wanna tell you that it's sad where the reputation that we've gotten has led to a lot of dangerous people that keeps me up at night, slipping through the cracks. And one guy in particular that I want to tell you about, it's just on my heart. We caught this guy, lots of evidence. He wanted to make this girl his wife. He said she was 15. He wanted to marry her, take her away from her parents. Let's live together. If you know, as long as you've hit puberty, you're a woman. You're great for me, right? It gets worse. It gets worse. That's not bad, right?
Yeah.
He gets to the house. We're talking to him. He gives me permission to look through his phone. I'm looking through his phone. I see a woman in a cage. I see a woman in a cage, and I say, "Who's this woman in the cage?" And the predator says, "Which one?"
Wow.
And I immediately step outside. I call the police. And I'm on the phone, and I'm trying to explain, like, hey, can we just send an officer out here? Like, this woman said he has multiple women in cages at his address. And as soon as they hear, like, Vitali and pred catching and whatever, they say, we want nothing to do with it. And I had the guy sitting there for maybe 2 hours, constantly trying to call and get the police to come. I got his license plate. We gave all the evidence over to the police, and nothing happened. And shit like that just keeps me up at night, where because of this reputation that's being created, there's so many sick people just getting slipped through the cracks. And I believe the intentions are there, but the priority is so much content that we're letting so many weirdos just slip through the crack. And I just wanted to share that.
Did they just do a humiliation ritual to that dude who came over?
No, that one, no. We just tried to sit there. We were trying to play it good, like by the book, so we could actually get this guy. But it's kind of like the Vitali reputation in Los Angeles. The sheriff that I talked to, like, she was more concerned about, just not supporting us or, these individuals more than just coming out and checking out what's going on.
No, man, I know 1,000% where you're coming from, and I know how that hurts, especially like when we get monsters and, they just hear predator catcher and they think the worst instead of it being done by the books and something that can actually be prosecuted. So, man, genuinely, bro, when I say this, like, even though a lot of fuckery happened, like, I will give Vitali his flowers. I will give the whole team their flowers. And I know you guys have your guys' best intentions, and I know you guys did your best. And that's the thing with Vitali, man, because, I seen clips where they catch somebody and they were like, oh, you got embarrassed enough. We don't need to call the cops. And it's like...
No, yeah, it's ridiculous.
How often would he, when you worked with him, just not even call the cops and be like, don't worry about it, just let them go?
It was what it came to, and I'm not joking with you. At first, we were just calling the cops. And Vitali, I don't want to put any words in anyone's mouth because I can't remember if it was Vitali or his previous manager. They said, we need to stop calling the cops because it's wasting too much stream time and we're not getting enough predators.
I can believe that.
And so I would do what I can of making sure we have all the evidence, and whether we're getting them there that night or me and security are in the at the police department the next day, we'd make sure all evidence we get turned over, do as much diligence as we can, but it's a constant battle of also fighting in between. It's a show first. So, Yeah.
My man, bro. I mean, one thing I hope is after all this, I hope that Vitaly reevaluates everything, and I think if he wants to be beneficial to this community, you know, genuinely, there's a lot of great people in this community doing great work. I think he would just kind of take a step back because, you know, we get grouped in, and the thing that sucks is like I've had huge streams catching preds doing it the right way, so you can't say you got to do it this way to get the most views because I'm the biggest in the community and I get the most views, and I'm doing it the right way. So there's no excuse why Vitaly can't do it that way either. You know, I don't know if it's just the kick community or what.
I think what it is. One, I'll say since he's gotten out of prison, I don't know if you've been seeing the streams. It seems like they've toned down a lot. There are cop calls every catch from what I can see, but I think it's that he doesn't know where to go for help. He doesn't know anyone to go to but Santi. He knows he doesn't have any budget. You know what I mean?
And then Santi sucks.
Yeah, exactly. So that's all it is. Yeah.
Well, bro, listen, man. I do appreciate you telling us your side of the story. I appreciate you for while the time you were there, you know, advocating for it to be done the right way. You know, obviously, I know the budget isn't there for him to have you again, but if he does get back into this, man, I hope he either gets you or somebody like you, if he's gonna continue doing this, to keep.
Because we can do it, and I know, to me, Vitaly in his heart, like he wants to see these guys put away. He wants to do it, but I think there's a constant battle of clip farming, and we got to do this, that, and the third, and then justice is kind of like secondary. You know what I mean? And that's why, like I said, I think that's why they moved. You know, I'm trying not to just be shit talking. I think that's why they moved to Orange County as well, because they're a lot more friendly with. I know you said a better experience, but at least for Vitaly, a lot more friendly with actually taking them seriously.
They are, yeah. Orange County is amazing. Take a while to get out there, but they're good.
Yep. Well, that's everyone, dude. We've had a held. I had one predator we held for 3 hours waiting for the cops to come. I had a suitcase full of every drug you can think of. But anyway, all right.
Man, I appreciate you so much for giving me your time, man. You know, genuinely, I know me and Chad appreciate this. And, you know, I know you saw what happened on Vitaly's other stream, and you were like, man, this got to be spoken out, man. So I respect the hell out of that. Thank you so much. Talk. Yeah, the floor is yours.
No, I was just saying, just action steps. What I want to see happen is if Vitaly is going to continue this, like I know he wants to, it just needs to be done the right way with the right people, and we have to hold him accountable of this is not okay to catch like this. That's it.
Man, my brother, man, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time, man. God bless. Have a great rest of your day, man. And until next time.
Peace out, bye.
Peace. Chat. This is crazy. The fact that this is even an option. Don't rely on this, but you can send other predators D-pics when they ask. Because you're basically sending these dudes fake CP. Wow.
And so it was that we came back to our meeting at Neverland with 12-year-old Gavin.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he shares your bedroom.
Yes.
Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
Jackson had even installed an alarm system that would alert him when anyone approached the bedroom.
Okay, but now the question arises, why are you as a parent letting your son sleep in the room with Michael Jackson? Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to another video, and today we are going to be reacting to Michael Jackson, innocent or guilty? Now, we all know about the new Michael Jackson movie that just dropped and everything, so, you know, obviously, anytime Michael Jackson's brought up, you know, you're going to be talking about him being the king of pop, and you're also going to be talking about what happened on Neverland Ranch, you feel me? And I'm gonna be honest with you guys, man. I am a big Michael Jackson fan. I've been a fan of him since I was a little kid. I can tell you guys, I remember exactly where I was and what I was doing when he died. That's how impactful he was on my life, and I was just a jit. But the allegations and everything are something that you cannot ignore, especially with me doing what I do. It doesn't matter how famous you are, it has to be exposed. If you are hurting kids, it doesn't matter how talented you are, you need to suffer. But also, we have to look at it as well. We have to see, does the evidence support Michael Jackson being a P3O? We're gonna watch this video here by Elephants in the Room. So without any further ado, make sure you guys hit that like button on this video. Don't get mad at me, y'all. Don't get mad at me. We're just gonna be watching it, okay? So yeah, let's see what it has to say.
Was Michael Jackson guilty of crimes against children? For a long time, it was the biggest story in America. Multiple investigations, lawsuits, a massive criminal trial, millions in payouts, and documentary after documentary. And as I watched a few, it was clear that every single one of them had an agenda to either paint him as innocent or guilty. Not one tried to ask and answer the question in a fair way and present evidence in a fair way.
You know what? I agree with that, man. I'll see people point out all the time, hey, the FBI never found anything about Michael Jackson, or the families were trying to get money from him. I've seen people even say, oh, the reason why he had children over at his ranch and stuff like that is because he was trying to protect them from the Illuminati, from being sacrificed and things like that. You know what I mean? And then on the other end, you know, the people who say he's guilty, they ignore the fact that certain evidence doesn't match up, that certain testimony doesn't match up to what the children said happened, and different things like that. And everybody has a bias towards this. But I mean, who wouldn't? And I know, like, you're probably like, what? Bro, this is the second most famous man to ever live in human history besides Jesus. You feel me? You could go to Zimbabwe and a freaking tribe that's never had internet, and one of the dudes there is gonna be able to hit the moonwalk. You feel me? That's how famous Michael Jackson is. It's either you're gonna think he's guilty or you're gonna think he's innocent. You know, if you don't like him, you're gonna say he's guilty. If you do like him, you're gonna say he's innocent. I tried watching videos, I've tried watching people break down, but I've always seen bias. You feel me? I've always seen bias in this. And when it's a situation about if kids were harmed or not harmed, there cannot be any bias in that. It has to be, did this happen or did this not happen?
Was Michael Jackson a pedophile? Today we'll start with a look at Michael himself. There are parts of his fame and persona that give us important context. Then we'll look at the civil case and accusations in the early 1990s, the criminal case a decade later, and finally the post-death claims that arose nearly a decade later. But first, let me go through a bit of the biases I brought into this video and how surprisingly difficult it was to put together. I was curious about where you all stood on this, so I put up a poll in the YouTube post tab, and 13,000 of you voted. For those of you with an opinion on his guilt, 56% thought he was guilty, and 44% thought he was innocent. And most people were undecided, with exactly half of you saying, I really have no idea. That's pretty much where my head was when I started digging into this. I'd obviously been aware of the case for decades, and with a gun to my head, I would have said that he was probably guilty, but with a massive, I don't know, asterisk. And the fascinating thing about this case, how ridiculously complex it was to research. It's the only topic I've tackled where I actually changed my mind several times while putting it together. I mean, you'd think it'd be straightforward. There was a public trial, transcripts, but part of the issue is there's almost too much information. This video could have run for hours. But the biggest problem is that virtually every person involved had a motivation to lie. Jackson, to protect his reputation and stay out of prison. Families looking at multi-million-dollar payouts. Lawyers, investigators, and a media obsessed with the controversy at all costs. Even after it was over, we still get contradictory interviews, changed stories, books, websites. Everyone's presenting a different reality. And even the true facts of the case can lead reasonable people to opposite conclusions. But there are two things everyone agrees on. One, he was massively successful. And two, he was weird as hell. So
okay, yeah. Yo, man, I said in the beginning, I'm a Michael Jackson fan. I will be very real. You should not be having kids that are not related to you in your bed. But then even then, when you say about the bed, people will be like, well, do you not know that his bed was freaking the size of Texas? Like, you know what I mean? And it's like, it's literally one of the hardest things to have a discussion with anybody about, because there's gonna be something anybody can refute. There's always gonna be like something to dispute about whatever you say. But I mean, bro is weird, man. Like, I mean, you know, he was weird.
For those of you who are a bit younger, Michael Jackson wasn't just famous. He was literally a global phenomenon who transcended music, race, culture. He was a star when he was 6 years old, outshining his big brothers in the Jackson 5. In the 80s, 90s, and beyond, he was, no exaggeration, the biggest entertainer on the planet, and no one else was close. Thriller is still the best-selling album of all time, with 122 million copies worldwide. His dancing style was...
Wait, hold up, chat. 122 million. $9.99 an album, $1.2 billion off of one album. That's not talking about licensing. Someone in chat said it perfectly. You also gotta talk about inflation. So it could be upwards of $2 or $3 billion. When you're talking in the billions, it's sad to say, but it's like you can't even take an allegation about a child. You have to almost look at it from the other side. You know what I mean? Because like any guy we catch, you know, we're not catching no millionaires or billionaires or nothing like that. So we catch a guy and we're like, yo, that guy was trying to meet up with a minor. Everybody's like, oh yeah, definitely. But now let's say Michael Jackson was around and hypothetically, I was like, yo, we caught Michael Jackson trying to talk to one of our decoys. The first thing everybody's gonna say is, out of all people, Michael Jackson, the Michael Jackson who could have literally any woman in the world, and you're gonna sit up here and tell us that he was going after kids? Like that's the first thing anybody's gonna say. And I'm gonna be real, that's a valid response. But you should always, I say, look at it from the child's perspective first. You feel me? That's just my personal belief. That's my personal bias because of what I do and everything. Because I see too many times where people look at the guy's side, the adult, either the man or the woman's side first, and not the child's side.
When he would appear in public, at an event, or even just shopping, pandemonium would often break out. He was huge. And, as I mentioned, he was also bizarre. Jackson's eccentricities went far beyond typical celebrity quirks. He was next-level strange. Take his appearance. Jackson underwent multiple plastic surgeries that transformed his face into something almost unrecognizable from his childhood. He bleached his skin, did weird things with his nose, and transformed his look into a different person. In public, he'd wear surgical masks or disguises that made him look more like a patient than a performer. His clothes were always quirky. Military-style jackets covered in medals, his signature sequin glove. And then there were his animals. Bubbles the chimpanzee, who he treated like a close friend. The chimp traveled with Jackson, attending formal tea parties, and ate meals dressed as a human. I mean, Bubbles had his own bedroom at Neverland, and they say he could even use the toilet and eat with utensils. A recording session with Queen's Freddie Mercury even blew apart when Jackson insisted on bringing his pet llama Louie into the studio. Jackson appeared to have it all, but he spoke publicly about the physical and emotional abuse from his father. He also discussed his own loneliness and isolation, even filling his bedroom with life-size mannequins, talking to them like surrogate friends.
But bro, man, you know, I hear all that, man, but it's like, how can you be normal when you were famous from the age of 5 years old? I think if anybody in Earth, well, let me rephrase that, you know, I'm not gonna say you're gonna be sleeping in beds with kids and stuff like that, but anybody on the planet Earth, if you just randomly had got Michael Jackson's fame from the age of 5 years old, you are not gonna turn into a normal person. There is no way around that. It is quite literally impossible for you to turn out to be a normal person. Like, you know, at least Justin Bieber, he got to be like 13 when he started popping off and stuff like that. Or like, bro, he was over here doing freaking military style rehearsals with his dad. If you mess up, you get beat. Not only that, but had to deal with the jealousy of his brothers, you know, imagine, you know, you're the youngest brother and you're the most talented brother. So not only do you have to deal with abuse from your father, but you also have to maybe deal with abuse from your older brothers, them maybe voicing their jealousy of you and stuff like that. You know, it's a lot of things. I saw this one thing, Lionel Richie, he was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he was talking about how they told Michael that there was girls. Like, this was when he was still in the Jackson 5. I think he was like in his like teens, right? They told Michael that there was girls outside the hallway. And so Lionel had came to the to his room and knocked on the door, and Michael like barely opened it. He was like, hurry up in. And so he comes in and he's like, Michael, why are you still inside your hotel room? And he's like, because there's girls outside. And you know what Lionel Richie said? He said that nobody in the hotel knew that they were there. The management just said that to keep Michael inside. So even from an early age, people around him manipulating and quote unquote protecting him. He was that afraid because it would get that crazy that he had to freaking hide inside his room and stuff like that. You know, it's definitely a crazy situation. You feel me? And this is one of those things where you can't just look at it as a normal person because this is abnormal situations. You feel me? Like, bro, chat, man, even Jesus wasn't this famous when he was alive. You feel me? Like, that happened after the fact. Like, this is actually crazy.
But you can see a pattern of somebody needing connection in his life with people who just didn't see him only as a famous person. And deep relationships with adults seem practically non-existent, especially romantic ones. Despite being one of the most famous men on the planet, he had no serious adult romantic partnership that anyone could ever point to. And his brief marriages, well, they raised more questions than they answered. His first marriage to Lisa Marie Presley lasted less than 2 years and was widely viewed as a publicity stunt. She said their relationship was mostly phone-based. His second marriage to Debbie Rowe, his dermatologist nurse, was even stranger. Rowe essentially served as a surrogate mother for his children. She never lived with him, and she gave him full custody of the kids who were raised by his Neverland staff. In court testimony, staff members said they'd never seen him spend the night with an adult in his bedroom. Which brings us to that bedroom in Neverland. A 27...
Just to tell you guys, I heard one story. This was like from Michael Jackson. He said like the first time he had like a sexual like encounter, he said that the girl like pushed him on the bed as she was getting ready. He said that he got so shy that he just like covered his eyes. Like, bro said, oh, and like just covered his eyes. And the girl was like, yeah, nah, I don't want to do it anymore. And that, bro, that's from Michael Jackson. Like, it wasn't like from somebody else. He literally said that.
He built it as a childlike playground with carnival rides, a railroad, a zoo, even a working fire station. It was his home, and it was also a magnet for young boys. Jackson publicly embraced the Peter Pan fantasy, saying he was the boy who never grew up. He surrounded himself with children, almost exclusively boys, between the ages of 7 and 14. He wrote handwritten notes to them, gave them pet names, and he showered them with gifts and attention. Now, was that generosity, or was it grooming? Because the world would soon learn about Neverland, starting with the sleepovers. Jackson regularly had the boys sleep the night at Neverland in his bedroom, sometimes even sharing his bed. Now, he claimed it was all innocent, just sleeping together like a big slumber party, but it was a big step beyond, having a merry-go-round in his front yard. People saw that he was childlike, but that didn't necessarily mean that he was asexual.
Okay, all I'm gonna say is this, chat. If it comes out any celebrity today is letting little boys or little girls sleep in his bedroom, what is the first thing you're gonna say? Be completely honest. Be completely honest, man. Like, bro, I'm an MJ fan. Exactly. That just shows how not only, like, bro, I think it goes beyond famous, bro. It shows, like, it could be a known fact that you had boys sleep in your bed, and that automatically doesn't make people think, oh, you're a pedo. The point that I'm getting at is, what you have to realize is, if you have boys sleeping in your bed that aren't your family, and that's a known fact, and people are like, we need more evidence, you gotta realize that this is a situation where it's not your average situation. Notre Dame with the 50. Jidion, please get a new video because this dude is outright getting info wrong. What is this guy getting wrong about this video so far? People are saying L video. Let's watch this one and let's see. Because what I was gonna do next is there's this guy. He is a quote unquote Michael Jackson historian. I want to question him. But let's continue.
Jackson had even installed an alarm system that would alert him when anyone approached the bedroom. Now, wherever you come down on the criminal allegations, to the average person, his lifestyle was beyond weird, it was troubling. A 35-year-old megastar writing gushy notes to fifth graders, sleeping with them for weeks at a time in a bedroom with an early warning system. In the shadow of that behavior, The allegations that would follow really don't seem all that surprising. And it all started when Jackson's car broke down on Wilshire Boulevard in Los Angeles. In May of 1992, Michael Jackson needed a car, and the owner of the rental shop offered him a deal. He'd give him a car for free if Michael would just call his stepson, who was a big fan. Jackson said yes, and got the phone number of a 12-year-old boy, Jordan Chandler. They became phone friends. Again, bizarre. And Michael soon invited Jordy and his mom and sister to Neverland Ranch. By early 1993, they were staying there regularly, as well as traveling the world together. Vegas, Paris, Morocco, all first class. According to the Chandlers, Michael and Jordy would often sleep in the same room together during these trips. And even at the Chandlers' home, with the mom always...
Okay, but now the question arises, why are you as a parent, and you're going on these trips, letting your son sleep in the room with Michael Jackson?
One person who wasn't present, though, was Evan Chandler, Jordy's father, who didn't have much of a presence in Jordy's life. He was a Beverly Hills dentist with screenwriting ambitions and a bad relationship with his ex-wife. He didn't go to the police, though. He went to lawyers. He floated ideas like filing for full custody or getting a restraining order against Jackson. But soon, it became about money, and he was playing hardball.
This man is going to be humiliated beyond belief. He will not believe it. He will not believe what's going to happen to him. Beyond his worst nightmares. Sell one more record.
Later in the transcript of that recording, one that I'm reasonably sure is accurate, when Chandler is asked if he thinks Jackson is having sex with his son, Chandler responds, quote, "I don't know. I have no idea." Pressed on that, he gives vague statements like,
"What the? Okay, when a father, you weren't in your child's life before, but now that you're hearing Michael Jackson is involved, you're going, instead of going to police, you're going to lawyers and all of this stuff." And I think I heard something about, like, tell me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think I heard something like he went to Michael Jackson and told him, if you don't, like, he wanted to be like a producer on a movie or something like that, or he had a movie that he wanted Michael Jackson to produce, and he said if you don't produce this, that he was gonna put out there, oh, you know, you're doing things to my son. I swear I heard about that, or that he would sue. Just focusing on this quote right here, you said, "I don't know, I have no idea." To me, that sounds like a dad that don't even care about his son. Like, he might as well say, "I don't know, I have no idea, I don't care."
I know Michael's bad for him. And he said his lawyers told him to be quiet about specifics. Much of the discussion on that tape is about how Chandler can get back at his ex-wife, Jordy's mom. Then, Evan Chandler said a month after that tape recording, his son told him the truth. But he did it under sedation. Chandler, again a dentist, claims he extracted a tooth from Jordy, and under serious anesthesia, Jordy admitted that Jackson had molested him. And not for nothing, scientists say that drug can actually contribute to creating false memories. In any event,
why would you ask your son if Michael Jackson touched him while he's under sedatives? And not only that, why a month later?
Father now demanded $20 million from Jackson to keep quiet. Jackson's attorneys reportedly counted up to $1 million, but there was no deal. So Chandler then arranged for his son to meet with a psychiatrist. And during that session, Jordy described in detail what he said had happened. Kissing, masturbation, oral sex. California law requires accusations like that to be reported to the police. And the next day, the Los Angeles Police Department opened a criminal investigation. On August 24th, the charges went worldwide and the press coverage was massive. Police interviewed Jordy and they searched multiple Jackson properties. They interviewed dozens of kids as well, some of whom said they had slept in bed with Jackson, but that nothing sexual had ever happened. The next month, the Chandlers filed their $30 million lawsuit.
Oh, so they went from 20 to 30. Man, all I'm gonna say is, if you guys are ever going through a case with somebody influential or anybody in general, go criminal first. Do not go criminal first every time, man. Because I'm gonna be real, man. If I'm seeing people go civil first before criminal, it automatically just like turns me off of it, man. You feel me? Like, bro, don't give people ammunition to go against what happened to you. So always go criminal first. Then after the criminal side, you know, do what you need to do, and you could do civil. Go criminal first.
Other accusations, there really weren't many reasons to believe that Jackson was guilty. Although the whole "my kid started talking under anesthesia" angle wasn't known until later. But two people would quickly change a lot of minds. And the first one was Jackson's own sister, LaToya.
I must tell you that this is very difficult for me, that Michael is my brother. I love him a great deal, but I cannot and I will not be a silent collaborator of his crimes against small, innocent children. Now, you stop and you think for 1 second, and you tell me what 35-year-old man is going to take a little boy and stay with him for 30 days?
Some context on this, though. In other interviews shortly before that one, LaToya said that she stood by Michael 1,000%, and that there was nothing unusual about his relationships with the children. She also said that she had proof of his behavior and offered to sell it to tabloids for $500,000. But that fell through when she didn't come up with any proof. Years later, LaToya said she made it up because her physically abusive husband forced her to. So, you decide.
Oh, man, bro. It's like... oh, my God. That's crazy.
The other person who increased belief in Jackson's guilt was Jason Francia, a 13-year-old son of Michael Jackson's former maid. Police had already interviewed Jason, who, like the other boys, said nothing had happened. But in a later interview, he changed his story, saying Jackson had tickled him and touched his genitals multiple times, sometimes for up to a few minutes, and stuffed $100 bills in his pants. He would repeat that allegation under oath 12 years later, where some inconsistencies in his story would come out, though. The next month, police strip-searched Jackson and photographed his genitals because Jordy Chandler had described spots on Jackson's penis. Now, to this day, people argue over whether that description was accurate or not, and to be honest, I just don't know enough to where to come down on that one. The month after that, Jackson bought his way out. He paid $22 million to the Chandlers and an additional $2 million to Jason Francia and his mother.
Okay, so I heard that he paid them out, but I also heard that the reason why he paid them out wasn't because he wanted to, but was because his label or the tour people the insurance company forced him to, because he was about to be on tour. Yeah, he was about to go on tour. And I heard that he wanted to fight it. He should have fought it, man. It's like, you can't get forced into paying $22 million. You know what I mean? Now, that $22 million he had to pay, he definitely made that money back. Alexa, how much was $22 million in 1994 today?
$22 million in 1994 is equivalent to about $41.5 million today.
F the tour, F the fans. Some shit comes out like that, I gotta fight it, bro. I'm not settling that shit. Especially with the evidence that the Chandlers were pulling up and stuff like that. F that. Oh yeah, we taking it to court.
Was that because Jackson was really guilty, or that he wanted to avoid a trial? When I worked in corporate America, I saw payouts for bad behavior, and I've seen big payouts just to avoid bad PR. And similarly, I've seen true victims, and I've seen people lie their rear ends off to get rich quick. So it's just hard to know. The criminal case against Jackson hadn't really progressed, though. 2 grand juries had been convened, one in Los Angeles and the other in Santa Barbara, where Neverland Ranch is located. They looked at the evidence and decided that at that time, they didn't have enough proof to bring an indictment.
So yeah, that's what a grand jury means. You just get a bunch of people, kind of like jury duty, but like you get a bunch of people to be like, hey, is there enough evidence to take this to trial, saying like, hey, a crime might have happened. So whatever prosecutors were bringing, but then it goes to show again, man, like these prosecutors are like, bro, prosecutors are some sleaze bags too, man. You know, I'll never forget what they did to Riona Ryder. If you guys don't know who she is, she's the girl from Edward Scissorhands and Stranger Things, Will Byers' mom. They were trying to give her like 5 years for freaking stealing from a store, right? Winona Ryder, my bad. Like, these prosecutors, when they see like a famous person, they want to make a name for themselves. They want to like get big off of that, you feel me? And so, bro, like, imagine you're the prosecutor who got Michael Jackson convicted. Like, hell yeah, you're gonna like try to push to get that shit going. So it's like, I swear, bro, it's one of these things where it's like, I see both sides of this shit. But at the end of the day, they didn't find no evidence.
Technically then, the case was still open. But a few months later, Jordy told prosecutors he wouldn't testify in court. So after 19 months of digging, the DAs in both counties had no case. In the years that followed, the Chandler family fractured even further. Jordy legally emancipated himself from both parents. By the time his mom testified in Jackson's 2005 trial, she said she hadn't spoken to Jordy in more than a decade. Jordy later accused his dad of trying to smash him with a doorbell, and his dad, Evan, closed his dental practice after his payout, and a few months after Jackson died, shot himself to death in his New Jersey home.
Whoa.
Payout.
Police say father of Michael Jackson accuser has... Wow. So the guy who sued Michael Jackson and got $40 million just himself. I mean, bro, man, it sounds like the guilt got to him, man. I guess it's easy to ignore that guilt when you have $22 million, you know?
And a few months after Jackson died, shot himself to death in his New Jersey home. So that's no good. Hey, on a totally unrelated note, some of you have wondered why my thumbnails and headlines sometimes change a few times after I publish these videos. I do A/B testing on every video. Interesting. If you're a content creator, I have some information in the description box below because there's some things you just have to do to be successful here. Okay, so Michael Jackson was free of legal problems, but it certainly damaged his reputation. He lost Pepsi as a huge sponsor, and while he was still a big star, his spotlight had dimmed. He still debuted #1 albums and could still fill stadiums, but he wasn't impacting the culture like he had been, and he wanted his reputation back. Enter Martin Bashir, a British journalist who'd made his name with big celebrity interviews. Bashir pitched Living with Michael Jackson, an intimate look at the real Michael Jackson that would rehabilitate his image and show the world who he really was behind the tabloid headlines. Jackson agreed and gave Bashir unprecedented access over 8 months. Big mistake. The final documentary showed Jackson as an eccentric, isolated, and deeply, some would say bizarrely, childlike person. It focused heavily on his bond with 13-year-old cancer survivor Gavin Arvizo.
And so it was that we came back to our meeting at Neverland with 12-year-old Gavin. I'd found this easily the most disturbing moment of the past 8 months.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he shares your bedroom.
Yes.
Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
But is it really appropriate for a 44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not related to him at all?
That's a beautiful thing.
That's not a worrying thing?
Why should it be worrying? Who's the criminal? Who's Jack the Ripper in the room? This is a guy trying to help heal a child. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star. So him and Star took the bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No. But I have slept in the bed with many children. I sleep in the bed with all of them. When Macaulay Culkin were little, Kieran Culkin would sleep on this side, Macaulay Culkin's on this side, his sister's in there. We're all just jamming the bed.
He looked like a man who couldn't understand appropriate boundaries with children. After a decade since the last album,
Well, the thing is with that whole thing is that, you know, they go, oh, you slept in the same bedroom as him. It's like, I don't think you understand. Michael Jackson's bedroom is 2 stories. And it has like 3 bathrooms and this and that. So when I slept in his bedroom, yeah, but you have to understand the whole scenario. And the thing is with Michael is that he's not very good at explaining himself. I mean, he never really has been, because he's not a very social person. I mean, you're talking about someone who's been sheltered and sheltering himself also for the last like 30 years, or, you know, and so he's not very good at communicating to people and not very good at conveying what he's actually trying to say to you. And so when he says something like that, you know, people, you know, he doesn't quite understand why people react the way that they do.
I look at it as like, bro, it's just a really weird situation, but like the Mr. McCulkin or freaking Kevin, I'm gonna just call him Kevin. Like, you know, he's like a kid, like, I don't know, is there a lot of kids that come out for Michael Jackson's defense saying like nothing ever happened to me? Because the only kid I know of that comes out and says like nothing ever happened to them is just the guy who played Kevin in Home Alone. Yes, there is. Yeah. I feel like what he says goes a long way, man. Like, a bedroom being 2 stories? That's crazy. But like, bro, I look at it like this, man. It's like when he, like, bro, like, I'm just thinking like my interview, right? Like when I'm interviewing a pred, I look at facial structure. Like, when you say something in their face, how does it move? And listen to what the interviewer says and look at Michael Jackson's face.
I'd found this easily the most disturbing moment of the past 8 months.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he shares your bedroom.
Yes.
It's like there's no fidgeting, there's no like, man, like, you know, it's just like. But then again, like, bro, Chad, can we agree that this is like just a weird situation? It's like, bro, there's a counter for everything.
Bag on the floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star, so him and Star took the bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No. But I have slept in the bed with many children. I sleep in the bed with all of them. When Macaulay Culkin were little, Kieran Culkin would sleep on this side, Macaulay Culkin's on this side, his sister's in there. We're all just jamming the bed.
He looked like a man who couldn't understand appropriate boundaries with children. After a decade since the last allegations, people were asking serious questions again. And some of those people worked for the county where Neverland was located, the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department, child welfare officials, and the same district attorney who had dropped the charges when Jordy Chandler wouldn't testify. Hey, now's a good time to remind you, if I made a significant error anywhere, let me know in the comments and I'll pin a correction below. I also have all my sourcing down in the description box. Okay, so police quickly interviewed Gavin Arvizo, who said nothing inappropriate happened. But the investigations continued. Then, over the next few months, Michael's relationship with the Arvizo family changed. According to testimony from ranch employees, the Arvizo family became a problem. The kids became unruly, damaging property, and were eventually asked to leave Neverland. And then their stories changed. Within months, the family had gone from uniformly praising him to saying Jackson started molesting Gavin shortly after the documentary. Deputies then raided Neverland Ranch with over 70 officers. They grabbed computers, photographs, and books. They never found any child pornography, which has been wrongly reported, but they did find some, like, kind of standard pornography magazines, some of which had the kids' fingerprints on them. In any event, they arrested Jackson and filed 10, some of which had the kids' fingerprints on them. In any event, they...
Oh my gosh. Is that real? He was only 120 pounds? 5'11", 100 oh my gosh.
Standard pornography magazines, some of which had the kids' fingerprints on them. In any event, they arrested Jackson and filed 10 felony charges against him, ranging from lewd acts with a child to abduction and extortion.
I didn't know he got arrested.
The trial was a circus. Hundreds of fans and media outlets outside the courthouse, wall-to-wall television coverage, Jackson impersonators, helicopters hovering, testimony from Jay Leno and Macaulay Culkin, who said Jackson never did anything inappropriate in front of him. Gavin Arvizo and his brother Star testified that Jackson showed them porn, gave them wine he called Jesus juice, speaking graphically and acting lewdly. There were 140 witnesses, mostly for the defense. Now, there were some staff members who corroborated somewhat creepy Jackson behavior, but no independent witness directly corroborated the Arvizo family's allegations. Instead, the defense did a good job of portraying the Arvizo family as essentially grifters. The mom had already pulled off a successful and fake lawsuit against JCPenney, a department store. She claimed that mall security guards beat her and groped her. She won $152,000, but later admitted under oath that her injuries had come from her husband instead. She also admitted coaching her children to lie on the stand in that case, and would later be convicted for welfare fraud and perjury related to it. The defense proved that the family had lied about their finances to get charity. And while the Arvizo family claimed that Jackson's people held them captive at Neverland, they were seen unescorted at restaurants and on shopping sprees during that time. Multiple timelines didn't add up, and the Arvizo kids gave differing stories about key events. And to believe their stories, you had to accept that Jackson hadn't touched Gavin in the 3 years before the Bashir documentary, but started abusing him about a month later.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. It's like, so he has all this access to this kid beforehand, doesn't do that, but then, you know, after this documentary comes out, he's like, I want to touch this little boy now.
Right in the midst of multiple government investigations. The jury didn't buy it. On June 14th, they found Jackson not guilty on every count. He never lived at Neverland again, saying that the 2003 raid had stripped it of its home status. He spent most of the next 4 years in Bahrain and Ireland, then returned to Los Angeles. Almost exactly 4 years after being acquitted, Jackson died of cardiac arrest at age 50, with a cocktail of prescription drugs in the system, including propofol, a powerful surgical anesthetic that his personal doctor had given him for sleep. That doctor was on site.
Everybody in the chat's like, Jidion, let him rest. Jidion, let him rest. Bro, okay, so I'm the problem, okay? You know what? Chat, I want you guys to go to the director of the new Michael movie. I want you guys to go to anybody that's still using his thing. You know, I gotta let him rest, right? I'm just reacting to this. But you know, hey, everybody that's eating off of him, all that. Okay, you know what? We need to go down the food chain. You know, there's a lot of things that people need to go at, but let him rest. Let him rest. Let him, bro. What do you mean he's resting? He is quite literally resting. He has passed away. Fucking talking about, let him rest, bro. Did you let him rest when you went to go see the new Michael movie? Did you? Did you? No, I'm asking you. People that are saying let him rest. Did you let him rest when you go see the new Michael movie? Exactly.
And later served 2 years in prison for malpractice. Then, even in death, Jackson got no peace. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the post-death accusations against Michael Jackson, because while they're easily the most horrific, they're also the very hardest to judge. In 2019, the HBO documentary Leaving Neverland reignited the whole thing. It featured 4 hours of two men, Wade Robson and James Safechuck, detailing graphic sexual abuse. The film was well made, super emotional, and it convinced a whole lot of people that Jackson molested these men. It got a standing ovation at the Sundance Festival, and critics loved it. It aired during the height of the Me Too movement, when believe all survivors was the prevailing attitude. Anyone who questioned the accusers were labeled Jackson fanboys. Oprah gave them a full hour of softball questions and emotional support. But over my life, I've learned that documentaries are the easiest way to manipulate people. You essentially own a person's brain for hours, controlling what they see and hear, and if you do it right, their emotions. Leaving Neverland did just that. And whether it was true or false, it was completely one-sided. I mean, no one questioned their claims or presented any contradictory evidence. No one cross-examined their stories at all. Wade Robson had been one of Jackson's most loyal defenders for over 2 decades. As a 22-year-old man, he testified under oath at Jackson's criminal trial, swearing that Jackson had never touched him inappropriately. Then life changed. Robson was struggling financially and professionally, and at age 30, he filed a lawsuit against the Jackson estate, saying that he had been molested for years and that the business entities should have protected him from Jackson, because you can't sue individuals after they're dead.
Bro, man, this is so, nah, man. You went under oath saying, hey, he never did anything to me. Had Michael Jackson really harmed a kid, right? We will never really know because of all these people where it's blatant that they're just going after him for his money. You know what I mean? I think that's the real travesty here, is that with so much greed in all of this, we will never really know, hey, did a child actually get hurt when you have these blatant people trying to just get a bag? L take? I mean, how's that an L take?
Entities should have protected him from Jackson, because you can't sue individuals after they're dead. Safechuck's story followed a similar pattern. He also defended Jackson for years, even after the singer's death, and after Robson's case started getting media attention, filed a lawsuit of his own. Even without a cross-examination, their stories have had some problems. Safechuck claimed that Jackson abused him in a train station at Neverland that wasn't built until 2 years later. But again, the documentary was powerful, emotional, and effective. I mean, Jackson's music got pulled from the airwaves. The problem with the Robson and Safechuck's allegations isn't just their credibility, it's that they've never been properly challenged. They've essentially been presented by legal documents, a carefully controlled documentary, and supportive interviewers who treated them like confirmed victims rather than accusers making claims. In any event, both men still have outstanding legal cases against Jackson in California, since the state extended the statute of limitations for child sexual abuse claims. So there's more to come on that. Look, when I started producing this piece, I had doubts. But as I said, I thought Michael Jackson was guilty. I can't say that anymore. I mean, I'm not confident he's innocent, but it seems the most likely scenario. To me, the accusers look like people shaking down a weird rich guy for millions. And the parents, whether Jackson was innocent or not, they pretty much all deserve jail time. And it's also hard to get past the notion that a whole lot of kids testified that Jackson was actually the childlike man he portrayed himself to be. I mean, it's possible they were abused too and encouraged to lie by Jackson's team and have kept their silence ever since, but that just doesn't seem likely. And finally, There's never been one victim come out against Jackson who wasn't seeking money and whose story was consistent and credible.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna put a challenge out there, man. The day a Michael Jackson quote-unquote victim comes out and they're not seeking any money or anything like that, I'll take it seriously then. I'll take it seriously then. You know? If somebody comes out and says, hey, fuck Michael Jackson's money, I don't want a thing to do about his money, just I want the truth out there, then we can really like, okay, let me hear what you gotta say. But every single person who came out saying something, it's something about money. It's something about money. And like this, the creator of this video, I have the same opinion too, man. Like me personally, I have to say, bro, I just think Michael Jackson was a very weird guy. But do I think he was a pedophile? No, because I would like to assume that no parent would purposely put their child in a position like that to knowing that he's like the way he is to get money. Because what I'm seeing is it's not just him having the parents be away and he has the kids to them. Like, bro, he's bringing the parents along on vacation with them and stuff like that. Yeah, but the real victims deserve money. The real victims deserve justice. Let's be clear. If there is real victims, they deserve justice first. So what here, chat, man? After watching this, what do you guys think, man? Is he innocent or is he guilty? You can say what you want, but I haven't seen, me personally, there's 2 criminal cases brought against him. Both fell through. If there's no evidence, you have to presume innocence. Jidion moving the goalposts. How am I moving the goalposts? Now, what I will say is, Michael Jackson is the reason why Michael Jackson was in all of these situations. I see people saying it's the government, da 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 da. Nope. Michael Jackson decided to have those kids in his bed. Michael Jackson decided to have those kids around him. Michael Jackson decided to all these things. So at what point you have to have a point of accountability, right? And the accountability is, he made these decisions. This is the quote unquote MJ historian. I'm gonna try to reach out to him. I want to get him on.
Do you just want to watch us beat each other out?
I mean, for that, yes.
How old are the people we came here to meet today?
Too young.
You told her that you're not gonna need a, because you're gonna just shove it up her butt. Have you ever messed with any other girls that were young?
One of them, she was, her mom and gave her consent.
How many nudes did she send you?
She was sending them every day.
All right, you said nothing was gonna happen.
All right, what's good, YouTube, man? Welcome back to a brand new episode of EDP Watch. And today we are back in Marion, Indiana. If you guys remember, we were here all the way back in April. Well, we got a great arrest. That dude is actually going to be getting sentenced and convicted here soon. So we're double dipping right now. The dude we got coming over right now, his name is Joshua Ellington. He is 26 years old, and he is coming to meet 2 sisters, but they are 13 and 12 years old, and this dude is absolutely disgusting. And he straight up let the decoy know that he's not bringing any condoms or any protection, because where he's trying to do the stuff he's trying to do, you can't get pregnant. I don't even want to go that much in detail, man. If you guys want to see like the uncensored stuff and all that, go on our website, edpwatch.com. But this dude is absolutely vile and disgusting. And he's also telling the decoy that he's quote unquote affiliated. So I don't know if he runs with the EDP gang, but I don't think they're gonna take too likely knowing that he's breaking ranks right now. So he's literally 7 minutes away. He's in an Uber. We're gonna get set up. We got an IRL decoy. So I feel like, the old times, we usually just be getting these dudes out in public or at their house. And it feels good to get them sometimes, kind of back in our roots and everything. Keep us in y'all prayers. For future ones, let's get this free.
He's here. How are you? It's cold out here. Did you have a good ride?
It was decent.
Yeah. She's still in the shower right now. She's taking forever. We're just watching a movie.
Kind of figures.
Yeah.
How's your night?
It's been okay. I've been excited. I haven't really slept very much. Did you not go to sleep at all? Why?
I'm a night owl.
Really? So you're just gonna sleep all day long?
Yeah.
You vape?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Car ride sucked.
Why?
Because he had the sign that said no smoking prohibited. I was like,
Oh no. You seem nervous. No.
alright.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Really? What are you most excited for?
Lots of things.
Like what?
One of the things I can think of is watching YouTube eat each other.
You watching YouTube?
Watching YouTube eat.
Oh. Yeah.
What y'all used to do?
We've kissed before. You just want to watch us eat each other out?
I was that. I mean, things that I'm gonna do.
Like what?
I mean, eat your.
Yeah.
She knows multiple things.
What do you mean?
I mean, it'd be easier if I had a phone.
What do you mean?
I could show you everything I told her.
Really? I mean, what else would you tell her? I didn't know you all were talking like that.
Yeah. I mean, tell her that I would eat you guys.
Yeah. So you had a girlfriend that was before?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, she ended up moving to Florida.
Oh, really? So you had to stop seeing her?
Yeah.
I gotcha. But she really sent you those crazy pictures? Like, what kind of pictures?
It was like pics of her completely nude, all spread out on the bed. But
Really? That's crazy. So me and Mary are the youngest? Is that okay? Okay. I'm gonna go check on her. She's taking forever.
hopefully she's okay.
She might have drowned in there. Are you okay?
Hey, Joshua, man.
What's this? What the f is this?
Do you want to watch EDP Watch episodes early and completely uncensored? Do you want to listen in on these disturbing one-on-one calls we have with these monsters?
Do you usually like rub your or do you hear it?
And do you want to support our mission to protect those who cannot protect themselves? Then why not join EDPWatch.com?
It's showtime!
Get extended, early, uncut, and exclusive never-before-seen episodes, full uncensored chat logs, audio calls, access to the exclusive Discord, and the chance to be flown out and do an EDP catch with yours truly, DeMarcus Handsome. All for the low, low price of $4.45. So what are you waiting for? Pull a Marquise Brownie and speed on over to EDPWatch.com. Warning, the following content may cause extreme disgust, secondhand embarrassment.
We're not cops or nothing.
I have no clue what's going on.
No, you're good, man. Is it cool if he just pat you down just to see if you don't have no weapons?
I have no weapons, sir.
Appreciate that, man. He's just gonna pat you down. That's all. And if you want, man, you're more than free to go. But I just want to have a.
Listen, I have no ride, man. Like,
Hey, if I have a good conversation with you about this, man, I'm willing to give you a ride.
I mean,
You're good, man. You're good. You had told her that you're affiliated, man, so that's why I was a little worried.
yeah, my brother that was in prison. My brother Matt.
Uh-huh.
He got the West Side Nap.
Oh, so are you with them as well?
Yeah, I'm just like they consider me one of theirs.
Okay, nice.
Little brother.
Yeah. So listen, man. Who did we come here to meet today? Or better yet, how old are the people we came here to meet today?
Too young.
Too young. How old is too young?
I'm thinking.
Okay, hey man, you're being honest with me, bro. You're being honest.
I always want to be here now.
Yeah, I mean, I bet so, you know. And if you want to leave, man, you're more than free to. But
Just relax.
Like here, I want you to know, man, you're not gonna get hurt. We're not gonna put our hands on you. You're more than free to walk out that door. You know, actually get out of his way. So like, I want you to know you got a clear exit, okay? But I mean, if you want to have this conversation, man, because you know this is kind of like an alarming thing. You know what I mean? And I think you need help. Do you want help?
No, I just need to better myself and.
You don't want help with this?
Like, I mean, I'd rather just take it back home.
You took it back home? Okay. But what are some of the special things you told them?
Things I shouldn't have said.
Okay. Like what? What are some things you shouldn't have said?
Things I shouldn't have said.
Okay. So, you know, I kind of want to hear it from your mouth, but, you know, I'm going to just kind of read some of your words because I want better understanding of this and everything. So don't think I'm trying to embarrass you or anything like that. How old are you?
27.
You're 27? Or you're about to turn 27? About to turn 27. So listen, man, I'm 25, man. So you're not, I know, I look old. Hey, why are you shaking, man? You okay? You just nervous? Tell me what's wrong, man, please.
I feel like, yeah, I'm fucked up.
You feel like you fucked up? Just like the guilt's getting to you right now? Well, listen, man, do you think a monster would feel guilt right now about doing something like this?
Yeah.
You think a monster would feel guilt?
Just depends.
I don't think a monster would feel guilt. What type of person do you think comes to meet a 13-year-old?
Not the right type of person.
Not the right type of person.
Person that wasn't in his right type of mind.
Okay. Hey, man, it's like a keyboard, you know? There's a delete button on the keyboard for a reason. Why? Because we make mistakes.
I made a mistake.
You made a mistake, man.
I wasn't even planning on coming.
Yeah.
I would have felt bad if I didn't come.
Okay. Hey, that's an admirable thing, man. That means you're a man of your word. I want you to say 4 words, man. I want you to say, I'm not a monster.
I'm not a monster.
And I want you to mean that. Say it.
I am not a monster.
You're not a monster, man.
I'm not a monster.
You're not a monster. You just made a mistake. So, you got your own place, or who you staying with?
Stay with my uncle.
You stay with your uncle? How old's
nephew?
And his nephew, okay. How old's your uncle?
He's in his 40s.
He's in his 40s, okay. You said something in the messages that was pretty concerning, and, you know, I want to ask you about it. You told her that you're not going to need a because you're going to just shove it up her butt. You remember saying that?
Yeah.
You do? Okay. Well.
You shouldn't have said nothing. Just block them.
Yeah. No, yeah, you should have, man. And, you know, it's okay, because we're going to get this figured out. Did you send them any pictures of your...
No, I did or not. My Facebook and shit, and like my whole account's got hacked. Like my Gmail and all that's got hacked.
But when you were talking to her, I mean, obviously you wouldn't be here unless you were the one talking to her, you know?
Yeah, since like last night. Shit got hacked. I just got back to it this morning.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you, you know, one more time, and I appreciate you being honest with me. Did you send her any pictures of your... Yeah.
No.
You didn't?
No.
What is that?
I said my shit was hacked.
So you're saying you didn't send this to her?
No.
But you told her that you wanted to put her butt. You said that, but you didn't send her the picture.
I didn't send the pictures, no.
So how does a picture of your just get sent to her? And you can't say it's not your because...
I mean, the Gmail. That's saved in my Gmail.
It's your full face, man. Listen.
I'm being honest. Like my shit.
I'm gonna be honest with you. You're not being honest with me. And I'm gonna just say this, man. I'm gonna just say this. If I feel like you're not being honest with me, I don't want to talk. I actually want to be able to help you.
I said the other things, but I did not send them pictures. I put that on my dad's dead grave.
Well, then...
Someone got into my shit.
I'm not gonna even entertain the lie. I'm not. All I'm asking for is a reason why. And I feel like if I'm not getting the truth...
I'm being honest.
Listen, here. If I feel like you're not being true, then I'm gonna just have to tell your uncle, and I'm gonna have to go tell the authorities.
Put it on my dad's grave. I did not send any pictures. For a fact, I know that.
Hopefully you can handle daddy's big... You said that, though. And that was right after you sent the pictures of you and your people.
I don't remember seeing any pictures.
You might not remember, but I want you to at least acknowledge that you did do it.
Okay, if I did, then I don't remember.
Okay. So why are we sending pictures?
I shouldn't have been sending nothing. Should have blocked him. I knew coming here was not the right thing to do.
Yeah. Have you ever messed with any other girls that were young?
Only one, and she was, and her mom gave her consent.
Okay. How old were you when you messed with her?
I was 20.
You told her that she was 15 going on 15. So did you start talking to her when she was 15?
Like, we were friends.
So who was this girl, and
She was in Florida.
She...
Yeah.
Okay. How many nudes did she send you?
She was sending them every day.
Every day?
Kind of the reason why I stopped talking.
Oh my gosh. So she wasn't even wanting like just like a regular relationship. She's just freaked out. Oh my gosh, that's horrible. Man, I mean, I would...
So sorry, guys.
You're good, man.
I'm so fucking dumbass, man.
Why do you think you're a dumbass?
Because I fucked up and should do something that should not done.
True.
You know why you can get me a ride, man? Like, I'm just ready to fucking die.
I'll get you right. I got you with that. Let's go over and just ask a couple more questions. Can you be honest with me? Was your intention to come over here and have sex?
No.
Your intention wasn't to come over and have sex? No. What were you guys talking about?
Right here, yeah.
He just told me on the couch that he was excited to watch us eat each other's.
Yeah, that before, like.
Before we came out.
Before I even got, like.
That was on the couch.
When I got here.
She.
I wanted to know.
You.
So I reminded.
You told her on the couch that's what you were excited for.
No, that's not what I'm excited about. Not be around people is what I was excited about.
So you were excited about a teen and girl eating each other's.
I'm so sorry.
Type shit. I'm gonna eat that so good, you're not gonna be able to resist the 9-inch. I'm gonna do some measurements. Is that 9 inches, Joshua?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm not even trying to, man, because I fucked up and I'm stupid, man.
Well, I mean, we can't be giving fake measurements. Well, I know you have this ability to shit out of a 18-year-old's. I know you have that ability.
I'm in the right mind, man.
You're not in the right mind?
No.
Go ahead, just sit up. Sit up.
You wanna go get some air outside?
Look, just go ahead, sit up and take a deep breath. All right, okay. No one's gonna hurt you. No one's gonna do anything. All right. You freaking out right now is just this is you doing it to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, you're more than free to leave, man.
I ain't got no way to get there.
If you need to step outside, man, you're more than free to. Here, open the door for him.
I want to go home.
Yeah. The door's right there, man. I don't want you to feel like you're trapped in here. Do you want to go outside? Here. Joshua, look at me. Go like this. Joshua, do it with me. Another big one. Hey, Joshua, man. The more you shake, the more you're just gonna stress yourself out. Here, come on, Josh. Let's walk outside. I think we need some air, okay? I just think you need a little air. That's better, huh? Not better? It's cold, huh? Joshua, listen, man. We gotta talk about this. It's not right that a 26-year-old man came over to do what you wanted to do with some kids.
Thank you, man. Wasn't thinking. Wasn't.
That's the problem. You weren't thinking, man. So, I mean, I don't want to get law enforcement involved, do you?
No.
Exactly. Yeah. You went to jail?
I did a whole, they just made me do a whole 603 days for just possession.
What, possession of what?
Methamphetamine a long time ago.
Oh, okay. You don't have no methamphetamine?
No.
You don't have, okay, good. We have to address this so that way it never happens again, you know?
I mean, I'm gonna go home and delete all this shit. All social media, gone.
Well, I mean, that's not my biggest. I want to figure out what's going on in your head. That's why I want to ask these questions.
Sometimes I'm not there, disability and shit. Medicaid, and I'm in bipolar, all types of things.
So does your medication make you talk to kids?
Like the psycho meds do.
The psycho meds. So you've talked to kids before because of your meds?
Like as friends, but not like this.
So how did it happen like this?
I don't know, maybe, yeah. So sorry, guys. Yeah, put you guys through this shit.
Well, I want to see that little tight, wet pink or them titties. I promise and swear on my dad's grave, dead grave, that I will delete it right after. I will even send you a pic of daddy's hard baby girl. So why would you put that on your daddy's grave?
I have no clue, man.
Is your uncle your dad's brother?
No.
No? Your mom's brother?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of.
It's a long family.
I bet, man.
Anyway, yeah.
Huh?
Ride home.
If I feel like we have a good conversation, I'm willing to give you a ride home.
I'm not gonna be able to talk and shit.
What do you mean?
I'm merely a social person, bro.
I mean, I was listening to your guys' whole conversation in there. You were talking a lot. You were talking great to her. So if you could talk to kids, you could talk to adults, you know?
I'm just not a social person.
So why were you being so social to kids?
Because I'm not in the right state of mind.
I want to help you get back in the right state of mind.
Right now, this right here is me and getting back in the state of mind. Like, I don't want to be here, like, at all. But my only way, is walking, and I don't know even which way to go. You gotta go all the way back to Indy.
Yeah. I feel like these are fair options. Either...
I'm trying not to break down.
Like cry?
Yeah.
I know you feel bad about it now.
I feel like shit, man. Not bad.
But the thing that scares me is that you didn't feel like shit when you came into the house. You felt like shit when you got caught, you know?
Felt like shit like when we even pulled in, like the Uber driver pulled in.
So if you felt like shit, why even get in the Uber? Why not tell her I gotta cancel?
I would have felt bad either way.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm actually really a really great, like, good person, man. This is my first time I've ever.
Oh, man.
Like this. Usually it's not the life of party without Josh around.
Josh is your brother?
No, me. Josh. That's my name.
Oh, beautiful. How are you doing? You finally get to hear the sound of my voice like you wanted. That would have been so much easier to call on video, but I don't know if my volume's working. So this is
you under the
true
influence
test
right now?
No.
You didn't smoke anything before you came?
I mean, just THC cart.
Okay. Okay.
Which are you buy from the gas stations.
Yeah. I mean, if you smoke the THC cart, man, you should be as chill as a cucumber.
Complete different. Like, I'm supposed to be ADHD too and shit, but there's like a lot of people don't see it.
Okay. Why not cut the conversation completely off right when she told you how old she was? Because you told her I can get in trouble for talking to you.
I don't know. There's like that little angel and then there's a little devil over here.
Yeah. So the little devil won pretty much, huh? Can you be honest with me? Because it's not going to happen. So I would really appreciate you being honest with me. But if we weren't in there, would you have sex with both of them?
No. No, couldn't do it. No. I wouldn't. She already said I was shy. Like, actually, I was acting shy. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to do it.
You told her to her face that you wanted to see them eat each other's.
Just because you say something doesn't mean.
Let's say you never got caught.
I still wouldn't, yeah.
You still wouldn't have.
You know, because of my nerves and everything else.
So.
Like, I'm really shy. Like, I'm the type of person, if you don't make the first move, I'm not going to do nothing.
Okay, here, let me ask this, okay? Would you have forced it on them or would it have been consensual?
I wouldn't have forced it.
So you wouldn't.
I wouldn't have done shit. I would have just sat there.
So what I'm saying is, would you have forced it on them?
No.
Or so it would have been consensual. Like, hey, if they're okay with it, then you would have been okay with it.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they were okay with it, you would have been.
Yeah.
But I mean, listen, man, are you a virgin?
No.
No. So listen, you're more experienced than them. So you do a lot more positions. I mean, you know, they never had sex before. So would it have just been basics, or would you have done like crazy stuff?
As soon as I would like got inside the house, like something would have struck me like, no, you can't do this.
But nothing struck you when you came inside the house.
I felt something. I mean, that's why I barely was talking. But I would have to tell them like, I'm sorry, I gotta leave.
So why didn't you tell them that when they? You didn't even think about it, did you? Exactly. So you're not gay. There's no straight guy in the world that they have two girls in the house by themselves that's not gonna have sex with them.
I mean, there can be some people that.
And I'm gonna be honest, you're not one of them. Nobody in this car is one of them. You know, anybody in this car would have been doing with the stuff that you said in those chat logs, especially you. So I don't want you to think we're on some moral high ground and everything. All I want to know is, would it have been crazy stuff or would it have just been basics? Basics. So just missionary? Okay. So would you have pulled out or would it have just been, you would have pulled out? Okay. Would you have had sex with a 12-year-old or just a 15-year-old? Just a 15-year-old? Okay. Fair.
But now, like, I regret it.
Yeah, now I understand you now. I just want to know before. So you would have had sex with the 15-year-old and what, maybe just do oral with the 12-year-old?
I would have just probably had to see if she could have left or something.
Oh, you would have just had to leave. Okay, that's fair. Bro, at least you have standards.
Yeah, but it's not right, man.
That's the thing. I know you knew it wasn't right because right when she told you her age, you told her, hey, I can get in trouble for this. So you knew the whole time you can get in trouble for this. The reason I have a lot more lenience with you is because you're 26, you know? You're not a 50-year-old ice cream truck driver like him. You know what he would have done. You have a life ahead of you, you know?
Been trying my ass off, man. Too.
Are you employed?
Applications in everywhere.
How long have you been unemployed?
For like
6-7 months. 6, 7.
I got out of jail. My uncle said he's gonna help me see like if there's anything that like we can help with my resume.
Yeah.
See if, make it look better.
Make you look better. I mean, what do you have experience with?
Construction, factory work.
EDPing? You do EDPing as well?
Like trees, shit.
No, like coming over to kids' houses. We know it was wrong to send these pictures to her, right? You sent these to her, didn't you? You did. About how many pictures did you send to her?
3.
3? I think it was 4, but let me see. Wait, 1, 2. Yeah, no, it was actually 3. You sent 3 penis pictures, yeah. Is your uncle married?
No, he's gay. Uncle's gay.
Oh, he's gay. Shout out gay uncle.
Like, his dog is technically, like, I consider it my dog now, but he does not like anybody.
Really?
It's kind of cute, but I mean, it's not cute.
Does he like you?
Yeah, I mean, it took him a minute to, like, turn it. Yeah, only like 2 to 3 treats and boom, he was hooked.
He was hooked. Nice, nice.
If you got a dog that like you, then you must not be a bad guy.
Man, every animal I've ever owned has always liked me.
Nice, nice.
I was homeless for a whole 3 years in Cloverdale.
What'd you do?
My mom chose her boyfriend over her own kids.
Bitch. No offense.
Thank you.
Wait, hold up 1 second. I got my psychology expert. He's not a psychiatrist, but he, you know, studies. This is my friend Skeeter. Joshua, just be kind of honest with him so he can kind of know the rundown on what's happening.
I fucked and was talking to some kids, teen and road, and
oh man,
really, yeah.
How old are you?
26, gonna be 27.
So what was the thing? You know, she's cute. Let me go ahead and slide in the DMs.
Yeah.
How old would you say she looked in the picture?
She looks like she's about 18, maybe 18.
So you would talk to a 16-year-old, like, purposely?
Not purposely, like to be like,
well,
friends.
Well, tell him about your ex that sent you all those nudes.
My ex, when I was 23, she was only turning 18, but she was sending me videos and pictures every day, and I wasn't even asking for them.
Okay, so you were just getting them on the fly. Okay.
Like, he sent like full body pictures of him naked. You tell him about the stuff you said about no.
I didn't need that pull-out game was good.
Oh, you're a professional raw dogger.
Because that's how you want to describe it, yes.
I mean, that's pretty much what it is, what you're saying. But hey, you know, 15 years old, you know, those girls are going to be fertile.
Well, he wasn't wanting to put it in the womb. Can you tell him where you were wanting to put it?
Oh, that's why. Okay. Also, that's terrible. I mean, that's to a 15-year-old girl? That's just...
I know, and I just don't know what made...
His name's Josh. I don't know why you call him Austin.
Oh,
sometimes
dude,
I feel
that was
like
the last Predator week. I'm sorry.
Sometimes I feel like that.
Like the other day. My bad.
Yeah, that was yesterday's guy. You're today's guy.
Yeah, You're in, you know, good hands with DeMarcus here. I think he's gonna put you on the right track so you can get past this. Peace.
You know, you kind of look like Quentin Tarantino if he did meth. Yeah, let's get out real quick. Let's get out, Joshua. No, I think they're just doing patrol. So we're just gonna let them know what's never gonna happen again. Joshua, are you ever gonna try to meet up with a 13 and 12-year-old again?
No.
Are you ever gonna send pictures of your to her? Okay. And you did come to have sex with them today, right? So all those messages you sent, it was you, right? Yeah. Okay. And can you also just tell your defense lawyer, you know, I f***ed you? Yeah, that's all. Okay.
Wait, hold on. You said nothing was gonna happen.
Step over here with me. Yeah.
Yo, what's good, YouTube, man? I hope you guys enjoyed this episode. If you did, be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and share. Now, I know this catch looked amazing, man. I mean, a huge shout out to the Marion Police Department. They did a fantastic job. We actually caught another dude there, Mr. Soliday. He is currently going to jury trial, man. They always do a fantastic job. When we were at the police station giving our statement, they even wanted to flick up with us, man. So they did a great job. But justice has once again been failed by the people who are supposed to be prosecuting these cases. And what makes this even crazier is the guy that's prosecuting our case with the other dude, who literally is going to jury trial, he gets this case and just decides, nope, you know, I don't want to do this. But luckily, we got him on a phone call and been into it. So watch this.
This is Bryce.
Hi there, this is I was calling, trying to find out more about the Joshua Ellington case, about why it was dismissed.
Our office chose just not to prosecute it.
Is there a reason why for that?
Not really. We just decided our boss instructed us to not file cases like that
And so in this case, we dismissed it.
I'm just a little confused because I mean I've had other cases in Grant County that have gone through and have been prosecuted, so I'm not sure why it wasn't taken.
Because in this case, our boss instructed us, based on what IPAC has said, to no longer prosecute cases like this.
So you guys are part of ICAC now?
We aren't a part of ICAC. We are a part of IPAC, the Indiana Prosecuting Attorneys Council.
Okay, and who's the boss that's in charge of all of this?
The executive director of the IPAC organization is Christopher Naylor. All I can tell you is that in this specific case, the elected prosecutor, Mr. Hunt, told us to dismiss the case and that we were not filing it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep, that's right. That is Mr. Scott Hunt, Scott J. Hunt, not wanting to prosecute a predator, even though he has one of our other cases and is soon going to get a conviction on his record. So that's his Facebook page right there. That's his office number and everything right there. That is his email address where he's trying to run again for prosecutor. So, you know, hey, if you want your prosecutor to not hunt down predators and let them go, vote for Hunt. And you know what? Just for the fun of it, man, there's his LinkedIn. We need to let these prosecutors and these elected officials know we don't work for you. You work for us. And you're going to do your job. And if you don't do your job, you're going to get exposed, you're going to get embarrassed, and we're going to vote someone in that is going to do their job, you know? So, L. Scott Hunt, I appreciate you guys for watching the video, man. This one was a crazy one. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe, and share. Also, tune into my streams Monday through Friday, 12 to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time on Kick, Twitch, and on this YouTube page. Without any further ado, I'm out. Peace.
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
She got a black eye! Bro, he gave her a black eye! So this is going viral on Twitter. So this dude, his name is Jordan. He's a Warzone streamer, right? And this dude literally started beating he thought his stream turned off. Bro started beating his girl, then realized that his stream was on, and now he's trying to cover it all up, bro. Like, this is actually horrible.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
Oh my gosh. Why? Just gave her a two-piece for no reason.
Ow.
It was in here. It was on this. I don't even know how. I turned around and...
Calm down.
I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do.
He doesn't know what to do, but he knows that he messed up and now he's trying to cut off his stream.
Okay, take these off. Take the lids off. Chill. You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
So that's when he hit his girl, right? Now, this next one is like his response to everything that happened. Bro, he looks like oh my gosh, bro, man. And he has a faith over fear shirt. Doesn't the Bible say, love your wife like Christ loved the church? Where's your faith over fear, bro? Just punching a woman, didn't even do nothing to you, wasn't disrespectful, was actually trying to help you out, and you're gonna just punch her.
God, man. Definitely gonna do some praying for sure.
Oof.
I love y'all, man. Everybody hating, bro. I'm be honest, y'all have a right to hate. Y'all really do. Like, dead ass. I get it, bro. This is my last thing. I get it. Trust me, you got a right to be mad. I just, please, the one thing, you can hate me. Trust me, you could send me so much hate. Please don't send hate to my family, please, man. My family is amazing. They are absolutely amazing, especially my wife, my parents.
That's his wife?
Send hate. You can hate me all you want. You can cancel me.
What was he saying then? Is he saying?
At the same time, I really didn't know what to do. I was panicking. I was having a panic attack. Dead serious, bro. I just bought the PC like 2 days ago, and basically...
So you're having a panic attack, so you gotta beat your girl.
And she didn't listen. So basically, because she was in the shower, she couldn't hear shit. So I went into the bathroom to get a towel, which our towels are, okay? I got our towels, and then soon as I got the towel, she saw, and I was like, yo, my PC just got, I told her in the shower, my PC literally just got drenched
Anyway, Brandon, how are you today?
And purple energy drink. And I was like, okay, whatever, bro.
I want to see what he says, Jeff.
I'm literally like hyperventilating and shit. And then I come in here, and then she comes in running after me. Then I pick up the PC. I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro.
Why is he talking like Jinxie, bro? Taunton, bro. I was freaking out, bro. Having a panic attack, man. So I had to punch her. I had to punch her, and I hit her. I'm like, bro, man, talking. Oh my gosh, this streamer voice, bro.
I put it on top of that PC. You see that PC right there? I put it on top of that PC. All right, you understand? Let me put it in context, bro. So when she's standing there, I'm putting the PC on right here. Hold on, let me see. Wife, can you come and record this, please?
Wife. Oh my gosh, you beat her and now you're making her work for you.
Wifey. By the way, I just wanted before I'm talking about come here. Before I'm talking about everything else, like if I ever did hit her, which
she got a black eye, bro. He gave her a black eye. It's like I know this couple dynamic, bro, man, and I know you guys know what I mean by that. It's like I can tell that this dude, he's very self-conscious. He doesn't feel the best about himself. I know he's the type of dude, if he got money, he would be cheating on his life like crazy, bro. He would be cheating, and she's pregnant. You hit your pregnant wife because something was going on with your PC. And you're talking like Jinxie. Yeah, that's 50 years.
it is insane. I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant. She would have.
Oh, she has a black eye.
It looks like you can see like the fucking mark in her face from where he fucking apparently hit her, you know? Looks like she's got a fucking black eye.
If Jinxie and XQC had an adopted child.
Literally. Nah, but I'm not gonna lie, man. You know, I get it. He's your baby's father. He's probably the breadwinner. You know, I understand all that stuff. But sister, you gotta have some respect for yourself. You gotta have some respect for yourself, and you gotta have respect for your child. If he can beat you while you're pregnant, imagine what's gonna happen when you have the baby, and imagine what he'll do to you when you're not pregnant. Imagine what he's gonna do to your child. Gotta get out. God gives us early signs of stuff, right? And a lot of us don't like to listen, and then bad things happen, and we want to blame God when he showed us before. My sister, I'm telling you, he showed you your actions. This isn't some like, oh man, he's bad to you, leave him. Oh, like, blah, 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 blah. This isn't some, oh, the internet's telling me to leave my man's side. This is the perfect excuse for you to leave your man's side. The perfect excuse. He's hitting you. He's gonna be sympathetic. He might try to baby you the next couple weeks, start buying you stuff, start coddling you more, start trying to be there for you more. My sister, he does not love you, bro. I could tell. I know this archetype of dude. This is the type of dude, he thinks about himself and himself first. Because no way is he thinking about you if he's gonna hit you while you're pregnant. The first time, it was in the eye. What happens if it's in the stomach next? Get out of that relationship.
Stuff on her face. I mean, you can.
So you guys can
W stream.
Literally see, like
shorts
I mean,
on. There's nothing on.
I don't know what else.
My sister, I know you're trying to protect him and everything. I just don't know why he would bring her out there when he's. Does he not think we're gonna see that black eye?
To say, I mean, I don't know what else to say. And basically, she was trying to help. So can you hold this camera so I can show them? And I basically, with the cord attached, I was trying to pick up this PC.
It's easy to say have some respect for yourself, but it's hard for a woman like this to leave a relationship. Most relationships like this have a lot of manipulation involved.
I understand that totally. I understand that. I know it's gonna be hard, but you know, she has to do it. This isn't some stuff where it's just her. She has a child now. Anything that's gonna happen in the future, this was her warning. If she stays and something happens to that child, it is just as much her fault as it is his fault because she stayed. She needs to leave. She needs to leave. Oh, is that a piss bottle? Oh my God.
And I was putting it on this PC. You understand? On this PC that I just had.
Okay.
I think it just shut down on accident. Whatever.
So you put it on that PC.
She was trying to help me. She was trying to help me right here.
It flipped up. I was laying down.
Okay, so where did the punches come in?
Nobody saw anything. Like it was insane. This.
So
like this.
So where are the punches?
Then it got on her fingers. You saw it. It was in the corner of the screen. By the way, nobody saw anything. Like it was insane. Man saw me use one arm.
So is he saying that her finger got caught under the PC? I feel like you're judging, bro. You don't know the full story of everything, so quit judging. I'm judging. Okay. This is what I'm judging on.
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow. Ow.
Hey, Hey, I'm sorry that you don't have eyes at work, bro. You're the target audience that he wants to believe that her hand just got caught on the PC and that's why she was saying ow. Look at that. 1, right after you hit ow. 2, ow. The only time you hear that sound is when meat hits meat. That's not no metal, even if it was something no. He hit her, and you're saying I'm judging. He hit a pregnant woman, coming up with this lame excuse.
Motion and thought I hit her. Like, it's insane. It's insane.
Listen to his story, chat. I'll show you the clip. Hold on.
She had her fingers right here. And she literally, that's when she was like, she couldn't get it on the PC.
Lying.
I pushed her, and she...
Where's the faith over fear? Where's the faith over fear, Jordan?
She literally was saying ow because of the fucking shit was on her fingers. It was...
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to figure out. Then why are we hearing smack? If the thing was on her finger, why are we hearing noises? After we see you doing motions like this, we're hearing noises. Bro, man, this is some pred level explaining going on. And whoever subbed this day, unless it was a reoccurring sub, bro gotta get out of here, man.
It was literally on her fingers. This
lies.
I don't know how much it weighs, but it was on her fucking fingers like this.
Alright, chat. So she's saying it was on her fingers, and that's what she's saying, ow. And then watch the clip, chat. Like, watch the fucking clip.
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
Does that sound... Yeah.
She's just giving him advice on what to do. The way I'm seeing it, his PC's open, and he got piss bottles everywhere. She's giving him good advice.
Bro, if a grown man raised his voice to my wife, let alone my pregnant wife, I'd be locked up. I don't get this.
He don't love her, bro. That wasn't even a slap. That was
What's
a punch.
the hand motion?
You need to have no drinks in here. Ow.
Hey, wait. Am I tripping? Like, where he's reaching? Like, because if she's standing this way and he's reaching that way, that would be her left eye. And that's the eye that has the black eye. And it's up. Oh, yeah. He hit her in the face.
You hit her.
Like this. But I wasn't even
You got sugarcoat that shit.
Bro thinks we're stupid.
And it went just like that.
If I'm her dad, if I'm her brother, if I'm her cousin, uncle, any male figure, even if I'm a female figure in her life, her mom, her sister, anybody, after I see that clip, I'm pulling up to their house, I'm packing her bags for her. And if he tries to stop, I'm gonna be like, either you get the fuck away from me, or I'm sending this to your local police station right now. And watch how fast he fall back. Watch how fast he fall back and not chase after her, not even say a word.
Literally, I didn't do anything to her. Like, which is kind of crazy that y'all are saying that I abused her, which is a crazy stretch.
You can hear, you can hear the grunts when he did it as well, chat.
Yeah. Chat, can you get only emo off, please? Can we get emo off? So any questions y'all have, chat, any questions for her? Because y'all are saying she's abused and everybody's checking up. By the way, last thing I'm going to say before I leave. Chat, I get where y'all are coming from. The people that are trying to be defensive, I get it. If I saw somebody and getting abused,
yeah, exactly. Then who the fuck did you slap?
I'm not. I swear on my life, on my soul, I'm not a.
Oh my God. On my life, on my soul. Faith over fear.
We are in a happy relationship, a very happy. We're literally married, and we've been together for 5 years.
Whoa.
Trust me, if there was something up, our whole family would know about it. I'm telling you.
Whoa. Guys, hey, we're literally married. We've been together for 5 years. How could I possibly hit her? Bro, people would have known about it way sooner.
Here is saying ow, ow.
I'm telling you, we are in such a happy relationship. She's going to be talking about herself, by the way. I'm going to be out of the room because I want y'all, I don't want y'all to think I'm being like that.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, like, I mean, y'all have seen him many, many times. I mean, if he punched me, I mean, it would be very obvious.
Yeah, it would be very obvious. She probably put some makeup on there too.
I'm very pale. It'd be very obvious if he, like, literally hit me or something. So.
Someone in the chat said you're an idiot too. She's an idiot right now. She is an idiot right now. And when I say that, I'm not saying that like as something derogatory. She's purposely making herself stupid. When you're in an abusive situation like this, your brain does that to you, you know? Your brain doesn't let you think critically or clearly. She is desperate and sad. It's a lot, bro. She's purposely putting herself in a psychosis. She's purposely doing this for herself. But not willingly, though. I mean, bro, if you're with someone for 5 years, you're gonna try your best to be with them, you know? You're gonna try your best. I get it. I get it. I get it. She's not in a clear headspace right now. She's thinking stupid. That's why I said before, she needs a family member or a friend, someone on the outside to think clearly for her. Sometimes when we're in situations like this, like if you're going through relationship problems or something like that, you can't just think about it yourself. You gotta let an outside source, hey man, this is what's going on in my relationship, blah, 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 blah. And then after that outside person talks, you need to listen to what they say because they have the most unbiased opinion on what's happening. And you know the crazy thing about it is he probably manipulated her into believing this stuff. She probably doesn't even think, truly in her heart of heart, she probably doesn't even literally think that he hit her. Because he probably did some, you know how I am. I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad. I don't know what her name is or anything like that, but if I had got word that a family member was doing their best to like get her out of that situation and they needed some help or something, I would not mind, you know, trying to help or donate or whatever. But I hope there's no GoFundMes or anything right now, man, because I'll say this, I can't and will not donate to victims anymore until I clearly see they're trying to make a clear path to get their way out. And here's why. You guys might remember this. We had a catch 2 years ago. We got this guy named Joshua Bader. And his wife, she was really sad, everything. She was like, I don't know how I'm gonna pay our rent, blah, blah, blah. You know, with him arrested. And now I have to go find me my own place, like all this stuff. And I felt so bad for her, right? So me and Alex, we donated $10,000 to her out of our own money. Come to find out she used that money to bail him out. And the only person I can blame is myself. And I look back on her Facebook page, she's still with the man. I would even advise people don't even make a GoFundMe right now, man. If there was a GoFundMe made for her, that money is just gonna go straight to bro.
He's saying that she's not saying he did it either.
What I normally look like all the time. Like I have watched my mom go through domestic violence when I was young. Like I would never.
They have not even
saying it's like
you guys can.
Do y'all understand? Hold on. Do y'all understand? Like,
bro, interrupting her. I'm gonna let her tell her truth about the situation. I don't even want people to think it's about that. Look, the person right here, he will kill you next time. There's no way that was the first time this has ever happened. In 5 years, he did it so casually. So this is something that's probably been going on for years. I wouldn't be surprised. A family member needs to come in and get her. If she doesn't want to be got, don't save her. But keep a close eye on that kid, and you find out anything happened to that kid, boom. Because the thing about it is, with domestic violence cases, if you have no victim, you have no case. There's a lot of times where like cases are about to go to trial, but then the victim will change their mind and be like, actually, no, I don't want to press charges on him anymore. And they have to drop the whole case.
Literally, like.
Oh, he got banned. Yo, he's gone. They got him.
Is he banned?
Yo, I think he's done. I think they got him. No, he didn't. Or he took down the VOD or something.
Wow.
He took down the VOD.
Wow.
Was he gone?
He took down the VOD.
Ooh, something's up here, chat. He ended it. Yeah, the VOD. It looks like the VOD's gone. Yeah, he took down the VOD.
Oh my gosh. Is he still out here? He still has his YouTube.
Relax. I got you a banger video right now, so be grateful, okay? We got the C9 Absolute Eta. As you can see in the gameplay, man, I absolutely shred the entire lobby. And I mean, if you put on this build, you will do the exact same, alright? And last thing.
Bro literally beat a pregnant woman on stream, and his account is still up. Bro, chat, when the whole Pokimane stuff happened, my Twitch got banned. Like, that night, a couple hours after. Boys Critical's made a video about this. This is going viral on Twitter, all that other stuff. Bro still has his source of income. I just wanted to point that out, man. I think that's crazy. I hope he gets what he deserves, man. You know what I mean?
Celeste and David met in January of 2022 when she was just 11 years old.
He met somebody at 11 years old? I don't see that being illegal.
He amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers have not been recovered.
Where did it go? The investigation was incomplete.
How is that incomplete? Like, genuinely.
How do we know it was David that cut that finger off? What happened in those 20 minutes? Was it a couple gang members that rode up on her?
I want you to watch this. Can you see the video I have playing for you right now?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, I'm gonna play this for you.
We just saw the autopsy report last week after it was sealed. In fact, we actually thought.
So why would the murderer coincidentally cut off the finger that has David's name on it?
It's a great frame up. Wouldn't you do it?
No.
Wouldn't you do it if you're trying to frame David? To be like, it's more likely him that he did that because of that. Does that make sense? It looks too perfect.
You sound like this dude on TikTok I talked to. You sound exactly like this dude on TikTok who was defending David saying he got framed.
It's a great possibility. And I'll tell you right now that LA has a history. A person of color is rising and he's doing well. There's criminal charges against him. Like OJ.
Oh,
you know OJ, right?
That we would have to wait. And during an arraignment last week, his attorneys told the judge they wanted to get to that preliminary hearing right away.
Counsel, on behalf of your client, do you waive formal reading of the complaint, advisement of rights, including armed forces and veterans' rights, enter a plea of not guilty, denying any and all special allegations, enhancements, and priors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And request a...
So what does all that mean right there that they just did?
It's just like the court saying, do you want us to like read all this bullshit to you, or did your attorney talk to you already about it? And I'm pretty sure the attorney told him like, just plead not guilty, and they're going to try to say they're going to use his criminal history against them. Do you want to hear the formal indictment like you, David, have been charged with this, on saying that on this day at this time you committed this type of crime. So it's just to save time. That's all it is. It's nothing like really formal.
Are you requesting a preliminary hearing within the period?
Yes, Your Honor. From the media reports, apparently there have been 4 months of secret grand jury proceedings. We believe that Mr. Burke is entitled at the earliest opportunity to an open preliminary hearing and the proceedings not be done in secret. So we are asking for a preliminary hearing to be set at the earliest possible date on the 10th day. Your Honor,
is that so? Why are they trying to do that? Like, what is this that she's trying to do? Why does she want the preliminary hearing to be open and to the public?
Okay, so the preliminary hearing is because they don't want things to be secret. Things happen with the government to try to bring charges against you, and it's often happened in secret. What she's doing right there is trying to make it to where it's public, so then it's nothing like foul play, because foul play is something that can be the difference between you doing prison time and you not doing prison time. Because if it's secret, it's kind of like the defense attorney is like out in the dark. They don't know what the hell's going on. We got to know everything that's going on. And how did you arrive at the idea, right? How did you arrive at the idea that this guy should be indicted? How did you arrive at the idea that he should be charged with murder? How did you arrive at the idea that he had these photographs or he had this inappropriate relationship with this girl?
So this is something you would do as well?
Oh, hell yeah.
So is this the reason why we're getting so much more information is because they're wanting it to be public?
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you want something to be public for yourself? Like, or would you want like secret things to happen behind your back so then they could attack you later?
I feel that, but now it's coming out to the public that he has CSAM on his phone. It's coming out to the public that he's having these inappropriate relationships with her on the phone. All these different things are coming out now that we know about him.
That's like rumors. You know what I mean? Like rumors isn't evidence, and so I can make a rumor about you. I can make a rumor about you right now. And then people are just going to take it as true. But remember, whether it's true or not true, whatever happens outside of court, it's just outside of court. It has nothing to do with you going to prison. Anybody watching this right now, you don't go to prison for something that happened in real life. You go to prison for something that happens in the courtroom.
I believe the actual evidence will show David Burke did not murder Celeste Rivas Hernandez, nor was he the cause of her death. And we would like to be able to have the evidence come into the light of day at the earliest opportunity in order to establish that.
And that was seemingly to put the prosecutor's feet to the fire, right? What do you have? What's your evidence? There's been a lot of questions swirling over whether, you didn't get a grant.
5'5" and 125 pounds?
jury indictment, right? Is there a weakness in this case? Remember, despite apparently multiple secret grand juries considering this case, evaluating evidence, hearing evidence, for whatever reason, they chose not to indict, or maybe they weren't asked to indict. Could have just been an investigative grand jury or investigative grand juries. Which means now it's up to prosecutors to convince the court in a preliminary hearing that there's enough evidence to move this case towards trial. The defense will have it.
So this case isn't set for trial right now. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yeah, it's not set for trial. It's still too early. There's
So
still
what
things
has to happen at the preliminary hearing for this to go to trial?
It just depends on what the prosecutors or what the defense attorney's trying to do, what the prosecutor's trying to do. Preliminary hearings can be something like, I don't believe that this witness that they're going to call to trial is qualified. Let's ask him questions or her questions to ensure that they know what they're talking about. They have some type of knowledge of this case. And if they don't have any of those, why are they going to testify? Get rid of them. You know what I mean? And then any other preliminary hearings is like how, if he's going to be released on bond, what the bond would be, how he has to act outside of court, and just anything else that comes up that
Do
can
you see
get in
any
the way.
possibility with the severity of these charges, him getting out on bond?
Yeah, it's always quite possible. There's different arguments that, you can make to where no matter how bad the crime is, you can try to get the bond as low as possible. Or try to get him on a personal recognizance, which means you don't have to pay anything. You could just say, I promise to show up to court on your next court date. It's more like trying to keep the price down as low as possible so they can get out.
But when David's attorneys returned to court yesterday to discuss when a preliminary hearing would happen, they said the original date of Friday, this Friday, was in fact too soon. They haven't had nearly enough time to review the huge amount of evidence to challenge it at a hearing. So this preliminary hearing has been pushed back to May 26th. But that's not even the big news. This is what I have in my hands. Because for the first time, prosecutors are laying out some of the alleged evidence they have against David and what they claim they could prove at an eventual trial. And I will warn you right now, the claims in this document are incredibly disturbing. Allegations that he stabbed this 14-year-old girl to death to keep her from revealing that he had been sexually abusing her. That's the allegation. That he allegedly used a chainsaw to cut up her body in an inflatable kiddie pool in the garage. More details regarding this alleged secret, illegal sexual relationship. More importantly, for the prosecution's case, what evidence they have to prove that. And that's what I want to get into. So according to investigators, Celeste was last seen or heard from on April 23rd, 2025, when David, according to prosecutors, sent a rideshare car to pick her up from her hometown of Lake Elsinore and bring her back to the home that he was apparently renting in the Hollywood Hills, a trip of more than 80 miles. Prosecutors claim she was exchanging messages with David during this ride, and then she apparently never uses the phone again. Celeste's dismembered body was found months.
So what would you say about that? It's like they have evidence that he ordered the ride to her to pick her up. She's on the way there. She's texting him while she's on the way there, and then she never uses her phone again.
Number one, how do you know it's her texting? How do you know it's David texting? There's accusations that he killed her. How did he kill her? With his left hand? His right hand? Did he choke her first? Was his DNA there? How good is that DNA? Did y'all even check the DNA?
They did say they found DNA inside of his garage.
Was it her DNA?
Yes.
Like, absolutely for sure it's her DNA? Was it her DNA regarding the murder or beforehand?
They're saying it was the murder. They're saying that the murder happened in the garage.
Can the prosecutors prove that her DNA was not there before that alleged murder? There's so many things that they have to do. They're saying they have evidence, but number one, is that evidence even good evidence? And number two, can it come into court?
So some of this evidence that they're laying out, it might not even make it to court is what you're saying.
I'll make sure that shit don't get into court. I will ensure, there's no fucking way these prosecutors are going to use that shit. And if they do, I'm going to attack that shit. I'm going to really attack it.
Later on September 8th in a Tesla Model X allegedly registered to David. And according to this filing, the car had been parked on the street just 400 feet from where David was staying, and then it was towed. The manager at the tow yard reported a horrific smell, flies around the front trunk, and that's when authorities discovered Celeste's body. According to this document, it's called the People's Brief regarding preliminary hearing evidence, quote, surveillance video and other evidence confirm defendant, meaning David, was the last person to drive the vehicle on July 29th, 2025, before he left Los Angeles on a concert tour.
This is a big deal, right? With him being the last person to drive the car?
I can see it looks bad, but there's so many different things that could have happened. He could have drove it for a little bit, had somebody else drive it.
But they're saying that he was the last person to drive it.
That's what they're saying. But do you have the video? Like, I want to see that. Do y'all have the video from the time that he went to that vehicle to the time that the dead body was found? How are you so sure about that?
So that's about, what, a month or so before the car was towed and the body was found. It's not clear if anyone else actually moved the car or had any knowledge of what was reportedly inside. I want you to keep that in mind. We're going to talk about it later. There's something in the filing that I thought was really interesting. But it goes on to say, quote, at the tow yard, LAPD detectives opened the Tesla's front storage compartment and observed a black cadaver bag covered in insects. Inside the bag, they discovered a severely decomposed head and torso. A plastic garbage bag beneath the black cadaver bag contained the dismembered arms and legs. However, the victim's ring and pinky fingers on her left hand had been amputated and were not found in the Tesla. On September 16, 2025, the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Department positively identified the body from dental records as belonging to the victim. But this is the part.
So that's pretty bad. So where are we at right now? What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, like, why the fingers?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Jayoma, thank you. Why the finger that coincidentally has the word David on it? Why?
Because it's perfect. It makes David look more guilty.
This is good. Chat, genuinely, this level of rage bait is what we're going to see when this goes to trial. So, if you guys are mad right now, imagine how mad you guys are going to be when the trial happens. Imagine. It's going to be 10 times worse how mad you're going to be.
That's new, okay? The filing claims that LAPD robbery homicide detectives determined that Celeste and David met in January of 2022 when she was just 11 years old.
Is that illegal? Is that illegal? He met somebody at 11 years old? I don't see that being illegal. You have young fans.
I am in.
We all have young fans.
So are you in contact with any of your fans that are 11 years old? Do you have any? Do you have any 11-year-olds numbers that you're not related to?
My clients.
What 11-year-old do you have their number?
They're my clients. I'm representing them on cases.
I said 11-year-old.
Yeah.
Wait, you have an 11-year-old's number?
Yeah. They're accused of theft. I'm not going to say their names, but they're accused of theft. I keep up with them.
Okay. How about one of them that is not have anything to do with any case or anything? Do you have any just random 11-year-olds numbers?
I don't have contact like that. I'm mostly at the jail, at the court, and it's rare for me to see an 11-year-old. But I can see him being a person his business is art, right? It's music. So I can see why he would be in contact with a bunch of young fans. They could be really, really good fans. Hell, we don't even know if she worked for him. Who knows? Maybe he's taking her on.
What? Wait. What did you just say? What did you just say? Say what you said one more time. No, genuinely. Say it without a smile. Did you really mean what you just said?
Young fans, because of his music reaches out to everybody in every age. It touches every human being, regardless of race, religion, creed, doesn't matter. She was probably a good fan of his, and he probably offered her an opportunity to get into the music business. And that happens a lot, okay? For people who want to be in the music business, they want to be interns, it happens.
So you're saying that he got in contact with her to give an 11-year-old a job?
I will tell you this, I have some of my online platforms I don't respond to because I don't really run it, but I can see like people would text me and say, hey, I'm in 4th grade, I want to be a lawyer. I want to learn from you. I want to be an intern. So I can see that. So I'm possibly thinking that David had this girl who wants to be an intern and possibly sing and follow into a career the same way that he's doing it. It's a positive thing. It's not illegal.
Okay. Allegedly began a sexual relationship with Celeste when she was 13.
Okay, what about that?
Those are allegations. I need to see more evidence. Once I become the attorney, I'll be able to see if this relationship ended up being sexual in any way.
And the court paperwork revealed that investigators have been looking into David for quite some time. The filing says detectives learned the victim had been reported missing to the Riverside County Sheriff's Department by her family, who live in Lake Elsinore, in February and April 2024. RCSD telephonically contacted defendant on February 17, 2024, after they identified a phone number in the victim's phone records that belonged to him. During the call, defendant claimed he had spoken to the victim last on February 13th or 14th, 2024, but stated he was unaware she was a minor or that she had been reported missing. RCSD advised him that Los Angeles...
So, at this moment, can't say that he wasn't aware that she was a minor before or anything. At this moment, it is a 100% fact that he is now in full knowledge that she was a missing person and she was a minor.
I see the allegations. I don't know if it's true or not.
No, this is a police report. The police report of when they contacted him. Because
All right, let me tell you about police reports. Police reports aren't fact. It's not 100% true. The police person who writes this, the agency, they may have a bias against you for whatever reason. They may have a bias against your race. They may have a bias against your religion. It doesn't mean it's 100% true.
So we can't even say the police report is true.
The police report is just as good evidence as somebody saying, I think he did it.
What if they recorded it on body cam footage? Then what?
Let's see how good it gets in the court. Let me see if you guys can even bring that into court. Is it a real video? Are you sure that it is David? Are you sure it's David? Because he looks like somebody else.
Well, they talk on the phone, so you're saying you might have a lot of wiggle room to play with.
I mean, how do we know that David on the phone? Like, do they actually have recorded conversations of David talking to this girl? Like, I need to see all that.
Chat, man, this is, before I hit play, would you say it's harder for the prosecution to get a conviction, or is it easier for the defense to get, a not guilty? What do you think's harder?
The prosecutors have a higher chance of getting convictions. I think if you go on Google and type in, conviction rates, it's really high for the prosecutors. So the odds are against defense. That's why, I'm trying to change that. With every case I have, I'm trying to change that to where it's more not guilties.
On that day, defendant was living at 804 North Doheny Place in West Hollywood. RCSD requested that LASD conduct a welfare check at defendant's home. LASD deputies went to defendant's home that night at 8:15 p.m. and informed him the victim was a 13-year-old runaway. Defendant again claimed he was unaware she was a minor and he had only met the victim once in person in November of 2023. However,
so wouldn't that be him lying? Because he's saying he only met her once?
Well, I just heard what I saw. It looks like they violated his right, because right before they asked him questions that could incriminate him, they didn't say you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. If they got that evidence from him or that statement from him, they cannot use that against him in court, because I didn't hear Miranda right. If it cannot be used in court, it never happened.
Damn! So, genuinely, if they didn't read a Miranda right, they can't use any of this.
Yeah, from my understanding, they can't, because if you're already going to have charges, or you already do have charges, which I heard earlier, they said that they've been watching them for a while, they need to give them a Miranda right.
Deputies a yearbook photo of the victim he had on his cell phone. Although he claimed to be unaware of where the victim was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. By the way, you're seeing how in-depth.
And then also, I want to show you this before we continue. Even more, this is a private investigator is working the case as well.
Private investigator, who hired them? Was it the prosecutors?
The house that he was at. The homeowners. So this was an email that was sent. He's not disclosing who it was that sent this email, but this email was sent to his manager, and the private investigator is saying that he has proof that the manager forwarded this over to David, and then that David got it. And coincidentally, the day after this email was sent, she returned back home. There's been talk that the artist David possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. Her parents are very worried. And then here is the missing person thing and stuff like that. So this is so you're saying that the Miranda right thing can't work. What about this email and everything?
That's hearsay. That's not coming in. And good luck trying to bring that in. Hearsay is something where you can't bring in outside of court statements, okay, and alleged to be the truth. You can't bring that in there. Plus, this guy right here, we don't know who he is. He might have an out for David also. He probably don't even like David.
Well, I mean, he's a private investigator who's found 33 missing persons since 2023.
Right, and when you work as a missing persons investigator, you have a higher chance of you're more laser focused on honing on one person and not a full investigation. All he's doing is trying to show that it's just David. Whereas my mind is more like, how about the other people who could possibly have done this? Is your investigation going to that? No, it don't go to that. So your investigation is just David alone, when there could be other people out there? Wouldn't it be a travesty if David went to prison for something he did not do? I just think there's so much stuff out there that we need to uncover to show David's innocence.
Was at the time, she returned home 2 days later. By the way, you're seeing how in-depth this investigation was, and maybe kind of gives us an idea of why it took so long for there to be an arrest and for these charges and for the evidence to develop. But remember, prosecutors claim he killed her to keep her quiet about this supposed relationship. to not have her expose him to ruin his career. Just keep that in mind. So the filing continues, quote, despite being informed by law enforcement the victim was only 13, defendant continued to pursue her. After the victim returned home in February 2024, her parents took her cell phone away. Defendant drove to Lake Elsinore and paid a junior high school student in the victim's class $1,000 to give the victim a cell phone defendant purchased so they could stay in contact. Throughout 2024, the victim spent a significant amount of time with defendant, including summer weekends at his home in the Hollywood Hills and traveling with him to Las Vegas, London, and Texas to meet his family. So now I'm thinking travel records, right? I'm thinking...
So yeah, there's definitely going to be travel records of her being on these flights.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
That sounds like an internship. A great internship that people would be so jealous about. And not only is just an internship like to an office, it's traveling to Las Vegas, London, Texas. Wow. I would be jealous of that too. I'm very jealous. I'm jealous of that right now, and I'm an attorney. I want to take that internship. David, take me on an internship. I'll take that. But you're going to give it to this girl? What is she, why does she deserve that? I deserve that more than her. Oh, I hate David now. You know what? Let's find a way to make him go down, because he gave this opportunity to somebody else and not me.
So you're saying this sounds like an internship, right?
It
so
looks
wouldn't
like
you have to show, wouldn't there have to be parent permission for it to be an internship?
I have no idea about parent permission or not. I don't even know if it's even legal. Like, you need to have the parents' permission. Like, it's in the code. You must have a parent's permission before they can get an internship.
Okay, one thing about internship, traveling across the country without a parent's permission, wouldn't that be kidnapping?
No, kidnapping is doing it, and then she goes ahead and says, I've been kidnapped. If she's been to one of those places already and she didn't say she got kidnapped, that's not a kidnapping. That's an internship. That's a positive thing that's going on. And David's doing that by showing how good of a person he is, by allowing somebody to learn from him.
So wait, so that you cannot be charged with kidnapping. So you're saying, how can he not be charged with kidnapping? Let's say she was still alive and the parents filed a complaint. Would they not charge him with kidnapping?
If a girl was kidnapped, she would have called the police at the place that she was at. She had every opportunity to use her cell phone, to run for help, to at any events where there's security.
But this is a child. This isn't like an adult. This is a child.
Anybody would do that. A 5-year-old would say, I'm being kidnapped. Help me. This guy is trying to take me. So from seeing this right here, that don't look like a kidnapping. That looks like an internship, and a great one too. I envy that internship.
Bro, this is not an You know this is not an internship. This is grooming. This is quite literally grooming. You can't take a minor across state lines without a parent's permission.
That don't look like grooming.
Bro, no, genuinely. Like, is that not illegal? You cannot take a minor across state lines without a parent's permission.
I don't know that. I gotta see the code to my recollection.
Can you take a minor across state lines without a parent's permission?
That's a complex legal question involving parental rights and state laws. Generally, transporting a minor across state lines without parental consent could raise legal concerns, but specific circumstances and state regulations matter greatly.
It could be. Doesn't mean for sure is.
What about in Texas? What would that? Let's say you were a prosecutor. Could you charge David for kidnapping if you're a prosecutor?
If I was a prosecutor, Jidion, this interview that we're having right now is coercion. This interview that we're having right now is you grooming me. This interview right now that we're doing is you taking advantage of me.
How?
I'll put everything against you, Jidion.
How?
Because you're posting me on for the world to see, and you're taking advantage of me. So I bring those charges against you.
I didn't say me. I said David.
This is an internship that everybody wants, and they just mad. I think the killer, the real killer of this girl, the real one, was a fan, and he was let down by David. I'm serious. That is quite a possibility.
And by the way, this is the first time we're hearing just how often Celeste was with, or allegedly was with, this much older man. And it really speaks to how many people were potentially aware that he was maybe in this relationship with a younger girl, right? Members of online forums that David and Celeste were reportedly part of have said they didn't know Celeste was so young, thinking she was David's age. But if she was traveling with him to different places and meeting these people in a circle, did none of them suspect that something was maybe amiss here? I mean, again, assuming these allegations are true. You go back to the filing, quote, text exchanges between the victim and defendant contain references to sex, pregnancy, abortion, and use of the Plan B emergency contraceptive. There are also
Yo, I didn't even... So, they talked about Plan Bs, abortions, all of this. And this is still an internship.
Man, I gotta see those text messages. I don't believe it. Let me see them. I gotta see what they look like. And was it really made by David himself? Was it sexual in any manner? It's just detailing that. But I don't know the full amount of that conversation. There's more to it.
Explicit photographs documenting and corroborating their sexual relationship. In November 2024, defendant and the victim broke up, although they continued to communicate, and text messages suggest they also continued to have sexual relations. See, that's the kind of alleged evidence that is incredibly compelling. What separates this from other cases of, let's say, a he said, she said, right? That's the kind of alleged evidence that supports the sex charge, but goes to the special circumstances of killing a witness, right? Remember, to support the special circumstances allegations, which you would get life in prison without the possibility of parole for the murder charge or the death penalty, allegedly killing her because she's a witness to this, or allegedly killing her to silence her. It's evidence of this purported sexual relationship that's really problematic, or potentially really problematic for David.
And by the way, I have to tell you, this just came out at the time of this recording. So the death certificate for Celeste, and this is per reporting from TMZ, there's a change. It used to say that she was not pregnant. Now it's saying that section is marked U for unknown. So what is this suggesting? That it was possible she could have been pregnant? Not entirely clear.
Per process.
I just gotta see the evidence.
Let's say, hypothetically, all of this evidence is 100% true. How can you combat this?
Now I'm keeping that shit out of court. I'm gonna do what I can to show that it's illegal in the manner in which the investigators got it. They violated one of his constitutional protected rights, and having it would interrupt with the fair judicial process that we have.
So if his defense team is looking at this, they're seeing that this is true, they can't poke holes in this, you're saying that they're going to be looking for ways to get this thrown out of court.
Yeah, you have to.
So what legal right could they, like, because it's an investigation, so how could they legally say that these text messages being brought into the case goes against his constitutional right?
It could be hearsay, which is an out-of-court statement asserted for the truth of the matter, meaning you can't use that. It's rumors. And also authenticity. We don't know if it's David that's sending these text messages. We don't know that for sure. I have no idea. It could be somebody else.
Somebody else.
Yeah.
Cosplaying as David, having a continuing just they get his phone and they just have a sexual conversation with her. They give him his phone back and he never realizes, hey, what's going on? Like,
do you know when people go on OnlyFans and they can chat with these girls? Do you think they're chatting with those girls on?
That is a completely different thing.
No, but do you think that those girls are chatting with you? Like, no, these are Russian guys who are proficient in English, typing and texting whatever fantasies that you have. That's out there. And so we don't know. Right now, it's just too much out there. There's an authenticity problem. And there's also the legal problem that whether this can come into court or not.
Prosecutors, quote, April 23rd, 2025 is the likely date of the victim's death and when all her cellular activity ceased. The night prior, April 22nd, 2025, defendant and the victim engaged in a lengthy argument described in detail in their text messages. The messages reveal the victim's jealousy over defendant's relationships with other women, as defendant led her to believe they had a future together. She became extremely upset and threatened to disclose damaging information about her relationship with defendant to end his career and destroy his life. Defendant's first studio album was due to be released on April 25th, 2025, so 2 days later. He had an emerging multi-million-dollar career already in progress. He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. I mean...
So that's a lot of financial gain to lose.
He's a walking lick. He is a walking lick, I tell you that.
So, okay, if you're going to say a lick, what would be the lick? For a lick, you have to get something. So who's getting something from this?
I would say her.
What is she getting from this? The ball's in your court. What is she getting from this, Jay?
Did she ever write down, like, how about you give me a car? You know? Those are things that are done on the phone, not through text. Can you imagine when you text somebody, that's going to come out in court When you have a verbal conversation, nobody can prove that. So if you're going to make a threat, the smart person will make a threat verbally, right? And not put it on text message.
So what was she? Okay. I'll play your game. So she threatened him, right? What would she be threatening him about?
No idea. It can be anything. It could
No. Like, what would be the threat that he could suffer? How could she? What could a 14-year-old girl have to threaten a multi-millionaire adult man? What could she have?
All right. So there's ghostwriting. That's very embarrassing, right? If you have somebody else write your lyrics or make your music for you, that's embarrassing. He could be gay. Or he could be into trans women. And that's something that a lot of rappers and a lot of straight men are afraid of. If she is around him and she knew that, that is a great tool to get what you want.
So it wouldn't be, I don't know, maybe that she's a minor?
Well, I know that from what you showed me is that she had this great opportunity to have an internship. And David was nice enough to allow that to happen. But sometimes when you allow somebody to be a part of your team, they get to see you personally. And maybe she may have seen something or recorded something that could be used against him later on whenever he reaches this pinnacle of his success, endorsements, multi-million-dollar deals, fame. David wanting that, Celeste may have a like a little leash around his neck to say, you need to do something that I want. If not, I'm going to expose you. And that's a real thing that happens. That's how extortion happens. Look, criminals are not just people who wear a hoodie, who runs up on you while you walk to your car. Criminals could be anybody. They could be the most...
So she didn't have any evidence of him having sex with her, is what you're saying?
I don't know that evidence, is what I'm saying. The only way I can see all that is once I become his attorney. But from what I'm seeing, in my opinion, on what's out there in the public that's not evidence, is that it looks like this is an extortion scheme, right?
So a 14-year-old girl extorted David, in your opinion?
You've never seen kids extort?
No. A 14-year-old girl extorted David, in your opinion?
Do you know girls, like, they mature faster than men? Like their minds are there, right? Like manipulation is a learned trait even at a young age. I have 4-year-old, 5-year-old nieces, cousins too. They know how to manipulate at that age. Can you imagine 10 years? So she's 14, that she's known how to manipulate.
He also had multiple product endorsements, which were highly profitable. I mean, to give you an idea about what was at stake and what the prosecution may use at trial or a preliminary hearing, I mean, we told you in an episode yesterday that after David was arrested on murder and mutilation charges, the video game Fortnite announced it was going to refund players who made David-related purchases in the game, saying in a statement, we hear the concerns. We have a bunch of changes we're rolling out over time. The first one will be available on Tuesday, April 28th, when anyone who purchased one of these items will be able to get an immediate self-service refund. And right now, players who request refunds for David Cosmetics via player support can be refunded. And according to reporting from the Houston Chronicle, David's song, Locked and Loaded, became the game's first official theme song in 2025. Now he's being canceled across the board. You have companies like Universal Music Group working to remove the songs that he apparently did in collaboration with their artists from streaming platforms. And I say all that because, again, think about what was going on in his life. Think about the height of his career at that time.
So a lot of companies are distancing themselves.
Yeah, I'm telling you, an allegation is strong enough. Just an allegation alone is strong enough for you to lose a lot of potential. And unfortunately for David, he's under this type of accusation.
Jayoma, in your heart of heart, like, no lawyer talk, no defense lawyer talk, genuinely in your heart of heart, like, because you know he's not gonna hire you, man. So you don't have to keep on trying to apply your heart of heart, deep down in your heart. Do you think he did it? Yes or no?
Okay, I don't think so. It's just, there's so many different outlets that are out there. It looks like the investigation is targeting him and not looking at any other potential perpetrators that are out there. And the real killer might be out there. And it would be a tragedy.
So what evidence are you seeing that there's another killer out there? Like, what, since you're saying all of this is just allegations and stuff, what is the evidence that you see that we might not be seeing that there is a different killer and it's not David?
The murder looks too perfect. The cutting of the fingers, that's the most significant. Because if he was just mad at her, you know, for trying to expose her, why cut off the fingers?
His name is on there.
Right.
He didn't want the body to be identified.
Wouldn't that lead to you? Wouldn't that show investigators?
No, that would actually send them in a whole different direction. If they don't see that, I think he was hoping that she wasn't going to be identified.
They're going to identify her. DNA is there. When they do the teeth, they can identify through dental records that's her. They're going to know it's her. So you can't avoid that. But it's just the cutting of the fingers. It's like it's purposely done to show that it's David and David only. And so that's why I say it's too perfect.
Right hand on the Bible, you genuinely don't think he did it?
I genuinely think that you have to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. What about anybody else, any other possible suspects? They never looked into that. And that's confirming.
How do you know they never looked into it?
Because they didn't say it. They're not saying it. There's no, look at everything that you said to me in this whole video. There's nothing that says there's this person, there's that person. We looked at, no, they focused directly on this guy.
Does every case need to look at multiple people to be suspects?
Yeah, you have to. Wouldn't it be?
So if there's a mass shooting, you have on video who did the shooting, do you have to suspect that there was other people during the mass shooting? Or can you?
Yes, because videos can be incorrect. Okay, allegations can be very, very incorrect. You have to look at all the possible suspects that are out there. If you don't do that, that's a bad investigation. That's a very bad investigation. That could cost him his life. So that's why my mind is more like, you prosecutors must prove to me beyond a reasonable doubt that it was David that did this and not anybody else.
And chat, I've seen some people in the chat saying you're a fake attorney. Chat, he is a very real attorney.
Very real. With real results.
I have to imagine the prosecutors are going to use this to establish the narrative that he couldn't let Celeste expose him, right? Again, these are just allegations. This is the prosecution's narrative, but you see where they're going. So investigators contend that April 23rd was when Celeste was killed, soon after arriving at that house in the Hollywood Hills. Quote, at approximately 8:40 p.m. on April 23rd, 2025, defendant sent an Uber to transport the victim from her Lake Elsinore home to his residence. They communicated before and during her Uber ride, which dropped her off at defendant's Hollywood Hills home around 10:10 p.m. At approximately 10:30 p.m., defendant sent text messages to the victim inquiring where she was.
So, does this make sense to you? She got dropped off at 10:10 p.m., yet he's texting her at 10:30, hey, where are you at?
Wait, he texted her at 10:30?
She got dropped off at his house at 10:10 p.m.
Okay.
But he's texting her at 10:30, so 20 minutes after, where are you?
20 minutes is a long time, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
20 minutes, a lot of things can happen in LA. People could be kidnapped in 20 minutes. People can be taken from their location in 20 minutes. What happened to her? And why are we focused on David? It could be somebody else. Hollywood Hills, that's a walking lick place. You want to get somebody, that's the place to go.
So if you're saying someone else did this, what you're saying is it had to be someone close to David because they had to have access to his car to put her body in his car.
I'm not saying it has to be David. I'm not saying it has to be somebody close. I'm saying it could be somebody close or it could be a random person, an opportunity.
How can a random person get access to his car?
Follow him. You know, if you're in LA, you go to LA, you'll bump into somebody that's famous. PNB Rock was taken advantage of like that. Nobody was like, oh, I'm going to go hunt him. No, it was more like, I see it. I'm hungry. Let me go take advantage of the situation that's here. And I'll tell you, dude, I wanted to go practice in California, which technically I can. I just have to go an extra step. But in LA, when I went there, I was in the court building. Almost every courtroom was in a murder trial. There are so many murders in LA. This might be another situation. But my problem is, what if David goes to prison for something he didn't do and the real killer's out there? Is that a world that you want to live in?
What if David did this and we get him free? Was that a world you want to live in?
If David did this, then he's going to be found guilty and they're going to set his punishment. But we don't know that.
OJ got off?
OJ got off? I think he was found guilty because it looked too good. That murder looked too damn good. Just like this. This murder looks too damn perfect. And that's my reasonable doubt. And that's why I would vote not guilty.
So if you were a juror, you would vote not guilty just based on it looking like it was him too much.
Yeah, at this, like this, if this was the evidence right here, what you just showed me, I'd be like not guilty because it's silent to any investigation to any other lead. Where is it? Did y'all just focus on David because he's rich, he's up and coming, he's young, he's black? Why are y'all just focusing on this guy? What about somebody else?
Will contend this was part of defendant's premeditated plan to cover up the murder, as she was already dead by this time. If that's true, that is a quick turnaround from when she arrived to when she was killed, right? And that goes to that premeditation aspect, lying in wait. Quote, knowing he had to silence the victim before she ruined his music career as she had threatened, very soon after her arrival at his home, defendant stabbed the victim to death multiple times and stood by while she bled out. At no time did he call law enforcement or 911 or take her to an emergency room to attempt to save her life.
So, I mean, wouldn't that be the smart thing to do? Hey, you Uber your friend over to your house. She's not around. She's missing. Wouldn't the best thing to do would be to call 911?
No. I mean, how many times has that happened to anybody out there where you expect somebody to show up and they don't show up? Do you automatically call 911? No, they're just like, maybe she went to go get a taco.
Maybe you can't say that though because he ordered an Uber. Uber's not going to just drive over to somewhere without the passenger in the car.
Yeah, well, where's the Uber video? I want to see that. I want to see, did y'all really drop her off? I want to see, did that Uber driver like really take her to the house? What happened in those 20 minutes? We don't know that. What investigation went into those 20 minutes between her being dropped off to the time he texted her, where are you? Where is the investigation there? I don't see it here. And that's reasonable.
Despite knowing she was dead and her family was trying to find her, the evidence will show defendant lied and claimed he didn't know where she was. In fact, defendant drove to Santa Barbara County. This is something we've always talked about before. Drove to Santa Barbara County immediately after the victim died, attempting to dispose of her property and destroy evidence. At approximately 11:30 p.m. on April 23, 2025, he drove away from his home as he texted and called the victim's phone asking where she was. Again, these were acts calculated and planned to set up his defense within a very short timeline after the victim's vicious murder. Defendant drove his Tesla north on the 101 freeway to San Marcos Pass Road, SR 154, near Lake Cachuma in Santa Barbara County. He returned home early the following morning on April 24, 2025, before going to a radio interview for the release of his album that week. He sent 2 additional texts to the victim's phone that day, which obviously went unanswered because she was already dead. After April 26, 2025, defendant never attempted to contact her again. And if that's true, that would be strange, right? Because if that's the case,
if you like somebody or you gave somebody an opportunity and they stood you up, does that make you feel good? No. And it's not disposing of evidence. It's more like, I'm not fucking with you no more, dude. I'm not fucking with you at all. So if me and you, we're cool, right? If you stood me up, right? And you just completely ignored me, I'm gonna be like, F Jidion, dude. Here's his jacket. I don't care about his jacket. I don't care about his bag. I don't care. Because Jidion stood me up. And even while I'm trying to grow my career, he stood me up. That doesn't look like I'm getting rid of evidence. What that looks like is a person who is fed up for being stood up. It looks like he didn't know at the time that she was murdered. That's what I'm saying. That 20 minutes, we don't know what happened. And then all of a sudden he goes, I'm charged with murder? Oh, I thought she ghosted me. And now they're saying I'm disposing of evidence. No, I just got mad. I never murdered her.
So you gotta drive 40 minutes, an hour away to throw someone's belongings somewhere?
I don't think he went to drive there just to throw it away. I think he was there to just, I don't know, meet somebody else, eat food. You can be driving for, there's multiple reasons, but it's silent to that. We can't even ask that question because David's not on camera. And it would be stupid for him to even be on camera to describe the events because it's what happens in the courtroom. And from what I'm seeing, he don't look like he was destroying evidence. He looks like he was mad and just said, you know what, I'm just not going to deal with her anymore.
So he took her passport over there just because he was done with her.
I'm not fucking with you no more. I'm not fucking with you. You blocked me. I'm not fucking with you. I gave you this opportunity to learn. I introduced you to famous people, and then you just blocked me. Not only that, but you tried to extort me. You tried to ask me for a Rolex, and I'm not paying for that. And just because I say no, you're going to try to expose me for liking trannies or being gay? That's messed up. I'm fed up. I don't care about you anymore. Our friendship and this internship is over. Boom.
Internship with a 14-year-old. So he fired a 14-year-old girl. A 14-year-old.
Ask your chat. Ask your chat. How many of y'all who's 14 years old who wants to get an internship and learn about the legal system? Who wants to be an attorney? And that's just being an attorney. How about who wants to learn how to play music from Justin Bieber? Who wants to learn how to rap from Jay-Z?
No idea what happened to her. Wouldn't he be desperately trying to get a hold of her? I think that's an argument that would be put forward by prosecutors. And then the filing gets into the incredibly disturbing details of how David allegedly cut Celeste's body into pieces. Quote, tellingly, defendant subsequently purchased tools to carry out his plot to dismember or dispose of the victim's body. On April 24, 2025, defendant ordered a shovel from Home Depot that was delivered to his home from Postmates. On May 1st, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered 2 chainsaws to his home. On May 5th, 2025, defendant ordered and Amazon subsequently delivered a body bag, heavy-duty laundry bags, and a blue inflatable pool to his home.
He made purchases under the fake name Victoria Mendez. Who is Victoria Mendez? That sounds like the gardener. I'm not saying all Hispanic people are like landscape people, but it looks like somebody who needs supplies to do work.
Chainsaw? What do you need an inflatable pool to do work for?
I have no idea why people need inflatable pools. You might want to ask Victoria Mendez. Had the investigators asked Victoria Mendez what was she going to do with that pool?
You know you could change your name on these apps. I do it all the time on my DoorDash.
Wait. So you're telling me
sometimes I'm Dwayne Johnson on DoorDash. You could change your name, but all these material are coincidentally ordered to his house after she goes missing.
I have no idea, but I don't see any investigation looking into somebody else doing this.
Made these purchases under the fake name Victoria Mendez. On May 8th, 2025, defendant returned to the same area in Santa Barbara County, leaving his home around 11:30 p.m.
So why are we going back to the same place we threw all her stuff away at? Well, we had to clear our mind. I'm done with her. I'm gonna throw all her stuff away. Why are we going back to that same spot?
I have no idea. I don't know what he left there. I don't know what's there. He might have left something that's really important to him. A ring, money, credit card. I have no idea.
Again, on May 31st, 2025, this is an isolated site off SR 154 where the victim's identification was subsequently discovered in January 2026. Additionally, on July 7th, 2025, defendant ordered and subsequently Amazon delivered a burn cage to his home under the same fake name as part of his plan to incinerate evidence. We've talked.
So not only did he use the same name for Postmates, but he used the same name for Amazon, and it's all getting delivered to his house?
I have no idea.
What do you mean?
The prosecutors have to prove to me, like, this is the conspiracy. Like, it was all premeditated. You have to prove that to me.
Okay, what would have to be proved to you? Like, word for word, what would have to be proved?
Word, I want an investigation that should have been done at the time that somebody else did this. If there was no investigation, this looks very biased.
So what if they show that they looked at other people and all the evidence is still pointing at David? Then
it would help. Then it would help to be like, okay, there's a step further to me saying that David did it. I'm just not going to be the type of guy to be like, yeah, he did it.
So at the Nuremberg trials, would they have to say, hey, somebody else maybe orchestrated all of this stuff besides Hitler before you say, yeah, Hitler said, let's start a genocide? Would that have to happen?
Well, at this time, for us to see what Hitler did, we have the opportunity and to see it by hindsight. At the time of that incident, I need to see that. And this is where we're at right now. We're not looking at David's case like 15 years from now. We're here on this date. And there's still some questions that I have regarding whether he's going to be guilty or not.
about that before with Steve Fisher, the private investigator. Quote, moreover, defendant took horrifying measures to destroy and discard the victim's body. After placing her body into the blue inflatable pool to prevent her blood from spilling onto his garage floor, defendant used a chainsaw and perhaps other tools to cut off her limbs. Small blue plastic fragments were found embedded in the victim's remains, which were collected by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Department. The fragments were analyzed by the LAPD's Forensic Science Division Trace Analysis Unit. An expert was able to match a physical fit match from the blue fragments to the blue inflatable pool purchased by defendant in May 2025.
So this sounds definitive that this happened in his house. So her body's found in his car. He arranged an Uber to come to his house. He was the last person in contact with her. All the purchases that he made are also found on her body by a medical examiner.
He asked her, "Where are you?" Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Where are you? And those 20 minutes passed. Where are you? That's something that's sticking out to me. Now, you can tell me all these things that, the people are saying on this show, but I look at what did y'all
So you're more caught up on this fake 20 minutes that he made than all. So like you're still stuck. We're on blue fabric being found, fragments being found on her body, and you're still stuck on where are you?
Yeah, because. You have to prove that to me. It's not.
Oh my, bro. You know what's crazy? It's like I know what you're doing. Like I genuinely know what you're doing. Like this is your defense lawyer. You do this for a living. But like there is people out there who would do what you're doing genuinely. Like I know for a fact you're not being genuine right now. But there is people who would.
I'm genuine. I have never liked you.
That was the fakest.
Bro,
oh my gosh, bro. This rage bait is amazing.
He amputated her left ring and pinky fingers because her ring finger contained a tattoo of his name. Her fingers have not been recovered. Defendant then placed her head and torso into the cadaver bag he purchased. He placed her limbs into a garbage bag, which he deposited into his front trunk.
So the same bags that he purchased are the same bags found in his Tesla.
Where are the fingers at, dude? Where are the fingers?
Why do you need? What do the fingers have to do with it?
That means the investigation was incomplete. If you cannot find the fingers, I need those.
So you're telling me if I was missing my pinky nail on my right hand and they found my body, the investigation is still how is that incomplete? Like genuinely, like how? Like tell everybody how is that incomplete?
Where did it go? Where did it go? How do we know that it was cut off by David?
So she was just walking around with missing fingers?
How do we know it was David that cut that finger off? What happened in those 20 minutes? Was it a couple gang members that rode up on her? And was just like, yeah, David didn't pay us our money when we protected him, when he was out in LA that one time. We're going to get this guy.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Am I wrong?
Yes. You're wrong.
That's very possible.
Bro, you know what? Actually, David, David, you should hire Jayoma. Is this what you would argue in court?
Yeah.
David, hire Jayoma. Please, David, hire him.
Incomplete investigations? Come on, man. We gotta hold these government authorities accountable to do a right investigation.
Laying the cadaver bag on top. For several weeks or possibly months, defendant left the victim's body to decompose inside his Tesla. Let me stop right there. As you can see, prosecutors are going to claim they have digital evidence, forensic evidence, purchase history to all support this. I have to imagine this will be challenged by the defense with their own experts. And if there's certain items of evidence, body parts that are missing, they'll try to make room for reasonable doubt. But it's really, you're seeing now how.
I mean, you've already made a lot of room for reasonable doubt. So are you expecting his defense team to argue some of these same things that you are?
No, I really don't. I'm the only attorney that thinks this way, and you know that. The way my mind works is 100% protecting my client no matter how bad shit gets. And so those attorneys, I don't know who they are. I don't know who they are. They all think differently. Every attorney thinks differently. but I do my cases my way, and I get the results that I want.
How they are building this case and what they've been doing. I mean, Steve Fisher talked about, what was it, like 54 search warrants were issued in this case. And this, by the way, is all important because we always wondered, did David have help, right? This is a monumental alleged task, allegedly done by a 20-year-old singer by himself. But I will tell you, the filing does make you question if maybe, you know what? Maybe he did allegedly act alone. The filing states that David, quote, lied to friends, business associates, and others about the strong smell of decay in and around the home and the car.
You know what's crazy? I was talking to the private investigator, and where the car was parked, he talked to the family that lives there, and they said they smelled a horrendous stench where the Tesla was parked. They thought at first that it was their dog, but once the car got towed, they didn't dig up their dog yet, and magically the smell went away.
Let me ask you this, Jidion. How often do you check your trunk?
Well, I have a Tesla, you know, when I go get groceries and stuff like that. So, you know, at least twice a month.
This might be a time that he never checked it. He had no idea that there was a decaying body in there.
So you wouldn't be able to smell that?
No.
Why? They said that they found air fresheners all around the car, too.
You don't know what this, you know, like when there's a bad smell? Like, what does the dead body smell like? Do you know what a dead body smells like?
Well, obviously it smells horrible. That's why when it was at the tow yard, they called the cops.
Yeah, I know, but like, what kind of smell? We know it's horrible, but how does it differ from the smell of poop? How does it differ from the smell of just vomit?
So when you investigate, like, yo, what the hell? Did I forget some meat in my car? Did I forget? Like, would you not investigate?
No, I just look. Right now, I don't know David's sexuality. I don't know. I don't know if he's making out with transsexuals and they have butt sex in there and it smells like poop in there. I don't know.
Bro!
I don't know.
What does that have to do with anything?
That's what I'm saying. The smell can come from anywhere, is what I'm saying. It's just a possibility. It can come from him doing gay activities. And I'm not shaming anybody who's into that. It's just a possibility when it comes to this type of smell. Because from my understanding and my research, because, you know, I worked at that strip club and had a bunch of women and gay dudes there. They would tell me, like, it would stink if they had sex. So to them, it's normal. So maybe to David, that smell is normal. He did not know that it was a smell of a decaying body. Does that make sense?
No.
LAPD served the search warrant at the house after Celeste was identified. They reportedly found all sorts of evidence in the garage to support dismemberment, including biological evidence that tested positive for blood. They say it matched the victim's unique genetic profile, as well as the inflatable pool, which had these multiple, quote, linear cuts. And I want to go through the list of evidence that the state provides, which it says will be able to present at trial to prove David's guilt. Again, allegations, but let me go through this. And by the way, photos and videos of some of that evidence was released on X by private investigator Steve Fisher, who's been on this case from the beginning. He was hired by the owner of the Hollywood Hills home that David was apparently renting, who had a lot of questions about just what was going on at this property when Celeste's body was found. And the Tesla was allegedly connected back to the singer. But since then, I've spoken with Steve many times about what he's been able to uncover, and we're going to get to that in just a moment. But back to this evidence list. First, quote, the description of photographs depicting the victim naked, as well as while she was engaged with defendant in sexual activity when she was 13.
So they have pictures of her, not only naked, but him producing CSAM.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Jidion. If that's true, is that reason enough to convict him of murder?
Yes, actually, yes. You know why?
What's the link?
What's the link? Because she said, I'm going to expose your career. I'm going to expose you. So this would be the perfect motive of what he doesn't want to get out there.
I don't see it. I don't see it. So if me and you were in that jury, me and you would be arguing back and forth, trying to come up with a decision whether we're going to vote guilty or not, right?
Okay, here. We know for a fact that it was not only her and him, and it's them engaging in this, right? We know for a fact, I'm saying we should vote guilty. This is clear motive why he did what he did. Why are you going to argue the opposite way?
That investigation. The murder is too perfect. It's too perfect. 20 minutes passed. There's no other investigation for somebody else. That, to me, is reasonable doubt that somebody else could have done this. And I don't feel comfortable going to sleep at night where there's the actual murder that's out there. and we're just focused on David.
Someone said, you schmiz donated 5, said keyword is beyond reasonable doubt. All of these allegations at this point, Jayoma is smart as hell to think this way as a defense.
It's just the way I think. And because of that, I get the results that I get.
As this evidence constitutes child sexual abuse material, the photographs themselves will not be presented. While all possible charges that could be proven were not filed, the CSAM is proof of their ongoing sexual relationship while the victim was 13 and 14 years old. I also do wonder if you're looking at potential federal charges here. Quote,
facts. Wouldn't that be federal charges with him?
Yeah, possession of CP.
But not even possession, but production.
Yeah, production, possibly distribution if it's there, but right now, the focus is on the active case. If the Department of Justice files charges against them, which happens sometimes to my clients, I'm just like, okay, then we can move forward. You're going to hire me on the federal case and the state case.
But this is important though because they're also charging him with. You say you. So would you concede on this as a defense lawyer, where it's like he did have a sexual relationship with her? Would you concede on that, knowing now that they have actual evidence of him and her in the videos, and it's clearly him and her?
If it's true, right now, me and you, we don't see it.
Let's say it's true. Would you concede as his lawyer?
If it's him?
Yes.
Now I'll be like, dude, that looks like you. I'm not gonna lie. That guy looks like you.
What do you mean that dude looks? What do you mean? So are you saying you would concede? Like, what are you saying?
I would say if there is a video or a picture of him doing these sexual things with a minor, I'm going to tell my client that looks like you. That's it. I'm not going to say it's you. I'm going to say it looks like you.
So would you advise you concede on this front, or would you try to fight it and go not guilty?
We'll fight it. How did the cops get to that, to the material? Did y'all get it legally? How'd y'all do it? How do you know it's not AI?
Even if it was AI, wouldn't that still be illegal?
Yeah, it would be. It wouldn't be as culpable or as bad as like real life, you know what I mean?
First text messages between defendant and the victim evidencing their sexual relationship, pregnancy, abortion, use of Plan B, emergency contraception. Messages through March 2025 prove defendant continued to manipulate the victim as she messaged, "All we do is have sex and just hang out. Man, I want more than that for myself." These messages were obtained from defendant's iCloud data. Defendant's cellular activity and communications derived from defendant's iPhone and Tesla, which demonstrate defendant's activities from April 22nd, 2025 to April 24th, 2025, including a trip to Santa Barbara County in the middle of the night after the victim arrived at his Hollywood Hills home. Surveillance video of defendant driving his Tesla on July 29, 2025 for the last time before parking the vehicle and leaving on tour at the end of July. So Steve Fisher shared the surveillance video after the hearing on X, reportedly showing the Tesla.
Who the hell?
One of the last.
That looks like a black guy.
Surveillance video after and leaving on tour at the end of July.
Chat.
So Steve Fisher shared the surveillance video.
That looks like David to me.
I don't even see a human being.
It's like I can see his forehead right here, and then I see his hair right here.
I see a shadow. And that's, I'm not saying like racial thing, but like I just see a shadow. I don't see a human being at all. I don't see eyes. I don't see teeth. I don't see noses. I don't see ears. That looks like a self-driving car. Go back. Play the video. Play the video. Am I lying, chat?
Leaving on tour at the end of July. So Steve Fisher shared the surveillance video.
So you say it's just a ghost? Elon went rogue and drove himself.
I don't see a human being driving that car, Jidion. Like, am I looking at the same thing you're looking at? Are we looking at the same screen? Like, I don't see David at all. I don't see a human being, dude.
After the hearing on X, reportedly showing the Tesla, one of the last times it was driven, it's believed that Celeste's dismembered remains were inside that front trunk. And the list of potential evidence continues, quote, DNA evidence developed from blood stains collected from defendant's garage, which matched the victim's genetic profile. Proof of defendant's...
Whoa. DNA evidence developed from blood stains collected from defendant's garage.
Wait. Are you surprised that a person who lives at a location, they have a DNA of that person there. They live there, right?
Wait, okay, wait, my bad. So
of course you're gonna see.
No,
your
this
DNA.
isn't. This is the victim's DNA. This is the victim's blood.
DNA evidence developed from bloodstains collected from defendant's garage,
which matched the victim's genetic profile. Blood.
Was she with him?
Huh?
Wasn't she with him? Hasn't she visited that garage before?
So why is there blood downstairs?
Jidion, I've been to your house. I think I bled a couple times at your house. Like, I had a cut in my hand and it fell like in the sink. I'm pretty sure you'll find my DNA there. How do we know it's at that time of the murder? How do we know that? I don't know that. Can the DNA expert testify that that blood is the result of that murder at that specific time, at that specific day? I don't think so.
Collected from
So how do you know it's from that murder?
Which matched the victim's genetic profile, proof of defendant's Amazon purchases and deliveries to his residence, including 2 chainsaws, a body bag, an inflatable pool, heavy-duty laundry bags, a burn cage after April 24th, 2020.
Bought all this after when the prosecutors say that he killed her. So coincidentally, after the murder, we're buying chainsaws, body bags, inflatable pools, burn cages, all after the murder.
This is all like speculation. Like, oh, well, because of this, I think that he did that. Do you have a
The
video?
body was dismembered. And
no.
The body, they already said that the way that the body was dismembered, it looks like it was done with a chainsaw.
I need a video of the actual murder. If you don't have that, then you're asking me to rely on evidence around it.
What if your client admitted to you that he did it, but he just wants to get off?
Who said that?
Like, let's say your client said, I did do it, man, but can you please get me off?
Yeah, I'll protect him.
25. Steve also shared photos of some of these alleged packages. You can see the deliveries are addressed to Victoria Mendez. Not clear why David would allegedly use that particular name. Quote, proof of defendant's purchase and delivery from Postmates of a shovel from Home Depot to his home on April 24th, 2025. Uber records showing defendant's transaction where he ordered an Uber to pick up the victim from her Lake Elsinore home and transport her to his residence the night of April 23rd, 2025. Proof of defendant's lucrative career as a singer-songwriter prior to April 23rd, 2025. Defendant had an album release party on the night of April 24th, 2025 before embarking on an international tour in late July 2025. Text message exchanges between defendant and the victim on April 22nd and April 23rd, 2025, where the victim threatened to expose defendant and destroy his career. The prosecution has issued numerous subpoenas and is prepared to proceed with the preliminary hearing. Now, as I mentioned before, the court again decided to push this back.
Dang, that's a lot of evidence against David. A lot.
Where's the evidence for the investigation for somebody else? Where is it? It's missing.
You know what? We don't need it because we got the right guy.
How do you know that? You weren't
This
there.
man, no matter what you say, this man is going to get, if he doesn't take a plea deal, he's going to get the death penalty. Your favorite artist, Jayoma, is going to die.
I didn't say he's my favorite artist. I said there's a couple songs that he likes, that I like, that he made.
You David Stan. David is going to be killed for what he has done.
I think it would be a great injustice if he paid a punishment for something he didn't do.
So if he's found guilty, are you going to be like, damn, they got the wrong guy?
No, I'm going to be like, damn, they should have hired me.
To May 26th, and the delay was frustrating for a lot of people, including Steve Fisher. He's been very vocal on social media about what seemed to be a lack of transparency, a slow investigation on the part of authorities. Remember, David wasn't arrested until 1 year after, when prosecutors believe Celeste was killed. She was last seen or heard from in April 2025. Her body was found in the Tesla in September, and then David was taken into custody, 10 days ago? So yesterday, after the delay, he tweeted, quote, from the David hearing continued until May 26th, the speedy preliminary was a bluff by the defense. The game of hide the ball from the public has started. The judge agreed to put a protective order on the search warrants and affidavits, as well as the grand jury transcripts. So much for an open and transparent system.
So what does that mean? What does that mean that the judge...
Yeah, protective order mean they don't want to show it to the public? What are they trying to hide here?
So
like,
Who's trying to hide what? Is the defense trying to hide, or is the prosecution trying to hide?
It looks like the prosecutor's trying to hide shit. What are y'all trying to hide? It should be public. How did the grand jury decide to indict this guy? What was said in that grand jury hearing? I need to know.
That's the thing. I don't know if he was ever indicted. I don't think he was ever indicted. I think the DA just brought the charges on him.
They did, but I need to know how they arrived at that point. That's my questioning. How did you get there?
Simple brief to be sealed. After running the worst PR campaign in history the last 7 months, not coming out with a single statement supporting their client, the defense now thinks the public will form a poor opinion of their client if the public sees any of the discovery. His lawyers seem more like publicists than criminal trial litigators.
So, no, it looks like what he's saying is the defense is trying to hide it.
I have no idea. It looks, I don't know.
It says the speedy preliminary was a bluff by the defense. So he's saying that the defense is bluffing about trying to have a speedy trial. The game of hide the ball from the public has started. The judge agreed to put a protective order on the search warrants and affidavits, as well as the grand jury's transcripts. So much for an open and transparent system. David's defense even asked for a simple brief to be sealed. So his defense is asking for stuff to be sealed. After running the worst PR campaign in history the last 7 months, not coming out with a single statement supporting their client, the defense now thinks the public will form a bad opinion. So it sounds like the defense knows how bad this sounds, and they don't want people knowing about it.
Okay, I misread that. So it looks like the defense asked for the search warrants and everything to be hidden. Okay? I think the only reason why I would do that is because if this case goes to trial, that means anybody in that community could be a juror. And if they're watching the news like how we are, they could be tainted by that. So as you can see right now, Jidion, we're talking, right, about what has been shown on this Law and Crime sidebar with Jesse Weber. Can you imagine if we were called to that trial as a juror? We already have a preconceived notion that he did this without actually seeing any real evidence. And that's dangerous. And I think the defense is trying to prevent that from happening because their minds will be skewed and they could bias the whole entire jury. And thus, it would make the system unfair. Remember I talked to you earlier about how we need to get rid of racist people who don't like you, people who don't like the charge. What if when the whole 100 people in that jury comes up, all of them already think that you're guilty? There's no fairness there. So I think to keep this protected and not shown in the public, it's to make sure that whenever this case does go to trial, I'm anticipating it is, that the jury members are not tainted by what they see in the news. Does that make sense?
Okay, so they're just saying like this PR is just too bad right now, pretty much.
Right, because look how you're thinking right now. You watch this Law and Crime sidebar, you're already thinking he's guilty without actually being a part of it. Imagine if you were chosen to decide whether he's guilty or not guilty.
If I was chosen, I would look at all the evidence.
You already have a preconceived notion right now. You already think he did it. You're already saying he should take a plea right now. And you're just one person. Can you imagine? This video has been shown to millions of people in California. Those are potential jurors. And if they already have a preconceived notion that he did it, it's just as bad as somebody looking you in the face saying he did it because of his skin color. That's what me, as a criminal defense attorney, want to prevent, is somebody who already has an idea that you did it without actually ever hearing any evidence, without actually hearing me being able to cross-examine, meaning ask questions of the detectives who did a horrible investigation because they only focused on David and nobody else. Does that make sense?
I can see where you're coming from. I can see.
Hashtag.
So this is what you would ask for this to be sealed as well?
If the case is going, because I don't know, I haven't spoken to David, but if I can foresee that this case is going to trial, I have to protect something called the presumption of innocence. And that presumption of innocence is going to be tainted because of this video, right? So that means it's going to be even more tainted if bad discovery comes out. Because remember, bad evidence comes out. Because remember, the investigators don't investigate to see that you didn't do it. They investigate to show he did do it. And if there's evidence to show that he did not do it, they're not going to focus on that because it would just destroy all the work that they've done.
One thing I think a lot of people don't know, at least here in Texas, I don't know a lot of other states, but here in Texas, you not only have the right to an attorney, but you also, and they don't tell you this, you also have the right to a private investigator to investigate your crime as well, because it is not the prosecution's job to show reasons why it might not be you. So if you're in Texas and you're being accused of a crime, not only do you have the right to an attorney, but you also have the right for somebody to look into the case as well. You can explain that, right?
Let me tell y'all, you have a right to an attorney, but it does not mean you have a right to a good attorney. It does not mean you have a right to an excellent attorney. It doesn't mean you have a right to the best attorney. They're just going to give you an attorney. And those attorneys who are on there, they are taking those cases and you're not paying for it. You will find out real quick the caliber of those attorneys who are free, given to you from this court. It is in your best interest to hire a good attorney that you have investigated to make sure he is a winner. He will fight for you no matter what. Because if you allow your life to be put into the hands of somebody else that you did not choose, you will find out really quick why they're there. So keep that in mind. People choose me because they know what I can do. They call me because they know what I can do. So that's the only PSA I can give to everybody that's out there.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Now, I had a chance to speak with Steve as well as certified death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan last night on my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, and they talked more.
So that's pretty much all the evidence and stuff. So you now hear everything, right? This isn't speculation anymore. This isn't, you know the facts. Is there any doubt in your mind that, like, okay, now he probably did it after hearing all of the stuff that the prosecutors have?
There's still that doubt. It's just those 20 minutes, man. Those 20 minutes, man, things can happen in 20 minutes. A lot of things can happen. So
let's say if that 20 minutes didn't exist, what would your mindset be on this case?
Then my mindset would still be like, well, prosecutors have to prove it to me. Like, you have to prove this case to me, that it was him and nobody else. If there's a doubt in my mind, like meaning I think somebody else did it, right? And it's reasonable. Then they didn't prove their job. They didn't do it right. And because of that, I have to find them not guilty. It's in the, when you're a juror, you have a jury charge that gives you instructions on how to look at the evidence and decide whether you can choose guilty or not guilty. Those instructions are pretty much this, and it's pretty much general for every court case. The prosecutors have to prove this case, not the defense. They have to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, meaning you have to know for sure that he did this. If there is a doubt in your mind that he did not do this, that somebody else did it, then you have to find him not guilty.
Chat, man, let me know. Did he change any of your guys' mind? I don't think so. But you know, I am happy that we could get a criminal defense lawyer's opinion on this. I'm not gonna lie, I think that his defense is gonna use some of these tactics. So this is gonna prepare a lot of us for what's gonna be happening for the future, man. So this is EDP Watch Nation and Jayoma. I appreciate your time, man. I know you're lying your ass off right now, but you know, I do appreciate your time.
I never lie.
1, he's black, so he has less than 60 IQ. 2, all predator catchers are morons that achieve nothing with what they do except filling their own egos.
I really hate this clip because it honestly shows more of Jidion's bias than it does legitimize his weird point about lolicons. And it's also just straight up weird.
So this was supposed to be a more funny video. What I was gonna do was I was gonna just get a bunch of different Reddit clips and people talking about me, you know, how they hate the pred catching and just kind of debunking in their reasonings and stuff. But through the research of trying to gather different things and different threads of people talking about me, I found this really alarming thread on Twitter, basically defending lolly and saying how I am putting lolicon people in a bad rep because I caught a guy that just so happened to have a bunch of lolly and was also into cheese pizza. So I know you guys probably didn't understand anything I just said. So we're gonna go on and break it down, and I promise once you guys realize what lolicon is, you guys are gonna be sick to your stomachs. So this user right here, Antis WTF, he said, guys,
I respect predator catchers as much as the next guy, but some of them would end up saying bullshit, calling the subculture of lolicon a breeding ground for pedophiles.
So the reason why I said that, and the video I said that in was this video right here. We caught this guy, Douglas Hogan, over in Oroville, California. He had came to meet our 15-year-old decoy, and after talking with him, come to find out that he was a big fan of anime, and he was also into cheese pizza. And I asked him a specific question because I kind of put two and two together, because if you're a big fan of the anime and you're also into cheese pizza, there's a strong likelihood that you're also into a thing called lolicon. Now, you guys are still probably wondering, Jidion, what is lolicon? So I want to show you guys something. I am genuinely going to just get this right here. I'm going to right click and I'm going to hit search Google for lolicon. And this is what pops up. Caution, child sexual abuse content is illegal and harmful. Get confidential help. If you're worried about your thoughts or behavior, seeking sexually explicit images of children can have serious consequences for yourself and others. I know you guys are like, what the is going on? What is it that you just looked up to where you just got a straight up warning on Google? So for those of y'all that aren't into the anime community too much, I'm gonna let my editor and my friend who has watched over 100 animes, and he's also been in the deepest of the anime sects, explain to you guys what lolly is. So Blazin', take it away.
So what does lolly mean? It's essentially a very young looking girl in anime or manga that appears to look like she's in preschool, but in reality her age might be over 75 million years old. There's Firen, who clearly resembles a child, but she's over the age of 1,000 years old. Beatrice, who looks like she belongs in a daycare, but that's okay because she's over 400 years old. Or even Yachiru from Bleach, who is 3'7", 34 pounds with the archetype of a toddler. But wait, she's over 100 years old, so it's okay that she's my waifu. The people who think like this own body pillows to these digital children and get off to these characters are called lolicons.
So yeah, that's pretty much what it is they pretend a little girl or a little boy is 5,000 years old, but still looks like a little girl or little boy, and they draw that little boy or little girl doing things. So pretty much they're creating CP, but they have the guise of it being, wait, it's actually a 5,000-year-old. It's absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely vile. And the fact that I have somebody that claims to be a fan of what we do, and they're over here like getting upset of the fact that I'm saying that people that are into that is a breeding ground of pedophiles, like, it literally doesn't make any sense to me.
And the funny thing is this is probably the first time out of many times Jidion caught a lolicon being the actual creep. Maybe one of a few. For every one predator Jidion finds is a lolicon, I can list off 10 that I exposed that hate it.
Well, I'm gonna just straight up tell you that all lolicon people are freaks, because if you're over here drawing or downloading photos of little girls and little boys that are anywhere from the age of freaking 3 or 5 or 7 years old and depicting them having sex, you're weird. There's no way around that. You are weird, and you're participating in self-made CP. While it's not quote unquote real CP, it still is, because you're drawing children doing sexual stuff. And I just don't understand how that's not getting through his thick skull. I don't understand why he can't understand why we would think that this is a breeding ground for pedophiles. I am not saying that being a lolly hater is a pedophile. Like, you see how he's like, oh, I'm not saying being a lolly hater is a pedophile. Like, because it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't care about the 10 lolly haters that you expose. Bro, I've exposed dudes that literally said being a drag queen around kindergartners is pedophile, and I come to find out that dude actually did something to a 12-year-old. So I don't care if you found people that hate it to also be creeps. That doesn't take away from the fact that if you're in it, you are a creep. It just doesn't.
But comparing lolicons to lolly haters and numbers of preds is like comparing the Minecraft community to Roblox. One gets caught with it a lot more than the other.
Like, hey man, whatever can help you sleep at night. Like right now, I'm just reading a bunch of cope right here. Then he goes on to say under his tweet, he says,
to get to my point, I respect the work, but I also find this disingenuous, especially coming from an expert who should be knowing all this stuff about Predator. From someone of that status, watering down the term is a very serious thing and a blunder. Is this a new video? Yeah, I didn't check.
I mean, if you respect the work, you wouldn't be participating in this act, because this act is what we go after. This act is why I have quote unquote work. You downloading these videos is a breed for pedophilia. It's no way around. Being a pedophile isn't just, oh, you know, I'm gonna go and try to touch little kids. If you're downloading that stuff, if you're downloading cheese pizza videos, and if you're downloading lolicon stuff, you're in the same boat, whether you like it or not. He didn't even check, so he didn't even watch the full video. If he would have watched the full video, he would have known that this dude not only had lolicon on his phone, but he also had a bunch of real cheese pizza on his phone as well. And I'm gonna sit up here and be honest, man. If you're in a lolicon, there's no way that you're not gonna get the temptation to want to get the real videos as well. I mean, the lolicon's just as bad, but like, bro, you're in the same boat, whether you want to admit it or not. Oh boy, I can't wait for see, it's the same to come flooding in. It literally is. It's literally the same thing. You can cope all you want. It is the same thing. And I'm not gonna lie, I think after this video goes up, we're not gonna see a lot of these profiles on X anymore. So it's really not even any point of you guys going on there. This dude, true, he says, one, he's black, so he has less than 60 IQ. So because I don't know the ins and outs of the lolly community, it's my IQ, man. I lack the IQ of a predator. I am so sorry. I do not want to be trained in your ways, but I do pray that you get help. Two, all predator catchers are morons that achieve nothing with what they do except filling their own egos. And I bet you he's also talking about cops that catch predators as well. And you know what? Let me just go on this dude's profile. I want to see. Oh! You know what? I don't want to go into any stereotypes because these aren't the stereotypes, you know? Just because someone's trans does not make them a predator. That's actually a real thing. You know, they're over here saying just because you're a lolly hater doesn't mean you're a pedophile. No, just because you're trans doesn't make you a pedophile. But I'm going to be up here and be honest. You're not making the trans community look good by not only you're trans, right? And you're out here defending lolly and CP pretty much. Like, it's the same thing. And like I said, man, this account's not going to be here much longer, so there's just genuinely no point in you guys going to it. I don't even like want to look here. I'm going to look at his profile just to see the stuff that he's posting, and let's see. Okay, there's nothing. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yep. Yeah. This account needs to be taken down for sure. Yeah. Then we got someone else. He says,
I really hate this clip because it honestly shows more of Jidion's bias than it does legitimize his weird point about lolicons. And it's also just straight up weird.
I'm weird. Okay.
It's just straight up weird and inappropriate to start talking about your gripes about weird anime fan service to the cops while they're here to cuff a guy who was trying to meet a minor. It's really stupid for him to bring this up because if he had this conversation with another predator and he went gross, that ish is weird, you know he wouldn't be bringing that ish up because it doesn't support his point. I mean, good on him for catching preds, though. Don't hate the guy, but this clip irked me.
It irked you the fact that I called out people that are into lolly. Okay. Yeah, it's
disingenuous of him, especially since he should know what makes a predator a predator.
Yeah, a predator is somebody that exploits or tries to do harm to kids. You are exploiting children by drawing children doing horrible things. These were the same people saying that AI CP isn't bad because, it's just a computer. Like, no, you're creating this to glorify your sick, depraved needs. There's just no way around that. Pred catchers tend to get all their catches free releases because some honeypot law. So I have zero respect for them. So first thing first, I need you to let me know what this honeypot law is, because you're capping on that. And this dude that we caught, he is going to prison. And second, it's effectively just a spectacle. So it's a spectacle of us catching these guys, but it's not a spectacle of you guys drawing literal children being harmed. That's not a spectacle. But us catching them, you know, this was supposed to just be a fun video that I was gonna do, but I feel like after I post this is gonna make the rounds in the lolly community. So if you guys see anything else or anything, be sure to tag me on Twitter. My X is down in the description below. Also, join our, EDP Watch Discord. You guys can, send stuff over there as well. Man, I really don't got anything else to say, man. This stuff was very weird, very disturbing. And if you guys didn't know what this stuff is, I apologize for informing you on the depravity of humanity. We deserve to be extinct. Peace.
I don't know what the came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, come here, you nigger. And oh my god, like, and then he like stops like, hey, no, just call me a nigger. I was like, you're a nigger.
So there's this woman right here. She is a Houston Police Department police officer, right? And she posted on her My Friends Only on her IG like this racist rant. Went on this crazy racist rant about black people. And bro, man, like this is alarming for me, because not only am I black, but I also live in Houston, bro. Like, I could have ran into her any chance, man. Imagine if I ran into her during a pred catch, man. It would have been Polk County Part 2, just with a woman. So anyway, this is what the tweet says. It says, Houston police officer Ashley Gonzalez relieved of duty after video shows her repeatedly using a racial slur. A close friend on Instagram recorded former Houston Police Department officer Ashley Gonzalez repeatedly using racial slurs while describing black people. Yo, whoever recorded this on her close friends and put it out there, you are a huge W, because literally you could have just let this slide, not said anything, because she would have just been out here on the streets, and who knows how many lives she could have ruined. But I didn't watch all of it, but let's see how bad this rant was.
The amount of times that I will always and forever say that I fucking hate niggers. Oh my god, I fucking hate chimps. Like, I hate y'all. Like, you, I don't fucking, oh, we were slaves this entire, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Like, for a fucking reason, you guys were fucking slaves. You guys don't know anything better than to fucking steal. Like, oh my fucking god, nigga. Like, I was literally eating fucking food with my friend. He had his, oh my god, like, I don't know, por Dios, por gracias de fucking Dios, I had my fucking wallet next to me, like, my whole purse, and those fucking, like, that little fucking small ass chimp decided not to fucking steal my fucking wallet, nigga. Oh my god, nigga, I would have grabbed my heel and whoop the fuck out of that nigga's ass. But whatever, right? Some other but no homo or nothing. Y'all don't know how good it felt to say out loud, goddamn, nigga, oh my god, I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps, nigga.
Whoa! What do you mean? I felt like I was back in the Marine Corps. What? Oh my god.
Nah, I don't know what the fuck came over me. I grabbed that nigga by the neck and I was like, come here, you fucking nigger. And oh my god,
yo, oh my, bro, man. Bro. I know this is gonna sound crazy, but man, if I was her suspect and she did that to me, man, I would get down on my knees and I would just start thanking God. I'll be like, Lord, you already blessed me with a high-paying job, but now you're putting even more treasures on me? I would have been like, oh Lord Jesus, thank you. Man, I would have hired the best civil rights attorneys. Woo! Yo, on everything, chat, on everything, bro. In Death Note, he's like, I can't laugh yet. I have to keep it in. Like, that would be, bro, if she said that to me while she was arresting me on everything, bro, I would be like, I can't laugh yet. Oh, bro, man. Oh, yeah, no. But, bro, she doing this for the gram, bro. You know, she know damn well she didn't say that to that person. And this is what she's saying on her private Instagram story. Now imagine what she would say in person. Imagine what the people that she roll with on patrol be saying. You know what I mean? We can't be having cops like this at all, man.
Nigga by the neck, and I was like, come here, you fucking nigger. And oh my god, like I felt like the world just stopped. Like it was just peace. Like I don't know. And then he was just like even I in my head I was like, damn bitch, te pasaste, because I called him a fucking nigger, dog. Like imagine.
Wow. Bro, she got wet from saying the hard R. You know how lame you gotta be to get wet from saying the hard R? Like, que pasa? Like, it was world peace, Holmes. You know what I mean? Like, I swear, it was like, peace, Holmes.
Somebody fucking downtown chimps.
Downtown
They're there, they could have beat in my ass. And then he like stops like, hey, now just call me a fucking nigger. I was like, you're a nigger. I was like, oh my god, like, you're a fucking nigger and I called you a nigger. Like, world peace, bitch.
World peace. Wow. Bro, I hope that's on body cam, man. So this is my local news station.
Well, new at 10, Fox 26 received a video from a viewer who claims it shows a police officer using a racial slur. Houston police say they are aware of this video and that officer, Ashley Gonzalez, has been relieved of duty while the department investigates. Local community leader.
Bro, lost her pension, gonna have this floating around her head forever now. She's cooked, bro. And she live in Houston, bro. Oh man, let her try to go to a club or something, man. Somebody gonna recognize her. Like, man, let's girls night out. Let's go out. Let's go to Clay Houston. Let's go to Spire. Oh, no. GG's. She has to strictly go to after hours. If you're from Houston and you know about after hours, you know what I mean when I say that. Like, she cannot go to any regular club. It has to be after hours only.
Say this video calls into question Gonzalez's policing. Fox 26's Karis Belger joining us in the studio with more on these allegations and what we're learning tonight. Karis.
Yeah, Caroline, the video is disturbing and we're not showing it in full, but I can tell you the woman in it repeatedly uses racist language and describes using that language during an arrest and later says she felt, quote, at peace after being able to say it. And that's now drawing serious concern from community leaders as HPD looks into this.
Okay, now
and sent to Fox 26 by a viewer who claims the woman seen in it is Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Now, Houston's police say they are aware of the video. While the
there she is! Why did she want to say it right here, chat? Why do you want to get your inner please? That's the perfect time to say it right now. Say it to your superior officer. Get over here. Oh my God. World peace, right?
Confirmed Gonzalez is the woman seen in it. HPD says she has been relieved of duty as the investigation moves forward. Now, after watching the video, Bishop James Dixon said he was shocked and disturbed by the content. You can see Gonzalez here. This is her graduating from her cadet class in 2024, shaking the hand of the then police chief. James Dixon said he was, as I mentioned, shocked and disturbed by the content. He believes this raises broader concerns beyond just the one in.
Nah, bro, the dudes gotta stop being so like, I'm gonna be straight up, like, they gotta stop being so pussy, bro. Like, remember the news back in the day where it was that the white teacher who he was like, I didn't say ER, I said nigga. You know what I'm talking about, chat? And they like straight up played it uncensored and everything. That's real journalism. Cause bro, you got boomers watching this. They're not gonna be able to find the video, and they're not gonna be able to know what she said. And so we just gotta go off of bro's facial reaction. He's like, man, get that bull out my face, bro. Man, she tripping.
Chief,
hard R.
As I mentioned, shocked and disturbed by the content. He believes this raises broader concerns beyond just the one incident.
You know the crazy thing about it, man? I'm gonna be real. There is a lot of good cops, man. I'm actually pro cop, genuinely. But bro, I'm gonna just be real, bro. If you could have a fly on the wall for an entire police department, we wouldn't have no cops, bro. I'm just keeping it a buck, bro. If there was a fly on the wall at every police department, listening in to every conversation, we would not have a police department.
Well, we don't know that much. The person who sent the video into us claimed to know her. We're still investigating that claim, but she did graduate from the...
What do you mean? The person in her that recorded her claim to know. Bro, she's in her close friends. What do you mean claim to know her? Like, of course you knew her. I ain't adding just anybody into my close friends unless I'm a close friend. We don't know if she was just a passerby or, you know, if she caught them. No, bro, she knows who she is. I know Ashley trying to figure out who ratted on her. Bitch, you told? I only got like 30 people on my close friends. Who was it? It was one of you. I know it was a girl. I know it was a girl. I know you know how I know it was a girl? Because she was like, girl, I'm watching. Like, that right there let me know that it's a girl. It's a girl on her thing. So that narrows down her list. You know what? Hold up. Actually, I know a cop that works for HPD. Hold up. Let me call him real quick. Jidion messy? Bro, I'm just trying to get the scoop, chat. What you mean I'm messy? Chat, do y'all think I'm messy?
Hey, what's up?
What's good, my man? What's good? Yo, my guy.
I already know what you're gonna talk about. Bro, that's my classmate.
Woo! That's your classmate?
Yeah, like if you see the videos they're posting of like graduation ceremony, yeah, that's my class, dude. The group chat's like blowing up. And I'll be honest, like I've heard her say some like questionable stuff, and I've told her, I was like, hey, you can't be talking like that. So like, you know, like I don't care. And I'm like, all right, like it's gonna catch up to you. And sure enough, fucking caught up to her. But the crazy part is, I'm like, she's from Houston, so I'm like, I don't know, like, where she get the like ideology from, you know, like to be like that.
Listen, you know, I don't think she's a bad guy. You know, I just want to get her side of the story. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe the context got, you know, misskewed or something like that. So that's why I was just wondering if you could send me her number.
Yeah, man, context. You haven't seen, you saw the video.
Hey, listen. I don't jump to conclusions. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't think she's a bad guy. Oh man, bro. I mean, you're genuinely one of the good ones, man. I can say that. But my guy, man. So there's this woman where she goes after like racist cops hard, right? And so this woman, she is trying to like eviscerate Ashley Gonzalez's life. Like, here, watch this.
Renowned human civil rights activist, advocate, and author, I might say. Well, we out here today, well, tonight actually, in regards to Officer Ashley Gonzalez. Well, I'm going to say used to be Officer Ashley Gonzalez. So I just find it interesting that she was just so bold and emboldened to be talking like that on social media about black people. Okay, and you think you're gonna be a police officer in my city over here displaying that kind of behavior? Baby, let me give the community an update. She is no longer working for HPD. She was gone as of today, okay, because she got that belt to that ass. Because what we're not gonna do is tolerate no police officers that's holding a badge and then you're damn racist. And then when I looked at the video in disgust because she made it clear about African Americans dropping the M-bombs, calling us monkeys and all this and stuff. First of all, ma'am, you is not to catch me out because let's be clear, your teeth smaller than that big mouth that you was over there talking about if we gonna talk.
Preach, sister.
Let's talk about that. But what you're not going to do is talk about black people, and then you're going to say that, well, when I go to work today, that you're going to arrest somebody black. So I've been in talks with leadership with HPD, and I made it very clear. Because let me tell y'all the difference between the news and the difference between activists and advocates. What we do, we put the belt to the ass and apply the pressure. Okay, the news, they just gonna cover the story. No, we're not gonna cover the story and be done with it. We're gonna follow this because that is very dangerous. That is like a chef that don't wash his hands. Okay, that is how dangerous that is. And so, like I said, I've been in talks with leadership with HPD. She's currently under investigation, even though she's fired. But I've made my demands very clear, and I'm gonna continue to apply the pressure. You are going to lose your T-code license, ma'am. Okay? Ooh. You are not going to be able to work at any police agency because I'm going to follow it.
Dang. An educated black woman.
Explicit imagery.
Oh, fuck.
This man has used photos of me from when I was 15 years old and used them to create an alias called Joanna Tang. I will be reporting this information to the police for identity theft as well as and child intent, and I could use as much evidence as possible. But it does seem like David was chasing after a small child.
Yo, what's good, YouTube man? Welcome back to another video, and today we are reacting to another Turkey Tom video. It is titled Unmasking Smart Schoolboy 9, the internet's most eccentric predator. You guys remember almost 2 years ago we reacted to the Smart Schoolboy 9 video. All you guys were telling me to get on this, to catch this dude, man. But as it seems from the thumbnail, Turkey Tom has uncovered what Smart Schoolboy 9 looks like and what he's up to. So we're gonna find out what's all going on, man. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe. Let's watch it, man.
Shining a light on predators and degenerates has turned into a spectacle online, usually with the intent to raise awareness, if not outright get them arrested. However, it seems that they slip through the cracks just as often as they're caught. One such case being Smart Schoolboy 9. Despite briefly becoming the most infamous person on the entire internet, due to the tricky nature of his behavior and the relaxed laws in the United Kingdom, he was never arrested. After laying low for a little while, he snuck back online when no one was looking and resumed his extremely disturbing activities.
Oh my gosh, man. Bro, I swear, if I had any chat logs or anything, I would have been over there top of the morning to go get this dude, bro.
This is the story of Smart Schoolboy 9, the creepiest man on the internet, and why he never went to jail. Also, a bit of a disclaimer here, do not attempt to contact anyone involved in this story, regardless of your intention. This video is not an incitement of harassment and should only be seen as entertainment. And you are not a cop, unless you actually are a cop watching this video, but most of you aren't. Although now everyone online knows about him, the first significant post about Smart Schoolboy 9, real name David, came in the way of a Reddit post all the way back in April of 2024, about 4 months before he became known by the general public. The post read, "I came across a reel randomly and it led me down this weird rabbit hole of people using AI or dressing up pretending to go to school. They all seem to have high heels in them. Is this an age play thing or something more sinister? Literally anything helps as I keep trying to look for answers." Attached to this post were a few images of the truth_sticks_11 Instagram account, whose bio read, "Beautiful boy and account looked after by me. A degree educated mother, choosing to stay anonymous. Good, original, written work. Advice and compassion." By merely looking at the images, some of which include pictures of the heavily edited boy wearing nothing but underwear, it became clear that this was not a real kid or a mother. Other accounts shown include girl.chloe12, which prominently featured pictures of underage girls in bikinis or short skirts, often emphasizing that the subject of the posts, whose name alternates between Lisa and Chloe, is just 12 years old. Now, given how inconsistent and all over the place the information on these accounts were, it was a virtual certainty that the kids who appeared in the images had absolutely no connection to whoever was posting them, which is a silver lining, I guess. However, there was a third account listed here, Smart Schoolboy 9, whose page was decked out in images and videos of a man who was definitely an adult, despite his bio claiming that he was 10 years old. While the pictures on this Instagram account don't seem to contain anything fully illegal, even here there are pictures of children in very vulnerable positions, which I'm gonna have to censor, obviously. The account has now been deleted, but when it was up, it contained content that is as disturbing as you can get without it being gore or explicit imagery.
You know what? We need to put Sister Hong and Smart Schoolboy 9 in a room. I just want to see what's gonna go down, bro. You know, like, sister, like, if we had the power scale, chat, who is the bigger predator? Schoolboy 9? Smart Schoolboy 9 or Sister Hong? Well, you know what? Sister Hong has HIV, so Sister Hong might win, you know? I'm gonna go with Sister Hong.
Taking one look at this post, the fetishistic nature of it is pretty obvious. Children in school uniforms, a high-pitched voice, a pale white face,
high-heeled boots. And easily the most disturbing part as far as the videos go, this man clearly has some kind of oral fixation, which manifests as his constant sucking motion and his swollen tongue poking through his fake buck teeth. While predators on social media platforms are sadly a common phenomenon, it's rare to see one as freakish as David here. What was also weird about this is that his own accounts occasionally made posts about online predators, probably in an attempt to paint himself as innocent or a safe space for minors. As one Reddit user observed, Truth Sticks starts off like an account exposing other fake little boy accounts for actually being predators, using Instagram to swap CSAM. It then says it's going to teach us about how to spot those accounts, so that's where the boy and mom in school giving us lectures begins. But then it just morphs into one of the accounts it's claiming to fight, abandoning that objective and just reporting on this little boy's days in school. Very bizarre, and the individual behind it is likely a member of that community. Despite how egregious all of this was, it didn't really take off, mostly because this post was made on the r/Instagram subreddit, which isn't at all focused on that kind of bizarre situation. It took 3 months until a few more threads were made on his accounts, this time on the much more fitting Internet Mystery subreddit, focusing mainly on the Truth_Sticks account and another one called Stephanie Schooley. The original poster speculates that AI may have been employed in the creation of these pictures, but to me, it just looks like regular editing, partly because of the way they're morphed, and partly because of how specific and minute the details are, presumably to cater to David's fetishes. As people point out in the comment section, these pictures, including the ones of children in vulnerable positions, are of real children, even if they're extremely edited. What's even more dangerous is that some people claimed he himself had been interacting with real kids on Instagram. At the time, a lot of people didn't know what to make of David's posts. There was a decent amount of talk about the possibility that the person behind all of these posts could just be mentally challenged to the point that they have no idea how inappropriate and bizarre all of this is. But further examination of the account's history made it clear that David was well aware of what he was doing. One of the earliest posts from the Truth Sticks account reads as follows: "Beware that the man pretending to be a boy is trying to lure boys to ask him to look at his supposed passport. There is no real boy on any of the predator's pages. It is all fake. Passport is sometimes code used by pedophiles to indicate links to Links Mega or Mega Links pedo pages. But his most disturbing lust is for boys, and he spends hours and hours following real boys, trying to attract boys from other time zones. Beware, avoid." Here, we see David basically projecting his own behavior onto someone else's account, showing that he knows what he's doing is wrong. While this page, and even archives of it, have been completely wiped, most likely due to the content involving pictures of real kids, some remnants of it have been re-uploaded to YouTube. And apparently, the account did indeed start out with David in his kid voice, calling out these other Indian and Middle Eastern accounts, accusing them of being predators.
So, that's the account run by a man pretending to be a boy.
So not only does he know what a predator is, he has multiple posts accusing other people of doing exactly what he's doing, pretending to be a little kid online. In fact, he spent the majority of his earlier posts describing himself to a T. For a staggering 20 hours without stopping, he recently followed and then unfollowed genuine boys. They tell us that they notice something wrong with the man pretending to be a boy, and then the man pretending to be a boy then makes more approaches, timing it with after-school hours of 3:30 to 4:30, hoping to attract boys. And then all evening and all night. Once aroused, he deceives. It is a full-time sickness. Pedophilia is a joke to him. And when people ask him about his many aliases, he says it is an aunt, cousin, or friend. But they don't exist. It is all him. Does he wash? No. Does he wish he were a young boy in a school classroom looking nice and being successful at school? Yes, blocked and blocked again by children, including a Russian boy aged 12. Annoyed when parents intervene, when he thought he could engage with a child. Annoyed when the conversation stopped. Annoyed when he is blocked. Obsessions with scantily clad young boys, photographed from behind, and spanking them as a sick fetish. Be aware of predators pretending to be young boys online and asking real boys if they're hungry and pretending to be delivering free food. They don't need to know a child's address. The predators appear kind, asking if the child could collect a meal from a vehicle parked nearby. I apologize for reading that entire thing, but I think you guys do need to understand just how crazy this guy is. Even if David had found actual predator accounts and was pointing them out here, there's just no way he has that much information on all of them. It's much more likely he's simply soft-telling on himself with these stories. Eventually, this page transitions to just LARPing about being a young boy at school. Likewise, some of his other Instagram pages, such as Mile.s95, Stephanie Schooley, and Stephanie Stansfield, all revolve around the same concepts, just with different children, much of which has to be censored here, either because it includes inappropriate imagery or photos of real kids. As far as I could tell, the oldest one was Stephanie Stansfield, which dated all the way back to 2019 and had its first post about how small a schoolgirl's skirt was as she was going to pick up her pencil case. There was also a Twitter account of the same name, which was also created in 2019, containing a lot of similar posts about poetry, but it's now private. However disturbing a lot of his posts were, perhaps the most terrifying of all of them is this one uploaded from his Miles account, where he seems to be chasing a kid.
Oh!
Now, of course, there's a chance this video is not what it seems, but it does seem like David was chasing after a small child, which is an absolute nightmare to even consider. Another account that was eventually connected to David was the same in which his name was revealed, Lyricist David, which has been archived on TikTok, along with the music that he uploaded. And I use the word music here extremely loosely.
Running tram. Running tram. Taking the buses or the train and the train and the bus and the buses is the running tram.
There were plenty of other alt accounts with varying content, but the ones I mentioned so far were the primary core of his online activity that was being combed through at this early stage. Although this story hadn't really reached its peak in notoriety quite yet, it got big enough on Reddit that many Redditors thought it was a good idea to try and contact David. In what we can understand as a response, he posted to his Instagram stories saying this: "Ignore jealous comments from people. I think they wish they could wear my school uniform, my mini boots I wear to school. Some seem to think that just because I've grown so quickly in school year 5, they comment as if they know me or am in their age group. It happens to loads of other children. School is nice." Fortunately, Redditors reacted appropriately to this development, asking people to not interact with his account. Others even made the apt observation that, regardless of intention, to engage directly with David is to play into his fantasy. One odd artifact from this early period of discovery is that a thread was made on an account called Smart Schoolboy 6, which allegedly had actual explicit illegal material involving children, heavily covered in filters and stickers. I don't know if this is true or not, or even if the creator of this specific account is David, but it's worth mentioning nonetheless. Based solely on what had been posted so far, it was pretty easy to figure out that David was British, mixed race, and of course, much older than he claimed to be, although how old exactly was still unknown. In order to try and gather more information on him and pull together findings, an entire subreddit was created, although in the time since then it's been banned due to too many people crossing the line from sleuthing to harassment. As the topic was already getting a lot of traction on TikTok, one of the first people who made a thread about David came back to make an announcement. Stop trying to contact him. Although nobody can stop you from commenting on his posts, it's really not adding anything beneficial and will probably result in him destroying the accounts and breaking his hard drives with the amount of attention he knows he's getting. The police are working on the case. They have not provided any updates besides the fact that they are taking it seriously. Yes, they are all one account owned by the same guy. There are many more accounts that the Discord have discovered. One has been taken down and had explicit mention of Smart Schoolboy's fetish for children. There are archives of every account on the Discord. There is 13 total accounts across social media we have found. Discord is closed for the time being because of leakers. Although the information was not too solid yet, this user also claimed that David had been doing this since the 1980s. And was now over 50 years old. Unfortunately, it seems that the online community that began to crop up around the investigation into David instantly cannibalized itself before it could do anything productive. And a lot of their findings were scattered across multiple different subreddits and Discord servers, most of which are now simply gone from the internet. But the topic was now big enough that YouTubers began to cover it. The first video was from August 7th of 2024 from a channel called As Far As The Corners. This was followed a few weeks later by Tuv, Nick Crowley, and Nexpo, whose videos, when put together, amassed over 18 million views, sending the already viral topic of Smart Schoolboy 9 into the stratosphere. As you can imagine, all of this attention put the hysterics on overdrive, and a lot of false or bad information on the case started spreading. But one good side effect was that if there was any chance David could contact a kid who had no idea who he was, that chance was now long gone, because he was famous. Shortly after all of the big YouTube videos came out, something unexpected happened. One of the people whose photos David edited for one of his alt accounts, Joanne Tang, came forward.
Oh my god!
After recognizing herself in these bizarre edits on David's accounts, Camille posted to Reddit saying this: "Hi, I have only now just been made aware of this Smart Schoolboy 9 situation. My name is Camille, and this man has used photos of me from when I was 15 years old and used them to create an alias called Joanna Tang. If anyone has any evidence, please message me on my Instagram or TikTok. I will be reporting this information to the police for identity theft as well as pedophilic and child pornographic intent, and I could use as much evidence as possible. Thank you." She eventually posted a video to her TikTok explaining the situation, and based on this, it seems she tried to cooperate with the people online following the case. However, most likely because of how ineffective the laws on this stuff in the United Kingdom are, and how downright stupid a lot of the people involved with the Reddit investigation were, it doesn't seem like she made any headway. Her Instagram has since been taken down, or it changed handles, and her TikTok account has gone private. Besides Camille, another unexpected source on Smart Schoolboy 9 was none other than David Firth, the creator of Salad Fingers, who was asked over DMs as to whether he had ever heard of or seen David. He replied saying this: "I think I remember him walking around town in the late 90s or early 2000s when I was at Hall Cross School. He never approached me though. If we're talking about the same person, he was a dark-skinned guy who would wear really sloppily applied makeup, like just a bunch of white and red makeup or face paint. Like it was just smeared across his face. I remember him wearing a white shirt and a school tie and having a strange posture, or walking quite leaned forwards. He was tall and walked very fast. He seemed startled, looking all around, very paranoid.
Oh, chat,
I'd say
man, I'm so locked in, you have no idea. Like genuinely, I am like so, I just want to figure out, because this video here gives so much more, like, this is like the aftermath. So I'm like learning so much more about like what happened after that, because bro, it's going on like 2 years now since it went viral, man. And like the dude definitely got CP. So that's why when you guys be saying like, oh, Jidion, you should do a catch in the UK, bro. The UK sucks, bro.
1999 to 2001. When presented with a more current image of David, he added this: "His makeup has gotten neater. At the time, there was a rumor that the nearby mental hospital closed down, and they released everyone onto the streets because he was just one of many crazed people on the streets of Doncaster." Unfortunately, David was then subject to the same kind of obsessive and unproductive harassment from random people online, which prompted him to make a long series of tweets about it. "Please stop asking me about Smart Schoolboy 9. I replied to a DM a few weeks ago asking if I remembered this guy who would walk around Doncaster dressed as a schoolboy with weird makeup on. Yes, I walked past him in the town center 20 to 25 years ago. I walked past him. That's all. Now I see posts and videos saying he has something to do with the creator of Salad Fingers. No, he doesn't. He was just your local lunatic. I was a teenager at the time. I only remembered because his appearance was striking. Now my DMs are full of TikTok detectives. I never heard him talk or knew what he was up to or interacted with him in any way. He didn't say anything to me. Salad Fingers is not based on him. Please stop asking for information. I have said everything I remember." As far as the efforts of people who were trying to contact Smart Schoolboy 9 directly, unsurprisingly, there was no significant success, as he would just accuse them of being predators trying to talk to a kid. The kid here being him. After all of this trouble, the videos with millions of views, everybody online talking about it for a week, it seems like there would be no payoff, no meaningful information acquired on possibly the highest profile online creep in recent history. Fortunately, after all that was said and done, all of the information that was disseminated through tons of Discord servers and other online communities was archived and kept in one place. Kiwi Farms. After he became well known online, but especially after Nick Crowley's video popped off, everyone who had ever personally witnessed David in real life began to come forward. Due to most of them not knowing what his actual name was, many referred to him as Clown Monkey Man. This is because he apparently dressed up as a flying monkey from The Wizard of Oz. One part of the story that remains consistent across many accounts of his behavior is that he would walk around town in strange outfits, doing a high-pitched voice, staring at people, and trying to talk to kids. But what differed were the outfits and the circumstances. Sometimes he would dress up as a teacher. Other times he would do his regular schoolboy routine while trying to show children his lunchbox. In comments posted on a variety of different platforms, people slowly tried to put together the full picture of who David was. He was allegedly driven out of Doncaster for being a pedo. He had printed out photos on his walls of naked adults, but with children's faces stuck over them. Every single thing matches up. I am adamant it's him. Around 20 years ago, he was arrested when they raided his home. He had loads of pictures plastered on his walls from local dance schools. My girlfriend at the time was in one of the pictures, and they had to interview her to see if she had seen him around. I also heard a story of him hanging around schools, telling children he was writing a book and wanted them to help. My wife says he went to jail for stalking a girl from Hall Cross School. Said he was researching for a book he was writing called The Spirituality of Girls. I used to work at the court 20 years ago, and he was in court in the paper several times for approaching and writing to underage girls while wearing that makeup and young girl style clothing. He usually got away without conviction because the courts believed he didn't intend to do anything wrong. He was trying to speak to those girls because he wholeheartedly believed he was a girl of that age. He used to live with his OAP mom in the periphery of the town center, so he was always outside Hall Cross. OAP in this comment refers to an old age pensioner, meaning his mom was elderly and received money from the government to provide for herself and her kid, being David. Another comment read as follows. I remember this guy. Lived on the same street as him growing up. My brother ended up almost smacking him for following me and my sister up the street, making harassing comments. He was in his mid-40s when he was living on my old street. I'd be inclined to believe he was mid-50s like the other commenters. I worked at the local supermarket during Christmas when in college and served him. He stank and had the strangest voice, obviously put on but really unnerving. I will say the police have known about him for a long time, and when he was doing what he was doing in public, they were not concerned. They were more concerned for his safety than they were what he was doing. These comments paint a picture of David ultimately not being taken seriously by any of the community around him. While the way he dressed and the way he talked was definitely disturbing, ultimately, as far as they knew, he wasn't physically hurting anyone, so there wasn't much the police or the average citizen could do about it. A few other comments also comment on his physical appearance, although reports differ slightly. Real school kids terrorized him for years. He actually has vitiligo on his face and body. For the unaware, vitiligo is a medical condition where the skin loses color. Michael Jackson famously had this before his death if you need a visual aid. It's possible that David does have vitiligo, and we simply can't tell because he wears makeup in most of the images we've seen. On the other hand, it's unclear if this is truly the case. As someone else stated this, I do remember him. Thought he was a burn victim. Meanwhile, a shop worker from Doncaster shared their experience. I used to serve him in Sainsbury's. He once came to the cigarette counter, asking for cigs, then said, "You naughty lady," selling cigarettes to a schoolboy. Then one of the lads working there was staring at him. He started chasing him down, shouting, "Stop staring at me. I'm only a schoolboy." Someone else on Facebook said, "Wow, I have not seen or heard about him since I was a teen. He used to follow me all the time." Now, one of the earlier posts I read claimed that David had been arrested some 20 years ago. And while all of the other posts here did contain a lot of new information regarding David's past, they lacked the finer details to identify what happened with his legal legal situation. But there were 2 other posts with a bit more information on him. One of them was from a Brazilian immigrant who claimed that David...
Bro, chat, man, like... Frick, man, I feel like I'm watching like a movie. Oh my gosh, bro. I want to get into the part, like, I hope they found out who this dude is.
David lived near a playground and was much smarter than he appeared. He states that David even has a college degree and only started doing the schoolboy routine after his mother died, which is speculated to be around 1992. Another account came from a woman named Carol, who bolstered the claim that David was very well educated and added that he had been accused by not 1, but 2 different teenage girls of asking inappropriate questions. Now, some of these claims were later proven to be true, such as him living near a playground, but other stuff, like the Brazilian dude's claim that David's mother had died, or Carol's assertion that David was half Indian, didn't really pan out. Regardless of how many testimonies were available, they still weren't enough to gauge the extent of David's actions or figure out more personal information about him. But eventually, one of the girls whom he allegedly targeted in the early 2000s came forward to offer up what information she had. This is what she had to say. His name is David Walter Alter. He stalked me, found photos of me in his flat when I was a child, and ended up in court. Let him off for mental health. We ended up in court. I was escorted to school by police. Wasn't even allowed on a school bus. Wasn't allowed to go to town on the weekends. The man is a dirty bastard. Shouts, "Don't hurt me, I'm only a schoolboy." He was sectioned instead of jail all them years ago. I seen a post a few weeks ago saying he was online, up to no good. 20 years on, still at it. I apologize for the British speak, but all of this post further corroborates that not only has David been LARPing as a schoolboy and creeping after kids for 3 decades, but it also corroborates that he was actually taken to court over it at least once, but to a mental institution and released instead of being jailed. We also have a mention of his supposed full name here, David Walter Alter. But someone else who replied to this woman's post also said he probably had his name changed. One of the Reddit users who posted underneath this thread said this. The woman who was claiming she was harassed by him extensively said she was 15 in 2004 when it happened. In a post on his Stephanie account on Facebook, he has a long ranting post where he's talking about a Darren. Darren is actually him, David, and it ends with this. It isn't surprising then that when Darren legally and properly won in a matter in 2004 where he was lied about by a girl aged 14 who had wanted to be his girlfriend and was rejected but became bitter, that the person with delusions of grandeur focused on that as a hypocrite rather than admit to her own doings. The poster asserts that this quote is referring to the same event. They go on to say, if so, it obviously affected him greatly enough to come out in his characters, as I imagine being involuntarily committed somewhere could. I think this poster is probably correct, seeing as David himself admits that Darren is a fake name he uses to be careful. So it's likely that the stories with this name are about himself. In these Darren posts, David says that Darren's mom moved away in 1992, which I guess would explain why the Brazilian guy thought she had died and why he was free to act the way he did after that point in time. His family was now out of the picture. Based on the information David provides, it seems he was at odds with his sister, whom he exclusively refers to as the person with delusions of grandeur. Reason being that she took issue with the stuff he was up to, calling him a crossdresser. There's also the mention of an older brother, meaning David may have even more siblings. Besides the Stephanie post that this guy is referring to, David also has a Facebook account where he goes by the name David London. On this account, there are multiple long-winded rants where he refers to being in close contact with a teenage girl, younger than 16, in 2004. In these posts, he usually says that this girl was a child actress in a wartime drama. But as you can imagine, it's very unlikely that a successful child actress would be interacting with David in 2004, when he would be around his 30s. Kiwi Farms users eventually traced what actress he was alluding to, concluding he must have been talking about Keely Fawcett, reason being that she starred in a 2004 movie titled Carrie's War. Of course, David wasn't in contact with Keely Fawcett, but instead Keely Park, the real name of the girl whose posts I read earlier, who identified him by name. When contacted about it, she maintained her story, but said that she had no more information on him besides his name. Fortunately, the name David Alter was already more than enough for online sleuths to get more than a fair share of information regarding him, dating all the way back to 1994. Roughly 2 years after David's Schoolboy Act began, we have an article about how important school uniforms are to keep kids disciplined, written by someone named David Alter. This is in the letters to the editor section of the newspaper, and although there could be another British David Alter who is adamant about the importance of school uniforms, this could very well be the first ever recorded instance of Smart Schoolboy 9 in action. It's only 7 whole years later, in 1999, that we get another piece of David's paper trail, this time in the form of a Usenet thread about him. Now, typically when I go over older stuff online, it's from the perspective of someone who actually knew about them firsthand, but in this case, this is so ancient that it's before my time. Basically, before you had forums, you had Usenet, which was a very rudimentary way for people to connect and communicate before bigger platforms like Reddit allowed them to do so in a more convenient way. The thread is titled Tesco's Freak Show, Doncaster. Anyone who's been to the Doncaster Tesco on a weekday evening will know what I'm talking about. At first, many months ago, I thought it was just a released into community care weirdo with a severe skin complaint. However, last week, whilst working on the town center lighting, I saw it, without its charcoal and blusher combination face covering, Negro-style permed ginger hair, embarrassingly too small schoolboy's uniform, and ridiculously high girls' platform shoes. It was stood up, without makeup, outside the Christchurch gents toilet for hours on end. I saw the police twice asking it to move on, without arresting it, and it continued to frequent the toilets. A couple of weeks ago, me and the missus were going through the next checkout from this freak. As usual, most of the staff were taking their breaks early to see the show, security guards falling apart with laughter, and we heard the elderly female cashier ask it, blatantly struggling to keep a straight face, "Do you have a club card?" It replied, very seriously, "Of course not. I'm only 13. I found out from another Tesco's employee that it gives the same reply to that question every time. The guy is about 30 years old and over 6 feet tall, platform shoes included, and apparently a locally well-known rent boy. The other comical thing is that it appears to have very tight rubber bands around its clothes, making it look like a trussed-up turkey. Weird. After the initial burst of attention over the Instagram posts, this was probably one of the most popular findings regarding the Smart Schoolboy 9 phenomenon. The general public wasn't on Reddit, so they had no idea he was doing this stuff for that long. So to find out he was doing this all the way back in 1999 was shocking. Wow. Most likely this post is talking about him, even though the claim that he's a rent boy, British slang for a male prostitute, is pretty unique to this post and hasn't been corroborated by anyone else. If I had to guess, they're just using this as an insult to call him gay in a very British way.
Me mum died in the Holly. You know, British people probably have some stupid word for the Holocaust.
Besides this Usenet thread, there's another schoolboy breadcrumb from 1999. An online archive of The Journal, which is an English newspaper, contains a letter from Barbara Fenney, which reads as follows. Public notice. South Yorkshire Police advise that any request for money from David Alter, also known as David Stansfield Alter, of Doncaster, England, should be ignored. Now this is really interesting, because in David's retorts to people accusing him of being a creep, besides calling them a creep right back, he also says that they're scammers or beggars, which is very strange considering no context is ever given to these insults. Also, there's plenty of other last names attributed to David from random people online. Stansfield is the only one which appears this early on, alongside Alter. The name David Stansfield has also appeared in a post on the Stephanie Schooley account, which is pretty interesting. So far, the David Alter name had produced a lot of results. Unforeseen pictures of his, tweets from before he went viral calling him by name, among other things. Despite this, the David Stansfield name is really what led the online sleuths to the motherload of information on him. They quickly matched the name to voting records, which in turn were attached to a specific house. This house is in Doncaster and can be assumed to be where he lived for most of his life. Although I'm not going to say the address out loud here, not only to play it safe, but also because he no longer lives there. And whoever lives there now should not be harassed or tied to all this stuff. It's worth noting that this place has been talked about in a lot of detail by David himself, as despite no longer living there, he continued to obsess over it for whatever reason. Regardless, with all of this information, it was easy to find out where he moved next, which, when people found it on Google Maps, it seemed like he had taped up some of his art to the inside of the window. Additionally, it seems that David was looking for a place in London, as he posted an online ad which read as follows. David, 59 years old, male, gifted lyricist and versatile vocalist, eager to return to London, but lacking transport. I'm not wealthy or famous, but very motivated, honest, and decent. Young outlook. Happy to help you with music projects, hoping a compromise on rent may be possible. Must respect my privacy. I can only wonder why he was concerned with his privacy. Now, I'll preface what I'm about to go over with the strong disclaimer that this is some far-fetched speculation. But it's important to note that near David's location, in 2016, there was a case of an assault on a schoolgirl, and the drawing of the culprit provided by the police bore some resemblance to what David would look like.
Gosh, bro. He's black. That's a black dude, man. He's half black.
Without makeup. This is probably the biggest reach, but still, given he did enough to get himself arrested back in 2004, it's not exactly impossible for him to have reoffended in 2016. While both Stansfield and Alter were strong contenders for David's real last name at this point, the issue was put to rest when the Stansfield name led to the names of his brother, sister, father, and mother, all of whom matched information provided by David on his Facebook posts. I won't be divulging any of the information on them since they're all private, normal people who have nothing to do with David, and by all appearances, aren't even on good terms with him. However, it is extremely concerning that when people found his sister's Facebook, they also found her kids' Facebook accounts. Upon further scrutiny, it turned out that David had added them using his Stephanie Schooley account. Maybe this was just the consequence of David adding literally every kid he came across on Facebook, trying to crop dust his sickening content on everybody who made the mistake of accepting him as a friend. Alternatively, it may be that whatever grudge he has against his sister drove him to target her kids specifically. Whatever the case may be, hopefully she has since caught wind of what he's up to online and blocked him on all of her kids' accounts. For a brief period after the Stansfield discovery, development slowed down, as people were more focused on piecing together lore on David, such as him apparently having been humiliated by an older person during school, and that he apparently had a crush on a girl named Veronica, on whom some of his characters are probably based. But it didn't take long for people online to get antsy again and begin trying to prod David directly. In early September of 2024, locals, who were most likely young kids, became so agitated at the idea that they lived near someone as depraved as David that they threw a brick through his window. This made the rounds on TikTok and became pretty controversial for obvious reasons. Many people at the time claimed that David no longer lived in this place anyway, so this was a pointless action no matter what. However, when some kids, who are possibly the same ones who bricked the window in the first place, went to where he allegedly lived to catch some footage of the aftermath of the bricking, they found a worker fixing the window up and a mysterious brown hand holding the door slightly cracked open, without ever showing their face.
والله داسم أوي بس أنا schoolboy 9 والله داسم schoolboy 9 أوي أوي أوي.
While I'm not going to jump to any conclusions and say that this is definitively smart Schoolboy 9, if I lived in that place and people bricked my window thinking I'm smart Schoolboy 9, I would probably get pretty mad at it, not just peek out of my door frame menacingly. Whatever the case may be, this incident clearly had no effect on David's remaining online presence, as he still frequently engaged in arguments with people on Facebook who accused his Stephanie Schooley account of being him. A few weeks later, when people found out what his phone number was, they began calling it, only to get this voicemail.
Hi, how are you? If you need to, leave a nice message, but if it's a nasty message, you'll be reported. Bye.
If that wasn't creepy enough, soon after, someone managed to annoy David on Facebook to the point where he sent them an audio message. And this is what his real voice sounds like.
Hello there, I don't know how often you message people who are helping with the police, but I will tell you now, you f***ing paedophile, you ring me again or text me again, you will be under arrest. Now f*** off and do not do that again.
This
Bro, you know how mad you gotta piss off a dude pretending to be a kid? Like, I just gotta see the thread of how this kid annoyed him to the fact that he got him to use his real voice. That is based.
is exactly what I would expect a 60-year-old British dude to sound like. But it's shocking to hear it in contrast with the voice he puts on in his videos when he's in character. During this period, he was frequently responding to people who contacted him, claiming that he had been working with the police.
Hi, do you often message complete strangers that work with the police? And you mention schoolboys? Why do you like smarty school kid 9
Bro,
or whatever?
Imagine if imagine if I got an interview with Smart Schoolboy 9. Oh my gosh. I think that would literally break my channel. Like, actually.
Boy, now, let us tell you this here. Strangers that work with the police, and you mention schoolboys? Why do you like smarty school kid 9 or whatever? That's a young boy. Now, let us tell you this here. Me and my colleagues, we do genuinely work with the police at detective level. We're not lying to you. You have messaged the wrong person, some random number or whatever information that you had is bogus. So we're going to ask you very nicely to not
Has Facebook
persist.
been deleted?
Thank you very much. Do not inquire about schoolboys that you like, that are age 8, 9, 10, 11, whatever. But certainly you are a grown man and should not be messaging strangers with that sort of chat. It's silly, and people are very busy. Thank you. Good night.
I guess he's added a new character to his roster, as he now plays a detective as well. Besides these Facebook voice messages, another recent finding was a quite obscure Reddit account called First Raspberry 2495, where he had posted the videos of himself dressed as a schoolgirl. The first few posts are relatively normal, if you exclude the one where he's comparing his schoolgirl self to Hermione from Harry Potter and the aforementioned Keely Fawcett. But as soon as people caught on to the fact that he's not an actual girl and started calling him David, he began accusing them of being creeps, calling them Satan, and oddly enough, claiming that he's American and that he's informed the US military that his detractors are possessed by Satan. Maybe all of this online fighting made him a tad more cautious for a period afterwards, as he made a post claiming that the voicemails being spread weren't even his. But it was too little too late. As one Facebook user who eventually joined Kiwi Farms under the name Darren Swat shared what he had already gotten from David. It started off with me making a fake account of his brother and replying to one of his comments. Then he ended up DMing me. He truly believed I was his brother, so I eventually asked for a photo and he sent one. He has definitely altered it to make himself look younger. I do have a full archive of the chats we had. Most people have seen them, but I did have to remove the video from YouTube because an understandably angry family member came across it. I have apologized and reflected on doing that and understand how it was wrong, so I don't need lecturing. And I know for sure in the future to never do that again. I just couldn't pass up the opportunity. The chats in question were then posted, where David could be seen trying to explain himself to who he thought was his brother. Here's what he said. 2 years ago, I created a comedy character of a fictional boy at school, but only for maybe 11 people on Instagram. It was a separate account. The other account was for my lyrics, music, and sketches only. But then in July, a reel emerged, but from another reality. The boy in that reel and video clips is another version of me. That may sound unusual, but I had in the past discussed other realities with a nice girl that I was acquainted with. She could sometimes be controlling, but we did have loads of fun. I won't mention her by name, but I do say nice things about her on my Facebook. Before July 2024, I received odd feedback on Instagram, which I had on another phone, suggesting that I had been in at least one other reality and how I had achieved that. Then I was sent clips of the other version of me, but I have no children and haven't made my former partner pregnant. The boy in the clips is about age 9 or 10, very pale. I should just say, on numerous occasions when playing that character, albeit with a bit of makeup on my face and mixing or editing the videos, there'd be a vibe of another reality. I am of sound mind, so I know what's real and what I experienced. This post is absolutely crazy, and there's a few different interpretations. On one hand, you could believe that he's a genuinely delusional delusional person who believes that smart schoolboy 9 is from another reality. But another possibility is that he's either trying to subtly hint at having some form of DID, or he's outright making this insane claim to try and exculpate himself by making himself sound delusional. It's really hard to say to what degree he believes what he's saying, or if he just acts like it on the off chance that people will treat him more like a mental case than some kind of predator. Whatever the case may be, it is pretty disturbing to hear him talk about a nice girl he was acquainted with whom he had loads of fun with, or his former partner, knowing he's most likely referring to a 15-year-old Keely. It's also interesting he mentions he has multiple phones, and I can only wonder what he has on them. He then goes on to say this: the school character then had some of his clips featured in a video made by some disgruntled person with what looks like exaggerated art-like photos of other children, and that video went viral. There then was a completely daft guessing game whereby the false accuser said I owned 6 different Instagram accounts, but those, if they existed in this reality, aren't actually from this reality. Instagram secretly allows other dimensional accounts. That's plain and clear. The military knows that that happens, and the feedback I received by someone trusted, whilst anonymous, confirmed that. He then goes on to give random, inane details about the lives of his characters, explains how cloning is real, asks who he believes to be his brother for housing, claiming he's in danger, and finally shares this image of himself. Now, obviously we can tell that this picture is edited in some way. It appears to have a few filters on, maybe Snapchat filters, maybe AI upscaling filters to smooth out his skin, but it is in some way a picture of himself. Usually in his schoolboy videos, it looks and sounds like he has something inside of his mouth to give it that inflated look, whereas here, it looks like he's puffing his cheeks up like that Fallen Chungus profile picture. I guess because he thinks it makes him look better or younger. Along with these bizarre chat logs, a few more voicemails were also leaked, and they are as disturbing as they are hilarious.
You sound like a girl.
Never mind what I sound like.
Is this Stephanie?
No. You hacked John's account. You're the one who hacked. You're a criminal, and you hacked.
Christina Park is a pedophile. A pedophile! Christina! Stop the shit! You, Christina Park, are a pedophile, and you know that! We're trying to help you!
Whoever this Christina person is, it seems they got on David's nerves so much that he became American. As far as I can tell, the year 2025 only brought one legitimate upload from David.
Hi, I'm at school. It is the year 2025. I'm a schoolboy, a child of school age, despite what you might have heard, particularly in the scam documentaries about me and other children. I cannot say much more at the moment, but I'd like to assure you that I really am a schoolboy. I make all this effort with my school uniform and school mini boots. They're quite popular, and thank you for those. Other schoolboys of age 9, 10, 11 that are popularizing these school boots that I've got on. Stay safe, because people will lie about you. They will tell lies.
Full on notes.
I am a schoolboy, and that's all for now.
He himself acknowledged this video on his Facebook page, but it seems like he's never made a full return to the schoolboy persona since then. He has, however, continued to post on his Stephanie Schoolie account, as well. Majority of the year, this was all his detected activity, even though he probably is doing other things under the radar. But right as December began, a YouTuber named It's Rooster posted a video on David, covering not only the last few findings from early 2025, but also some new information. Apparently, Rooster got in contact with a girl who ran a TikTok account called Unscrupulous Person, which focused on Smart Schoolboy 9 related content, who had some experiences with David online. It turns out he had made 2 new TikTok accounts, Vicky Soul 5 and No Pervs Allowed 2, both of which he used to post up to 20 comments on this girl's account per day. There was also a new Facebook account called Lindsay Lane, which I suppose was his latest attempt at a Stephanie-like schoolgirl character. I personally would say that he hasn't quite convinced me that he's a little girl yet, but but I'll let you guys be the judge of that. It also seems like David can't help himself but return to the Smart Schoolboy 9 related Facebook groups to defend himself, which always blows his cover before he can amass any significant activity, and sooner or later his account gets deleted as well. While Rooster searched for his video, he found yet another new Instagram alt under the name Rhythm Russell Reviewer, which mostly follow children. I think that unless he does something particularly egregious, like sending something explicit to a minor or getting caught with illegal material on one of his devices, he's probably just gonna keep making new accounts forever. Even if his initial objective was to get in contact with kids, at this point, it seems like he's developed a taste for the attention he gets from people who send him DMs, as he keeps going back for more of it, even if he does delete his accounts when they get too much attention for his liking. Even in the comment section of Rooster's video, there seem to be two accounts called Joyous Girl and Her Pixel, which post in David's exact style defending him. Unsurprisingly, if you check the Wayback Machine on the Joyous Girl account, it used to be called Smartest Schoolboy 9 New Boy. There's simply no point in engaging directly with this guy. He's too much of a degenerate to actually care about that, and too addicted to attention to stop himself. Maybe there is some bizarre mental condition you can properly diagnose him with. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter, because as long as he's free to keep doing what he does, he's gonna keep doing it. Luckily for humanity, he seems to be too much of a freak to actually manage to groom anyone, and this is gonna continue to be the case as he gets older and more deranged. Hopefully, he gets permanently sent to some psych ward or maybe prison before he successfully harms anyone else. But it's really hard to tell where the story will go from here. It's honestly sad to think that this all could have been prevented if David had just purchased a Stop Gooning hat at turkeytom.shop. Given recent events,